Chapter 1 Marriage Certificate Exposed, Direct Social Death in the Dormitory. A famous school in Wancheng, in a very ordinary boys' dormitory, a very standard 4-person dormitory. In front of a 17-inch computer, 3 wretched boys were staring at the computer, as if they wanted to eat up the 17-inch screen. Oh, Wanchio is so beautiful. She has only been in the industry for a few years, but I am already her crazy fan. Look at her legs, they are so beautiful and long. Even though the temperature outside was over 10 degrees, it couldn't hide my passion for Wanchio's wife. My heart was melted by her. These 3 office workers are all ecstatic here. In short, they are as enthusiastic as the fanatical fans are. The program playing on the computer is an educational channel, which is used to fool primary school students. It is used by primary school teachers to brainwash their classmates. Generally, students above junior high school will not watch it. Basically no one watched it, but the special guest this time was by Wanchio. There's no other way, she's good looking. After just over 2 years of debut, she's already amassed a large fan base. Because of her beautiful, sweet looks and stunning figure, netizens have hailed her as the dream lover of 700 million Chinese men. Of course, this is just a joke. But being beautiful and sweet is key. Shenzai sat up in bed in agony. Seeing the 3 idiots in the dormitory, huddled around the computer, he said speechlessly, "Are you guys going to stop? Bai Wanchio is pretty, but she's basically worthless. What do you like about her? They're just hopeless fans." One of the roommates replied, "We just like her face." Shenzai had just come back to his senses after being drunk, and was speechless when he heard these words. They were indeed superficial, but he still couldn't refute them. After all, this is an era where looks matter. I can't help but complain, these 3 brainless fans are hopeless. Don't I know what kind of person Sister Wanchio is? If she didn't have a great appearance, figure and temperament, how could she be so popular in the entertainment industry? In the final analysis, she is just a traffic star, not a real star at all. Don't look at her pure appearance. In fact, she is an old actor and a violent maniac behind the scenes. Back then. Another roommate said, "Lao Zhe, you're the leader of the anti-fans. You've been bashing our Wanchio since 3 years ago. I don't know why. Who doesn't like Wanchio? I really think you're hopeless." Just at this moment, the university counselor came over. The 3 roommates below ran away immediately after seeing the counselor. They were so scared that they shouted as they ran, "Everyone run quickly, the counselor is here, disperse quickly." Suddenly, one of them reacted and spoke up, "No, why are you 2 running? We're just here for an educational program. We love to learn, not to watch a movie. What's there to be afraid of? Look at you 2. The other 2 also realized what was happening, thinking to themselves, "Yeah, we're here to learn, not to watch a movie. I have nothing to be afraid of." At this moment, Counselor Lao Zhou walked in and said in a serious tone, "What are you 3 doing here?" One of my roommates said, "We are learning and increasing our knowledge." The counselor was a little confused. He walked over and saw Bai Wanchio on the video. Without taking his glasses off, he also watched the movie with the 3 office workers. No, he was studying. Shenzai couldn't help but complain in his heart, he's really hopeless. It's true that men are lustful, but it shouldn't be like this. When Bai Wanchio in the video came down, a man also looked away, as if everything had returned to normal. The counselor also started checking the sanitation at this time. Suddenly, he noticed a pile of garbage below and said angrily, "Whose seat is this? Why is it so dirty like a garbage dump? Get out of here right now." One of my roommates, Xiaopang, said, "This seat belongs to Shenzai." The counselor said angrily, "Shenzai, where is this ghost?" "Teacher, it's right above your head." Seeing that the counselor was about to get angry, Shenzai immediately said, "Brother Zhou, I will come down to clean up right away." The counselor nodded in satisfaction at this time, and suddenly saw a red notebook on the table. He sighed and said, "You little bastard, you lost your student ID last time, and it was so hard to get a new one. Give it to me quickly. You are about to graduate, and you are the only one in the class who hasn't handed it in." When Shenzai saw the red notebook in the counselor's hand, his eyes widened instantly and he was about to speak. The counselor flipped through the notebook and saw the 3 big words on it. It felt like a dream, and he said in a trembling voice, "Marriage certificate." After hearing these 3 words, the other 3 office workers in the dormitory all gathered around. When they saw the 3 words above, they were so surprised that they were speechless. After a brief pause of a few seconds, they instantly became agitated. One of the roommates said, "Oh my god, Lao Tse, you said we would be single and not have girlfriends. You betrayed the organization and you got married. You are a traitor." The other roommates began to attack him in turns, complaining about him in various ways, saying that he had betrayed the organization and that he was not worthy of being a brother. The counselor then spoke up, "Alright, isn't it just a marriage certificate? It's no big deal. After all, you're both 22 years old. It's just that the teacher didn't expect it. Shenzai, you're a ruthless person. You hit it deeper than anyone else." This was half a joke, half a tease. Shenzai. Why does this sentence sound so familiar? People in this world probably don't know this sentence. It must be an accident. The counselor opened the marriage certificate and saw the two names on it. His eyes widened and he read out the name, Bai Wanqiu, 25 years old. Then he saw another person's name, Shenzai, 22 years old. The whole dormitory fell silent. One roommate said directly, "Fuck, the fan chasing has been upgraded, and they have even started to make fake marriage certificates. Lao Tse, you are really good. You are not a hater of Wanqiu, but you have become a fan of her." The other two roommates began to question. Oh my god, nowadays, people are not even satisfied with the verbal marriage and have started to get fake marriage certificates. You are really good, this marriage certificate is quite realistic. Which old man did you ask to get this? I'll get one someday, but the photo of Wanqiu is pretty clear. How did you get it? Teach me quickly. No one believed this was true, they all thought it was a fake certificate made by Shenzai, because it was impossible for him, his loser roommate, to marry a big star. Seeing these people, Shenzai began to complain inwardly, it was obviously that violent person. He got me drunk and dragged me into the Civil Affairs Bureau to get married. How come you didn't suspect anything? Besides, are the staff at the Civil Affairs Bureau idiots? She said she wanted to get married, so she got married. Didn't you ask me? Don't you even consider my feelings? But when this was said, they definitely didn't believe it. They could only admit it and laughed and said, "Yes, this is a fake marriage certificate. I asked the uncle here to get it." The counselor simply smiled. After all, she was a decent person. Then, somewhat seriously, she said, "Shenzai, you'll be graduating soon. Remember to take the make-up English exam. If you can't do that, just memorize some vocabulary. It's easy. It'll save you the hassle of getting your diploma later. It's really funny that you had such a good overall score on the college entrance exam, but you failed English. If you could get a few more points on English, you could get into a good program at Peking University or Tsinghua University. Remember to leave your student ID on my desk in my office." He left after saying that. He couldn't let him see his expression, otherwise he would almost lose control. After all, the counselor is not a professional actor, but he can usually hold it in, unless he can't hold it anymore. Shenzai's memory went back to yesterday, and he began to think. Chapter 2 opened the door for me, I want a divorce. As a useless office worker who only likes to play games, eat, drink and have fun, my parents only give me 2,000 yuan a month, which is not enough to spend in Wancheng, a first-tier city. As a result, yesterday my neighbor's sister called me and invited me to Heidileo. At that time, I was ecstatic and agreed to it. I didn't expect that this was a trap. Unexpectedly, Bai Wanqiu kept getting me drunk, and finally helped me get into a taxi and walk to the Civil Affairs Bureau. When I was drunk, I still vaguely remembered Bai Wanqiu's innocent and beautiful face smiling and saying to the staff of the Civil Affairs Bureau, "Hello, we want to register our marriage. Sorry for the trouble." Civil Affairs Bureau staff said with some surprise, "Aren't you that big star?" "Hush. Keep your voice down. I'm not a big star. I'm just a small-time actor and occasional singer. Excuse me, we need to register our marriage." The staff member said with some confusion, "I wonder what's wrong with this gentleman. He looks a little unwell, as if he has been drinking." Bai Wanqiu said with a smile, "Maybe he was too happy, so he drank a lot and got himself drunk like this, so he fainted." The staff member nodded. He also thought so. After all, it was understandable that an ordinary person would faint from joy after marrying a big star. But he still said with some concern, "I see this gentleman has drunk quite a bit of alcohol, why don't we wait until he wakes up before getting the marriage certificate?" Bai Wanqiu said directly, "There's no need to wait for him to wake up. I'm afraid he'll faint again out of joy after waking up." She was thinking, he won't even think about waking up today. After all, I got him drunk and punched him in the head. The staff member nodded and then began to say, you need to bring your household registration book when you get married. Have you and this gentleman brought your household registration book? I've brought it. Hurry up. Just like that, two ridiculous people got married. Chen Zhe touched his head at this time. The bump on his head had not gone away. He had not paid attention to it at first, but now he remembered that there was a bump on his head. He wondered why his head hurt so much. It turned out that he had been slashed by this violent man. There is no doubt that the first thing to do when you get up is to clean up. Divorce. Chen Zhe took a taxi directly to a villa community and prepared to walk in with a threatening look on his face. This was really too much. This was a marriage fraud. I want to protest. Can this world ever be better? Why is the safety of men's lives not guaranteed? Bai Wanqiu was a woman he was very familiar with. Both of them were from Jiling, and his parents were neighbors, so the relationship between the two families was very good. However, he had always had a secret, that is, he had lived two lives. After all, he was a blue star person in his previous life, and this time he traveled to another world. Last time he was an orphan. Because of his strong learning ability, he was admitted to a good university. However, after graduating from university, he became a workaholic. He worked very hard for a mere 10,000 yuan every month, and finally died suddenly at work. Then I traveled to that world, and it was true that I had a soul since I was a baby, no, even since my mother's womb. Combined with the memories of my previous life, I started writing short scripts at the age of 12, and eventually became Mr. C, the script god of this world. It was a small achievement, of course, but this was also my own secret. So I was a little different from other babies since I was a child. When other children were just a few months old, they would cry, but as an adult soul, how could I cry? My parents were scared to death at that time. Finally, the doctor examined me and found that there was nothing wrong with me. Only then did my parents feel relieved. My parents in this life are actually less of a worry to me. I never cry, and they are not as miserable as other parents. But the nightmare began soon. Because her parents had to go on a business trip for work, they left her, who was only 2 years old, at her neighbor's house, Bai Wanqiu's house. Although she was only 5 years old, her personality was indeed abnormal. Seeing that she hadn't cried, the little Lolita Bai Wanqiu said in confusion, "What kind of child doesn't cry? Hurry up and cry. Children who don't cry are mentally retarded. If you don't cry again, I'll punch you." At that time, Bai Wanqiu was only 2 years old. She drew a turtle on her butt. She used it as a sandbag and even played with it. I even imitated other adults, whipping my own butt with a 7 wolves belt and throwing mice into my pants. In short, other people's childhoods were full of beauty, but my own childhood was not only miserable during the day, but also full of nightmares at night. Thinking of those past experiences, I still feel a little scared. It's really too scary. How can this be a fairy sister? This is clearly a demon. No, it's simply a demon god. Chen Zhe thought about his past experiences, which still left a psychological shadow on him, so he had to divorce, otherwise he didn't know how he would be tortured in the future. At this moment, the brain received a message, "Great host, hello, I am the system, now giving you 2 choices. First, divorce Bai Wanqiu, I wish you to be a single dog for life, an old bachelor that everyone envies. Reduce your height by 3 centimeters. Chen Zhe. Second, reconcile with Bai Wanqiu, don't divorce her for now, and then give her a kiss. Rewards, all content from the novel Fights Breaks Fear, the song Later, and CET8 English proficiency." Chen Zhe cried out in his heart, "Fuck, system, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for 22 years. Are you here to save me? You want me to be the best. But why does this option of yours feel so bad? System, almost. It depends on whether you can seize this opportunity." After weighing the pros and cons, Chen Zhe finally chose the second one. There was no other way. He had given too much. Although he was a salted fish, he could not be willing to be a salted fish forever. The reason for being a salted fish was that there was absolutely no room for improvement and the hope of moving forward was too slim. If I can give myself a big opportunity, I still hope to improve. I really want to improve myself. He knew this was his only chance to turn things around. Of course, losing 3 centimeters in height was something he couldn't tolerate. After already having an idea in mind, Chen Zhe now thought that if he chose this, he would have to kiss Bai Wanqiu. This was a bit difficult. Would he die directly? If I kissed her, what if she attacked me? Given my body, if she punched me, I'd probably fall to the ground and be chopped into pieces. This guy is a 9th degree black belt taekwondo master. It's so dangerous just thinking about it. Finally, with a nervous heart, I walked to the door of the villa, pressed the fingerprint password, and found that the door was locked. Shenzei suddenly shouted, "Bai Wanqiu, you liar! Open the door for me! You liar! You tricked me into getting married yesterday, and now you don't have the guts to come out? I'm telling you, don't hide in there. I called my uncle and aunt today. Are you home today? Open the door for me." Although I also plan not to divorce for the time being, I must not be weak in terms of momentum, otherwise if she catches me, I will probably be beaten again. This is the truth I have learned from my childhood experience. Inside the villa, a woman with a beautiful face, who looked to be in her 20s, was wearing a white dress and sitting barefoot under the door. She was very nervous and didn't know what to do. Why did I do this? Although I had this idea, I never thought I could do it. Chapter 3 Between an Angel and a Devil, Xiao Bai chose the devil. Bai Wanqiu is extremely nervous now. She was indeed impulsive in what she did yesterday. Although she had this idea a long time ago, she would never dare to do such a thing. So what should she do now? I feel like I am a reborn person. My memories awakened about 7 years ago. Based on my understanding of my previous life, I have accumulated assets of over 100 million yuan in the past few years by buying and demolishing houses, investing in stocks, and buying and selling gold. In addition to my status as a big star, it is no problem for me to make tens of millions a year. I have achieved financial freedom in the past few years and can be called a real rich woman. So now I'm a little bit arrogant, thinking that I can support my younger brother. I took advantage of the good relationship between the two families and the fact that both parents were not on guard against me, so I secretly took my younger brother's household registration booklet, which is why I was able to complete this plan. Now that the truth has been revealed, I don't know what to do. Looking at the look of this stinky younger brother, I'm afraid he will divorce me. Outside the door, Shenzei shouted directly, "Bai Wanqiu, you marriage fraud girl, come out quickly, I know you are in there. You have the guts to commit marriage fraud, but you don't have the courage to come and admit it." Although he yelled arrogantly, he was actually very nervous inside. He had experienced Sister Wanqiu's iron fist since he was a child, and he was afraid that she would kill him with one punch, and then the two families would have a feast together the next day, and then bury him on the third day. But there is no other way. In order to complete the task given by the system, I can only find a way to get close to this violent maniac. Divorce is a must, otherwise I will be beaten to death, but I have to complete the task given by the system first. Bai Wanqiu was really panicking inside. What should she do now? Should she open the door or not? But pretending that she was not at home was simply unrealistic. I have liked this silly brother for so many years. I finally tricked him into marrying me and was planning to support him in the future. Now looking at his attitude, he is definitely going to divorce me. No, absolutely not. I had finally tricked him into going to the Civil Affairs Bureau. He said we can't get a divorce no matter what. If all else fails, I'll have to resort to some other measures. If he asks for a divorce, can I knock him out first, and then? When Bai Wanqiu thought about this, her face turned as red as an apple, and she even wanted to find a place to hide. How could she have such a dirty thought? It seemed that it was not impossible, after all, they were now a legal couple. Bai Wanqiu calmed herself down and finally considered that idea as a backup option. She took a frying pan from the kitchen, and secretly hid it behind her back with one hand. What she thought was, if he dares to mention divorce, she will just hit him with a frying pan. As for what happens next, she will wait until he wakes up. She opened the door directly and saw the tall and handsome Chen Zhe in front of her. She couldn't help but be a little infatuated. He is so handsome, this stinky brother is getting more and more handsome. But as an actor, she immediately changed her expression and said in a cold tone, "Stinky brother, what do you want from your sister? I am very busy. Go back to school quickly if you have nothing to do. As a student, you should study hard." After seeing this female devil, Chen Zhe was almost scared to death. His originally tough attitude became hesitant and he said, "Sister Bai, what's the matter with my marriage certificate? I want to hear your explanation." Hearing this, Bai Wanqiu felt a little nervous. What she thought in her heart was, this stinky brother really wants a divorce. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. She tightened her grip on the frying pan behind her back. Shenzai didn't know what was going on, and suddenly felt cold all over. At the end, his tone became a little warmer. Sister Bai, I came to you this time to talk about our marriage. I wonder if we can talk about it. When Bai Wanqiu heard this, she loosened the frying pan behind her hand a little and said with a smile, Stinky brother, I don't know what you want to talk to me about. Shenzai's uneasiness faded a bit, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He saw that his sixth sense wouldn't deceive him. He had relied on it many times to escape Sister Bai's clutches. Then he smiled and said, let's talk about the divorce. Before he could finish his words, his head suddenly exploded, and he came back to his senses. His eyes started to become dizzy, and then he fell to the ground. Bai Wanqiu held the frying pan and looked at her naughty brother lying on the ground. She felt relieved. Fortunately, he didn't say that. Now she had to think of a way to make amends. She dragged him directly to the sofa and Bai Wanqiu sat on him. Looking at her handsome brother's face, she became infatuated with him again and wanted to kiss him. Then she shook her head. Now was not the time to think about this. After all, she had to find a way to prevent him from getting divorced. Bai Wanqiu looks petite, sweet and charming, with a height of about 1.6 meters and a weight of only 100 kilograms, but this is all superficial. It is easy for her to drag Shenzai, an adult male who is about 1.8 meters tall and weighs 150 kilograms. This just proves the saying, my daughter has grown up, with strength to move mountains and unparalleled spirit. Bai Wanqiu was lost in thought at this moment, and then, looking at her brother's handsome face, she felt a little angry. She had liked him for so many years, treated him so well, and even intended to spend all her money on him. Why couldn't he feel her love and was still so afraid of her? It seemed that there was only one reason, and that was that they had not spent enough time together. Fainted Shenzai, don't you think about the nightmares you brought me before? These are psychological shadows that I will never be able to erase in my life. Bai Wanqiu looked at the face with some anger, and finally her brain acted impulsively and she went straight to his mouth, but when she approached him, two thoughts appeared in her mind. One is an angel and the other is a devil. Angel Bai Wanqiu said seriously, Xiao Bai, what you did is immoral. You forced him to drink yesterday and finally got him drunk. You also dragged him to the Civil Affairs Bureau and forced him to get married. What are you doing now? Stop it immediately. Girls should be reserved. You can't do this kind of thing. The devil Bai Wanqiu said with a smile, don't listen to him, you have to fight for your own happiness, and you never forced him. Yesterday you asked him to drink, and he came voluntarily. You just looked at him with a kind look, and he drank with relish. It was all his own will. As for you forcing him to get married, it didn't exist at all. He was drunk and you helped him to the Civil Affairs Bureau, and he didn't struggle to get away. It was all his own will, so there was never any coercion. Just do what you want. Bai Wanqiu felt a little struggled. She struggled for a moment between the angel and the devil, and finally chose the devil's words. She plucked up the courage and kissed him on the lips. Then, her face turned red like a monkey's butt, and she ran back to the room quickly and locked the door. Bai Wanqiu, it's really embarrassing. I often do this kind of thing. While Chen Zhe was in a coma, the system's voice sounded, congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining the 8th level English level. The entire series of the song later and all the content of Fights Break Sphere will be distributed to the host. Dear host, the tasks will be sent randomly later and the host will receive corresponding rewards. I wish the host a pleasant experience. Bai Wanqiu ran back to her room and called her best friend and agent directly. After the call ended, a laughing voice came from the other end. Xiao Bai, was the trick I suggested to you useful? Did it succeed in deceiving someone into marriage? Chapter 4, My Best Friend's Magical Trick to Delay Divorce. My best friend Su Qinghe was sitting in the office, with a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes, bright red lipstick on her lips, light makeup, a professional suit, a short skirt, and her feet intertwined in stockings. She asked with a smile. Bai Wanqiu's face turned red like a peach, and she said angrily, Su Qinghe, it was you who whispered in my ear that day, brainwashing me constantly and encouraging me to get him drunk and get married. What should I do now? My stinky brother is going to get a divorce, and he is about to wake up. What do you think I should do? Su Qinghe said in surprise, what do you mean he is about to wake up? No, what did you do? Oh my god, you wouldn't do that kind of thing, Wanqiu, I didn't expect that you were so energetic. Your brother would not almost die of exhaustion. When Bai Wanqiu heard this, she was so angry that her ears turned red, and her pretty cheeks turned even redder. She almost found a place to hide. She said angrily, what are you thinking about in your dirty mind? How could I do that? I was just afraid that he would divorce me, so I knocked him unconscious with a frying pan. Now you understand, right? Oh, Su Qinghe replied calmly, then her beautiful eyes widened, and she said in disbelief, "Oh my god, it's not enough that you tricked people into getting married, you are now subjected to domestic violence just after getting married, you are too awesome, don't think about it, now that he wakes up he must want a divorce, now you have two choices." There are two choices. Bai Wanqiu sighed and said after hearing this, "Miss, you decide." Su Qinghe said with a smile, "The first option can prevent him from ever asking for a divorce from you. Do you want to hear it?" When Bai Wanqiu heard this obscene smile, she knew that this girl was holding it in and said impatiently, "If you have something to say, say it quickly. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. It's very simple. Just send him to see his great-grandfather. That way, he will never ask for a divorce from you, and of course you will become his widow," Su Qinghe said with a smile. "Get out, the second option." Bai Wanqiu immediately started cursing. Su Qinghe smiled mysteriously. Then she said something. When Chenzhe woke up, he felt a splitting headache and couldn't help complaining in his heart, "This Bai Wanqiu is too cruel. She made me faint before I could even finish my words. If she continues like this, I will have to meet my great-grandfather sooner or later. It seems that this marriage must be divorced." Suddenly I found 3 more memory fragments in my mind. After checking carefully, I found that they were the 3 rewards. Chen Zhe was a little bit unbelievable. He remembered that he had to complete this task. First of all, he had to avoid divorce for the time being, and he also had to kiss Bai Wanqiu. This was already very difficult. He had originally wanted to kiss her secretly while she was sleeping, but how could he have completed it all of a sudden? Could it be that he was unconscious? Bai Wanqiu. Then he shook his head firmly and said to himself, "It seems that this system sometimes has problems, and it seems that it has broken down." System. But it's okay this way. Now I have to start to realize my grand ideal, but before I do, I have to get a divorce first. Bai Wanqiu came out at this time and saw that her silly brother had woken up. His face suddenly turned red, but soon returned to normal. She said hesitantly, "Stinky brother, what's the matter with you coming to see your sister?" Chen Zhe said a little fearfully, "Sister Bai, I am here to talk about our marriage. I think this must be a misunderstanding. Sister Bai must have drunk too much yesterday. Should we get a divorce?" When Bai Wanqiu heard the word divorce, her eyes suddenly turned cold, but thinking of her best friend's advice, she quickly calmed down and said in a calm tone, "This will work. I will be shooting a wedding dress advertisement in a few months, but they have a requirement that it must be a married person, and I can't just find anyone. I am more familiar with you, so I can only choose you. After I finish shooting this advertisement, we will get divorced." Chen Zhe said with some surprise, "There is such a requirement, how many months will it take?" Bai Wanqiu shook her head and said, "I don't know the exact number of months yet. He hasn't informed my agent yet. I will inform you when the time comes. This advertisement requires us to shoot together. Don't worry, you will definitely get paid." What I was thinking was, I said a few months, I didn't say how many months. If I can't take you down, you can just postpone it indefinitely. After Chen Zhe got the system, he had no interest in the word remuneration. He just wanted to get a divorce quickly. In the end, he could only sigh and say, "That's the only way, but I have some requirements." When Bai Wanqiu heard the word request, she looked a little strange and said, "If you have any other requests, just let me know." Chen Zhe said to himself, "Sister Bai, you see, we are just a fake couple in a cooperative relationship, so there are some things that need to be said. For example, we are husband and wife, but we live our own lives, that is, you can be a boyfriend and I can be a girlfriend, and we don't disturb each other, is that okay?" Bai Wanqiu heard this and looked at the scumbag in front of her with hatred, but she still nodded helplessly and said, "No problem, I agree." What she was thinking was, "You wait for me, little brother. When your sister takes you down, you'll have something to worry about." It's a pity that she can only take it step by step now. Seeing her gritting her teeth, Chen Zhe thought to himself, "It seems that I was right. How could this female devil like me? She must be trying to torture me." You see, just because I put forward some conditions, she became anxious. It seems that I have to be more careful. Chen Zhe looked at the beautiful young woman in front of him and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, "If I didn't know her true face, I would have fallen at her feet long ago." Chen Zhe said with a smile, "Sister Bai, I have another request, which is that we cannot let a third person know about our marriage. Can you do this? After all, my sister is a big star." If others knew about my marriage, I would not only be unable to escape the online bullying, but her career would also be affected. Although my sister next door is a violent person and has bullied me since childhood, I still care about her. Bai Wanqiu glanced at him and said with a smile, "Stinky brother, I can promise you." What she was thinking in her heart was, "Stinky scumbag, just wait." Chen Zhe began to say again, "This matter must not be known to my uncle and aunt, nor to my parents. Can Sister Bai do it? After all, if both sets of parents knew about this, no matter what the result was, I would definitely be the one to be criticized. I must know my family status. My parents have brainwashed me since I was a child, and I have this weird sister who told me to marry Sister Bai when I grow up. If I were an ordinary person, I would have been brainwashed long ago, but I am not an ordinary person. My destiny must be in my own hands. My fate is in my own hands." As for the situation of Bai Wanqiu's parents, Bai's mother was okay. After all, she was a close friend of her mother and often joked about herself and Sister Bai, so it was not that difficult to deal with. The main thing is that Mr. Bai, who is a daughter slave, is a tough nut to crack. It's hard to finish writing 2,000 words at 12 o'clock. I'll probably update it between 12:30 and 1 o'clock. Chapter 5: Chen Zhe's Conditions. Chen Zhe applied for a job. How difficult is it to deal with? It is not convenient to elaborate on this, but he is a huge hater of his daughter. Bai Wanqiu replied with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't tell you this, you have to trust my character. My thoughts, I really want to tell you, but if something unexpected happens, you can't blame me." Chen Zhe nodded, confident that she wouldn't tell anyone. After all, she was a top-tier celebrity now and was going to be a superstar in the future. She definitely wouldn't let her career be affected. After the two of them made an agreement, Chen Zhe now calmly accepted the fact that he was married. After all, he now had a system, and making money was not a difficult task at all. Even if he was a second married man, finding a girlfriend would not be a problem at all. Now he is worried about the problem of this neighbor's sister. Will his partner dislike him for being a second marriage? Forget it, this is not something he should consider. Seeing that the time is almost up, he continued to stay here, feeling a sense of fear in his heart. After all, his neighbor's sister always played tricks on him, and he was afraid that she would play some prank on him. Chen Zhe said directly, "That's all for today, Sister Bai, I have to go back to school and see you later." Bai Wanqiu frowned and said, "Why are you going back? Can't you stay here and play with me for a while? Why is my silly brother unwilling to accompany me? Is I some kind of monster? This is obviously hiding from me." Chen Zhe did think so, but he certainly wouldn't say it out loud, so he made up a random excuse and said, "I must have my own things to do. After all, I am still a student and I must go back to class. I have classes in the afternoon, so I'll excuse myself." Bai Wanqiu shook her head with a sneer and threw a cell phone directly at Chen Zhe's head. Chen Zhe cried out in pain and took his phone away. It was his class schedule for the day. Then he smiled awkwardly and said, "Maybe I remembered it wrong, but I really do have to leave. I'm about to graduate from college, and I have to go on interviews and find a job. Otherwise, by the time I graduate, I'll be unemployed." Bai Wanqiu said angrily, "Don't make excuses for me. Even if you can't find a job in the future, I can support you." Chen Zhe sneered inwardly when he heard this. To be honest, if he hadn't known her personality since childhood and knew that this neighbor's sister had violent tempers, even violent tendencies, and liked to play pranks, he would have agreed long ago. No matter what, the person opposite is a great beauty. Although I dare not say that she is the best in the world, she is definitely the most beautiful in the world. She is the dream of 700 million men in China, and since she has said that she wants to support herself, Chen Zhe would have probably picked her up a long time ago and said to her, "Sister, please support me. Who doesn't like to eat soft rice, and who likes soft rice without steel wool? This is the dream of countless lazy men. However, I am now a man with a system, how can I be a lazy guy?" So I refused righteously and said, "No, Sister Bai, you misunderstood. I am a hard-working and ambitious young man. How can I just be a lazy person? So, I still have to find a job. Goodbye," and then he ran away. Bai Wanqiu looked at the look on this naughty brother's face and felt so angry that she couldn't say anything. Why was he different from what she expected? From what she knew about this naughty brother, he should be a lazy guy. Could it be that he was beaten stupid by her? After escaping from the tiger's mouth, Chen Zhe now plans to apply for a job at an entertainment company. Galaxy Entertainment is one of the best entertainment companies in Wancheng. It took me about 20 minutes to get to Galaxy Entertainment by bus. As for why I took the bus, it was because I didn't have enough money for this month's living expenses. Came to Galaxy Entertainment. Ding, the random task is started. Task content: apply for a job at Galaxy Entertainment and successfully enter Galaxy Entertainment. Reward: a random song. Does the host accept this? Catch: it's a real system. This came just in time. I was about to join Galaxy Entertainment, but they released a mission and even gave me a song component for free. How thoughtful. After entering the company, the girl at the front desk asked politely, "Sir, who are you looking for? Do you need my help?" "I'm here to apply for a job," Chenze said in a very kind tone, looking at the receptionist in front of him with a smile. "Excuse me, sir, what position are you applying for?" the receptionist asked politely. Chenze looks to be in his early 20s. Could he be here to apply for the position of singer? Moreover, this gentleman looks tall and handsome, which makes him meet the requirements. Chenze smiled and said, "I am not applying for the position of singer, I am applying for the position of audio music producer, that is, a lyricist." "Well, let me ask for you," the girl at the reception desk said somewhat embarrassedly. It's not her fault. After all, lyricists who apply for jobs are generally over 30 years old and should have some experience in life, but this gentleman looks like a college student. It's really rare to be in this line of work at such a young age. Writing songs requires experience and talent. It is impossible to write one just by imagining it, so it is basically impossible for a college student in his early 20s to pass. After about a minute, the girl at the front desk said with a smile, "Sir, the composition department is on the 12th floor. I have already greeted our director and she is waiting for you there." "Thank you," Chenze smiled politely and walked towards the elevator. It's really rare today that someone so young can write songs. It seems so amazing, but I guess he won't pass 100%. I really can't understand why this handsome boy, who is so handsome, writes songs. Isn't it good to be a singer? He has to be a lyricist. He really can't show off his talent. After arriving at the 12th floor, Chenze saw that the space was not very big and there were not many people. Seeing a door with the words "Director's Office" written on it, Chenze walked over and knocked on the door. A stern female voice came from inside, "Go forward." After Chenze came in, he saw a young mature woman in her early 30s sitting on a chair. She was wearing a professional suit and a work badge on her chest that read, "Wu Roland." Wu Roland said in a flat tone, "You are here to apply for a job." Chenze smiled and said, "Yes, I am here to apply for a job." "Then where is your resume?" Wu Roland said calmly. Chenze smiled awkwardly and said, "Who still has a resume these days? Can't I just check the China Higher Education Student Information and Career Center website?" After saying this, he opened the China Higher Education Student Information and Career Center website and checked his resume. Sent to the director. Chapter 6. Wu Roland, it's not that I judge people by appearance, the key is that you are a 3-no product. The beautiful director looked at the information on the China Higher Education Student Information and Career Center website and couldn't help but complain in her heart, it's too perfunctory to apply for a job without even bringing a resume these days. Then he took a look at the information on the China Higher Education Student Information and Career Center website, and said in a slightly surprised but somewhat strange tone, "Chenze, 22 years old, undergraduate student majoring in computer science at Zhengde University." Wu Roland resisted the urge to beat the student in front of her to death, and said with a smile, "My classmate, I admit that your academic qualifications are indeed excellent. After all, you were able to be admitted to the best university in Wancheng, but you have to understand that this is an entertainment company. You are not a student majoring in composition, nor are you a student of a music school. Did you come to the wrong company? I won't see you off if you turn left when you leave." Chenze was also a little embarrassed, but he still suppressed his embarrassment and said, "Although I am not a student of this major, my talent for composing is indeed good. I hope your company will give me a chance." Wu Roland was about to refuse when the door suddenly opened and a girl in her 20s wearing a business suit ran over quickly holding a pile of documents. When the girl saw Chenze, she was stunned at first, thinking that the boy was so handsome, but now was not the time to think about this. She immediately came to Wu Roland and said respectfully, "Mr. Wu, we still haven't reached an agreement." Wu Roland closed her eyes and said, "This requirement is too high." The song still failed. Today's junior composers can't even reach that standard. The girl said, "Why don't we find an intermediate composer, which should be able to meet their requirements? Why not consider it?" Wu Roland shook her head firmly and said, No, this will break the rules. The royalties are less than 100,000 yuan. It is not certain whether the intermediate composers will appreciate it or not. If we do this, it will break the rules of the market and will not be very friendly to those junior customers. I still don't mind. After all, the most important thing for a company is its reputation. If it loses its reputation, the company will basically go downhill. Small companies have to pay attention to their reputation, not to mention a large company like Galaxy Entertainment worth tens of billions. This is a very common problem. For example, if some customers spend very little money to buy a higher level experience, then those previous customers will definitely complain. As for the subsequent impact, there is no need to say more. Wu Roland was just about to say that she wanted to cancel the deal, but Chenzhe spoke up at this time. I don't know, can I interrupt? Wu Roland looked at the college student in front of her and said with a smile, I didn't chase you away just now, I just asked you to stay here and listen. In this industry, all you have to rely on is your ability. Our customers will only see your achievements, and the company will never keep a newcomer who knows nothing. If you are not interested now, just leave quickly. The assistant beside him only realized at this time that he had thought that such a handsome boy was probably a new talent that the company was going to promote for its debut, but he didn't expect that this person was actually applying for a composer position. But this is too young. Chenzhe couldn't help but complain in his heart, what you said is indeed right. If I hadn't cheated, I should have applied for a programmer job now, but I did cheat. I now have a world of knowledge. Let alone a junior composer, even becoming an ace composer, or even the highest level song god in the world, is only a matter of time. Chenzhe said sincerely, I hope Mr. Wu will not judge people by their appearance. Wu Roland. Wu Roland was so tempted to slap this guy to death. He was too young. Although he had a good academic background, this was an entertainment company, and he was not a student majoring in art or music. It was not that she judged people by their appearance, the key point was that this guy was a 3-0 product. However, the fact that this kid dared to talk to him like that did arouse some of his interest. Wu Roland sneered and said, okay, you want to stay here, then prove yourself. You heard our conversation just now. We are making the ending song for a movie, but for some reasons, this task is a bit difficult. Chenzhe had a good character and said confidently, beautiful lady, please show me the introduction of your movie. When the assistant heard the word beautiful young lady, his cheeks turned slightly red. Where did this word come from? It sounded quite nice, though. Finally, he looked at his boss. Wu Roland nodded in agreement. This young man was quite confident, and she somehow agreed to his rude request. The reason was probably because he was handsome. The assistant did not expect that his boss would agree, but he still nodded and gave the information to Chenzhe. Chenzhe picked it up and took a look. He saw the title Our Youth and then read the content. He went from being calm at the beginning to frowning and even twisting his mouth in the end. The introduction is very simple. The hero and the heroine go to the same high school. When the heroine was 17 years old, she was bullied by gangsters, and the hero helped to beat those gangsters away. In the end, the hero fell in love with the heroine, but the heroine had very good grades and was admitted to the best university. Therefore, the hero repeated a year and finally was admitted to the same university as the heroine. You don't need to watch the rest of the story, it's basically about breaking up and getting back together. The two of them have been together for almost 7 years since high school. Later, the girl's parents found out that their daughter liked a boy, and they disliked the boy for not being good enough, so they asked him to leave their daughter and wanted to force their daughter to go abroad because they wanted a better life for her. The hero is deeply in love with the heroine, but in order not to delay her happiness, he creates a misunderstanding and asks the female supporting character to pretend to be his girlfriend. The heroine thinks the hero is cheating on her and leaves the country sadly. Chenzhe had several black lines on his head. Why does this plot seem so familiar? Finally, the heroine returns from studying abroad, 5 years later, and invites the hero to attend her wedding. The two smiled at each other, and more than 10 years of youth were released. After seeing this, Chenzhe couldn't help but complain in his heart, such a bloody plot. The assistant patiently explained, this movie has excellent quality. Not only does it feature the contemporary superstar Li Shuai, but it also has many popular young actresses. Therefore, the quality of this movie is very high, and the ending song they want is also of very high quality. Chenzhe took a deep breath, tried to keep smiling and said, it's indeed okay. If this movie was on Earth, it would have been extremely bad. I didn't expect it to survive in this world. Fortunately, the routine is still not outdated. Chapter 7 You are not kidding, are you kidding me? How should I put it? As a bad youth idol drama, it can only be said to be so-so, and can only be said to be not bad enough. According to my basic common sense, the car accident, multiple births, and lovers finally becoming siblings are the real essence. The song given by the system is indeed very suitable, but it's a pity that it's a bit of a waste. Chen Zhe took out a USB drive and placed it directly in front of Wu Wolin's desk. There was a complete set of songs in it, and all the systems were arranged for him. Wu Wolin did not rush to answer it, but looked at the college student in front of her with suspicion. To be honest, this young man was basically first class in both height and appearance, and could even be said to be a little puppy. If you apply to be a singer or an actor, you have a great chance of making a name for yourself, but you insist on applying to be a composer. I don't know what you are thinking. Wu Wolin directly inserted the USB drive into the computer, and a file appeared with 2 words written on it. Later. The song title is really simple. What Wu Wolin was thinking was that if the quality of the song was really too bad, she must kick this guy out. He was just making fun of herself. Chen Zhe is still very confident. After all, the system is trustworthy. Then, beautiful music came from the speakers on the desktop. It included the sounds of guitar, piano, and cello. From the very beginning, I had a feeling that the sound was sad and beautiful. Then came an emotionless female voice, which was very beautiful and must have been synthesized by the system. Wu Wolin was nervous at first, but gradually relaxed, and finally a look of enjoyment appeared on her face. The song lasted for 5 minutes, and Wu Wolin listened to it carefully. Then he said, "Xiaoli, go find Su Manchong, Chen Zhe, come here." The 2 people came to another office, which was a recording studio. Wu Wolin looked at the college student in front of her and said in disbelief, "Did you really write this song?" Chen Zhe smiled and said, "All copyrights are in my hands." Wu Wolin thought so too. After all, who would give such a good song to a college student? But she still found it hard to believe. Xiaoli walked to the elevator door and was about to go to Su Manxiang's agent's office when suddenly a voice rang out, "Xiaoli, what are you doing here? Do you have something to talk to me about?" Su Manxiang, dressed in a professional suit, walked out with a hint of arrogance in her tone. She was accompanied by a girl in her 20s, who looked like a newcomer, the kind who was shy and timid. When Xiaoli saw the person he was looking for, he quickly said, "Miss Su, I have something to talk to you about. Our general manager Wu invites you to the recording studio." Su Manxiang said with disdain on her delicate face, "Why go to the recording studio? I have been there several times today. Haven't all the songs I wrote been returned? What else should I do there? Go and re-record them?" Su Manxiang is an artist of Galaxy Entertainment and also a singer. With a few songs and outstanding looks, she quickly became popular and is now a quasi-first-line star. Xiaoli didn't dare to offend the person in front of him, so he could only explain patiently, "It's not a re-recording, but there is a new song, so please go to the recording studio." Su Manxiang said with some confusion, "Who wrote the new song?" Xiaoli was not familiar with the person, so he could only say politely, "He is now a college student, majoring in computer science at CUHK, and he wrote a new song." "What?" Su Manxiang said in disbelief, "You are a college student, and not even a composition or music major. Are you sure you are not kidding me?" "But, Mr. Wu said this song." "Don't say but, it's not that I'm being rude, I just have a lot of things to do. After all, the song I sang online a few days ago has become popular, and now I have to shoot a short video. I'm still very busy, and it's difficult for me to explain it to other senior executives. Please talk to Mr. Wu." Su Manxiang interrupted directly. "But I have to give an explanation to Mr. Wu," Xiaoli said somewhat embarrassedly. She knew that this was my Su Manxiang's excuse, which was completely a shirking of responsibility. Su Manxiang didn't dare to make things too awkward with Wu Wolin. After all, she was a senior executive of the company. She could only say casually, "Look at this new employee next to me. Her name is Meng Jiqiu. Although she is a new employee, her singing skills are pretty good. You can ask her to go." After saying that, he pulled the girl next to him over. Then he left without looking back, and said one sentence before leaving, "Please apologize to Mr. Wu for me, after all, I am really too busy. I complained in my heart, with my status, I am not qualified to sing songs written by any random person. It really lowers my status." Only assistant Xiaoli and Meng Jiqiu were left standing there awkwardly. "Hello, my name is Meng Jiqiu. I graduated from the Yanjing Conservatory of Music and just started working these few days." She sounded a little shy and timid, but she knew in her heart that for a newcomer, the opportunity was still rare. Xiaoli said somewhat embarrassedly, okay, it's you, follow me, but I can't find anyone. Because she knew in her heart that her boss was a decisive person and that no time could be wasted. Wu Roland said casually, after this song is recorded, we will start talking about the salary. Okay, no problem. Chen Zhe immediately breathed a sigh of relief. From this sentence, he could tell that it was basically 100% certain that he would join the company. The only thing left was the contract and salary. Mr. Wu, we are here. At this time, two girls ran out from outside. I don't know if it was because they ran too fast, but they were both out of breath, and even their cheeks were slightly red. Wu Wolin glanced at the two of them and said in a cold tone, "Where is Su Manxiong? Why didn't she come over?" In order not to offend both sides, Xiaoli could only explain, Miss Su couldn't come because of something urgent happening with the short video, so she asked Meng Jiqiu, a newcomer in our company, to come over. Wu Wolin is also a veteran who has been in the workplace for 10 years. From this sentence, she can tell that Su Manxiong is perfunctory and actually doesn't want to come at all. She just found a reason to ask a newcomer to replace her in order not to offend her completely. As an assistant, he must introduce the situation at this time, so Xiaoli began to say, her name is Meng Jiqiu. She just graduated from university last year. She graduated from Yanjing Conservatory of Music and joined our company a few days ago this year. However, her basic skills are very solid. She was the first among the group of people who entered our company. Wu Roland said coldly, the more famous you become, the more arrogant you become. Forget it, come and give it a try and see how good your singing skills are. Chapter 8 Officially joining the company, now let's talk about the contract. Chen Zhe actually saw through the situation. It must be that the artist of this company was acting like a big shot and thinking highly of himself. In his previous life, this kind of thing was nothing new to him. But it doesn't matter to me whether I come or not. My main purpose today is to complete the system task, but the song later is mainly about controlling emotions, and the tone requires a higher level. If you are a newcomer, you have solid basic skills and can gain a lot of benefits. It is still worthwhile to think about it. Meng Jiqiu didn't expect that the person who wrote the song was so young. He looked about the same age as himself, or maybe even younger. Wu Roland was also a decisive person. She handed the printed music score to Meng Jiqiu and said in a serious tone, I'll give you half an hour to familiarize yourself with the lyrics of this song. For a graduate of a professional music college like you, it shouldn't be difficult. No problem, Meng Jiqiu was ecstatic. After all, this was the first song he had received since joining the company. However, he still nodded politely to Chen Zhe and Wu Roland individually, and hurried into the recording studio. This opportunity is very rare for her, and the chance to record songs is very rare. Meng Jiqiu secretly told herself that she must seize this chance to debut, even if it was written by a newcomer, she would take it seriously. Even if it doesn't help me improve myself, at least I have to leave an impression on my boss. Maybe she will think of me again when she has the chance in the future. After getting the lyrics and the music sheet, Meng Jiqiu looked at the sheet music very carefully. Later, the name of this song is ordinary, but it may also contain deep meaning. As a professional music graduate, Meng Jiqiu can be said to have very solid basic skills. After singing a few lines casually, he found the feeling and even had a general idea of the melody. As a music student, Meng Jiqiu was very surprised by the intuition that the quality of the song was so high that it basically surpassed all the other songs on the market. If I hadn't known in advance that this song was written by someone about my age, I would have thought it was written by an ace composer. About 30 minutes later, Wu Roland said in a serious tone, start when you are ready, let me hear your results, and then turned on the microphone. No problem? Meng Jiqiu said nervously, clearly still immersed in the song. After being interrupted, he immediately adjusted himself. Let us get started. Please start your performance, Wu Roland nodded and then said to the sound engineer next to her, let us start. The sound engineer nodded and began the countdown into the microphone. Countdown to start recording. 3, 2, 1. Sad music sounded. Meng Jiqiu tried to calm down and closed his eyes. Later, I finally learned how to love. It's a pity that you have already gone far away and disappeared in the crowd. I have to say that although Meng Jiqiu is a newcomer, her foundation is very good. She can memorize the script so easily and clearly, without even needing one. She is still working hard to find the emotion in the song and gradually find the feeling. It's a pity that she has not had much experience, so I'm afraid it will take some time to find that feeling. This little girl is quite talented. If she can maintain her talent, she might achieve something in the future. If it weren't for the partner asking Su Manxiong to sing, I would have asked this little girl to give it a try. Although Wu Wolin was very unhappy with Su Manxiong's perfunctory attitude, she could only endure it since the partner mentioned her by name, and she would ask her assistant to find her later. Today's traffic stars really forget their original intentions after becoming famous, and start to put on airs, that is, play big shots. Basically, they are short-lived, and after becoming popular, there is no follow-up. The same is true for the company. Once the popularity has faded, they are basically shelved. When the contract expires, it is basically terminated. It is simply a case of the company being permanent but the stars being transient. After all, resources are limited. A star without fans is just like an outdated loser. The company will not waste resources on such people. The company appreciates singers who are well-behaved, hardworking and responsible. The song continues. There was a boy who loved that girl. After singing the last sentence, Mang Jiqiu was still immersed in the song he was singing. I have to say that the song is sung with great emotion. The most important thing about this song is not the beauty of the lyrics, after all, the lyrics are just okay, but the main thing is that it can touch people deeply in their hearts. This song undoubtedly carries regrets. There is no perfect ending. Once you miss it, all that is left is regret. You sing really well. If you tweak the pitch a little bit, you can use it as a template for your next performance. Wu Wolin, the man said admiringly. After hearing these words, Mang Jiqiu walked out of the recording studio with a look of loss in his eyes, but said unwillingly, "Is this really the case?" Wu Wolin smiled and said, "You sing quite well. Let us leave it at that for now. Your task has been completed. You can go back and leave the rest to the sound engineer." Mang Jiqiu opened her mouth to say something, but swallowed it back. She knew it wasn't her turn to sing such a great song, and she had only wanted to show off in front of Mr. Wu. She felt a little bit unwilling to accept this. How can I put it? You are not a big enough celebrity, and you are still a newcomer. How can you possibly get excellent resources? You are just a newcomer with nothing. Why bother expecting those unrealistic things? You should just think about how to improve yourself. When he left, he said, "Mr. Chen, Mr. Wu, assistantly, there is nothing for me to do, so I'm leaving first." Wu Wolin nodded and said gently, "Then you go first." Although I also want to give her a chance, unfortunately, the company's interests come first. When Chen Zhe saw Mang Jiqiu, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He really can't bear the blow, his psychological quality is a little poor. But when I think about how I just entered the workplace in my previous life, my mental strength didn't seem to be that good either. In the end, I managed to get through the setbacks. After some time, the sound engineer completed the sound adjustment. Wu Wolin held the USB drive excitedly, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and finally she said in a soft tone, "Chen Zhe, come with me to the office, let's talk about cooperation." After waving to Chen Zhe, Wu Wolin and her assistant walked towards the office first. After arriving at the office, Xiaoli printed documents on the printer. Wu Wolin entered working mode and said, "Let's talk about the contract now." Chapter 9 Original Song The Last Page, School Controversy Public Opinion. Galaxy Entertainment Composer. There are two different modes. The first type has a higher base salary of 15,000 yuan. You must upload a song lyric within 3 months, but you can only get 10% of the income from the song you created, and the remaining 10% goes to the singer. This means you're essentially giving up 90% of your earnings, but your base salary is over 10,000 yuan, which at least guarantees your basic salary and quality of life. After all, it's basically impossible for you college graduates to earn more than 10,000 yuan right after graduation. The second type is that your base salary is only 7,000 yuan, but your income can reach 40%, and you must upload a song within 3 months. However, you also need to negotiate the singer's income, and you just need to reach a consensus on how much to give. Which one do you choose? After all, Chen Zhe was a veteran who had worked in the workplace for many years in his previous life. He was quite satisfied with the two contracts, but he was still cautious, so he asked, "Will there be any deviation in the resources you promoted in these two contracts?" Wu Wolin looked at the little guy in surprise. She didn't expect that the little guy was so cautious, so she said, "There is no deviation." If it were normal, he would definitely choose one. After all, the basic salary was 15,000, which guaranteed his life. However, Chen Zhe had a cheat. Chen Zhe answered directly, "I choose condition 2. Okay, then you can choose condition 2. The song you wrote is pretty good. I'll give you some privileges. You are still a college student and will graduate in a few months, so you don't have to come to work on time every day in the next few months. I'll ask my assistant to notify you if there are any orders, Wu Roland said with some appreciation. Most people will definitely choose option 1. After all, the basic salary is 15,000, which guarantees the quality of life and allows newcomers to grow without worries. If you choose option 2, the basic salary is only 7,000, which is still a bit stressful to live in Wancheng, a first-tier city. So every choice has its pros and cons, and you always have to sacrifice something. Generally speaking, you would only choose option 2 if you have absolute confidence in yourself. I have to admire this kid's courage. I don't know if he is really capable or just a flash in the pan. I hope he won't regret his decision today. After Chen Zhe signed the contract. At this time, Wu Roland asked, "Yes, do you plan to use your stage name or your real name?" Chen Zhe thought about it carefully, and finally decided to use the stage name, and said directly, "Then let's call it Bayou." This means the stars in the sky. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Bonus song original, the last page. Not bad, this system is quite generous, and this song is also a slam dunk. After returning to the dormitory, the roommates gathered around him. The fat boy smiled meanly and said, "Chen Zhe, what did you do today? Why didn't you show up all day?" Chen Zhe waved his hand and said, "I'm going to look for a job today." "You are about to graduate, shouldn't you look for a job?" The other two roommates said in surprise, "You went looking for a job, but were you successful in the application?" Chen Zhe nodded and said, "If you are successful in the application, the basic salary will be 7,000 yuan, and if your performance is good, there will be bonuses." Oh, after hearing that their roommate had found a job, the other 3 people in the dormitory also began to feel lost. After all, graduation is only a few months away, and there are not many classes now. Most students have started to prepare to look for jobs. After all, they have to survive after graduation. They haven't made any progress yet, but this kind of bad mood didn't last for a few seconds. The fat man planned to postpone the job search for a few days, and said with some ill intention, "Chen Zhe, do you know that you are now famous in our school?" "No, you are very famous?" Chen Zhe said with some surprise, "Why, did I do something?" The 3 roommates in the dormitory pointed at the computer and said, "Look at the school forum above, everyone is discussing your affairs. I don't know who posted the news of your fake marriage with our goddess Wanqiu. The campus forum has exploded now. It's full of people talking about you, saying that you are daydreaming and that you have delusional thoughts. Some even say that you are so sick that you have even started to produce fake marriage certificates. Now you have become a laughingstock for others after dinner." Chen Zhe. I couldn't help but complain in my heart, I just found a job and was so happy. I was planning to work hard for my financial future, but I didn't expect that another trouble would arise. Chen Zhe quickly went to his seat, turned on his computer, registered his account, and entered the campus forum, which is the school forum. Normally we can barely have a conversation for 10 days to discuss anything, but now we can't wait to fry some fish. All of the above are talking about Chen Zhe. There are more than 1,000 comments under just one sentence, all of which are mocking and teasing Chen Zhe, saying that he had made a fake marriage certificate. Chen Zhe, what do you want me to say? Because Chen Zhe is handsome, he was lucky enough to become one of the campus handsome boys in the university. He has some fame, but it has never been as exaggerated as it is today. Fuck, it turns out that schoolboy Chen also likes to fantasize like us. It seems that all men are the same. What the hell, Wanqiu's wife is ours, you can't covet her. Oh my god, is this so magical? Fake marriage certificates are popular now. And I heard that you are my goddess wife. Isn't that a coincidence? I am the same. Oh my male god, why are you doing this? If you want a marriage certificate, you can tell me, I will kick my boyfriend out immediately, marry you, give you a car and a house, and support you. Bah, what kind of school hunk is this? Men really are all animals that only look at faces. They all like beautiful women. But who doesn't like Bai Wanqiu? I like her too, because I'm a man too. Great Zhe, why do you like Bai Wanqiu? I have always liked you. You make me so sad. The senior sister upstairs, I remember you are a lesbian, what do you mean by this? Alas, although Lily is very good, it's a pity that she can't have children. There's nothing I can do about it. Bah, what a bastard. Men really all like beautiful girls, even Su Xiaoqiao is no exception. How much does he like Bai Wanqiu that he can even think of a fake marriage certificate? That's not right. I remember he seemed to be the #1 anti-fan. He was so obsessed with me. Insider plus 110. I'm beginning to suspect that Chen Zhe made the fake marriage certificate just for Bai He Wanqiu. Public opinion began to split, and Chen Zhe went from being a fan of the husband to a hater in just a moment. Chapter 10 Chen Zhe's Trumpet, Go Take the English Test. That is, Chen Zhe's identity as a black fan has been exposed, and now he is wavering between the two sides. Chen Zhe was in a good mood. He browsed through it casually and couldn't help complaining in his heart, this is just for fun. Forget it, I'd better use a small account. Chen Zhe directly switched to his own Trumpet and began to express his opinions. I support Chen Zhe. Bai Wanqiu is just a vase. Apart from being pretty, she has basically no other advantages. Don't worship her. She doesn't deserve to be a big star. I complain in my heart, when I get angry, I even scold my own wife. There is nothing I can do. This is the task assigned to me by Uncle Bai, and I must complete it. Chen Zhe is handsome, suave, and romantic. How could he fall in love with Bai Wanqiu, who is just pretty? This is simply impossible. No, the one above, you are the most famous anti-fan leader in our school forum. Now he has emerged and is really lingering. Join our anti-fan gang and drive Bai Wanqiu out of the entertainment industry to restore the entertainment industry to a clean and beautiful future. Hurry up and join our group 147258369. Oh my god, I almost burst out laughing. There is no one in this group except that gang leader. Bai Wanqiu is so beautiful and cute, how could she have black fans? It seems that you are the only black fan leader. Do you think this is Chen Zhe's small account? He was afraid that we would criticize him to death if he used his main account, so he changed to a small one. It is possible. Chen Zhe directly logged out of the account and turned off the computer. When I stood up and prepared to walk out the door, one of my roommates said, "No, Lao Chen, what are you going out for?" Chen Zhe waved his hand and said, "You may have forgotten that I failed the English exam and I have to take the makeup exam now." Oh, I almost forgot, you were in your freshman year to your senior year. I think you failed the English exam 10 times. Although Chen Zhe is a reborn person, his English is indeed very weak and his grades are not ideal. If he is not particularly outstanding in other subjects, with his English score of 90 points in the college entrance examination, and dozens of points are based on guessing, it is impossible for him to be admitted to a prestigious university. He is not a genius like Bai Wanqiu, who had a terrifying IQ. She was admitted to the top-ranked university in China through the college entrance examination. In addition, he used to be a person who only cared about eating and waiting to die. In addition, his family was financially well off, so he did not study hard enough. Chen Zhe's father often felt very disappointed in his son. If it weren't for his poor English, Chen Zhe would have had no problem getting into National Tsinghua University. Facts have proved that there is no cheat in rebirth, and there is no possibility of any tricks. My English grades were poor in my previous life, and they are still poor in this life. Chen Zhe's English score. This is the third time he's retaken the exam, and he still hasn't passed. With only a few months until graduation, he's just a few credits short. As long as he can pass English, he'll be able to graduate successfully. Otherwise, he'll have to delay his studies. Putting the system aside, whether I graduate from university or not has no impact on my current life. Although my family is not rich, my parents have some assets. I can just pick a class and live off my parents. No, a life of early semi-retirement. But I still want to get my diploma. After all, I have studied in college for 4 years. If it is difficult to even get a diploma, then these 4 years will be in vain. Chen Zhe used his mobile phone to look for the location of the teaching building. To be honest, after 4 years at school, he still didn't know all the locations of the school. I have been looking for the direction of the classroom. This seems to be the first time I have taken this English class this semester. It is strange to say that it has been a month and a half since the start of the school year, and I have only taken one English class. After all, English classes are at least twice a week. Because I am a failure king, I have to retake English. Now I am in the same class with first-year juniors, which still makes me feel a little awkward. But the level of the English teacher I chose is still good, because this English teacher never takes attendance, so I only missed a few times. Of course, this is one of the reasons. The second reason is that this teacher is recognized as a beautiful teacher in the school. At least watching her teach is quite pleasing to the eyes. The third reason is that in this class, their students are all from the dance department, so almost all of them are 18-year-old junior high school girls, with as little snow as pandas. Regardless of how many times I come in a semester, at least the experience of coming to class is full. Because there are 2 oral exams in a semester, 1 midterm and 1 final, and then there is the final exam at the end of the semester. Today is the midterm oral exam, so I am here to take the exam. After arriving at the classroom, there were not many people in it. Chen Zhe was used to sitting in the last row. After all, he liked to sit in the last row. It was usually like this when he was in school. If he came late, there would only be the front row. When a young girl walks into the classroom and sees such a handsome boy, her eyes light up. Who is this? He is so handsome. Yes, who is this person? Why have we never seen him in our class before? Is he from our class? There are not many boys in our class, and I don't seem to have any impression of him at all. I seem to have some impression of him. Isn't this Chen Zhe, the school hunk of our school? It seems so, but he is so handsome. Compared with the photos, I still think he is handsome. Photos, you are a photo fraud. If I remember correctly, Chen Zhe seems to be a senior already and will graduate in a few months. Why is he in our class? Do I need to ask? He must have failed the course and had to retake it. You know that. Anyway, I heard that his English grades were also very poor. It seemed that he failed many courses and had to retake them. Ah, he even failed the English subject. No, since Chen Zhe's English score is so poor, how did he get into this school? I heard this from my cousin. It is said that Chen Zhe's scores in other subjects in the college entrance examination are simply outstanding, except for his English. If his English score is good, admission to Tsinghua University is not a dream. Ah, those who are more scientific idiots. The key is that I only look at the face. When Chen Zhe heard these voices, he felt very calm. He did come to this class to enjoy the scenery, but that was all. Chen Zhe is so cool, he is simply a cool male god. I just don't know if he has a girlfriend. I find it funny when I hear what you say. This tall boy doesn't have a girlfriend. He has a wife, and the woman he married is a big star. Ha, this is too funny. How on earth did Chen Zhe come up with the idea of getting a fake marriage certificate? Chen Zhe acted as if he couldn't hear anything. He took a sip of the happy fat house water and waited quietly for class. Chapter 11 by Wanqiu. You can be a mother only if you have milk, but you can only be an aunt if you don't have milk. How should I put it? I'm about to graduate, and seeing these younger students, I feel a little childish. As for their discussion about myself, I pretended not to hear it. After all, this kind of trivial public opinion would pass in a few days. After a while, the class officially started. A beautiful girl wearing a plush windbreaker, black glasses, and a pair of high heels walked into the classroom. Her appearance was amazing at first glance. She looks to be around 25 years old. She is the English teacher of this class. Her name is Li Qingyun. It is said that she graduated from Tsinghua University at the age of 22. She has a delicate oval face and looks like a stunner. Moreover, she has a hot body and is admired by countless teachers and students in the school. Li Qingyun's beautiful eyes scanned the entire venue. After noticing that a few people were missing, she had a rough idea of what was going on. Then she saw an unexpected figure. Chen Zhe. This kid actually came today, he must be here for the oral exam. The midterm oral exam begins today. Li Qingyun speaks in a serious voice and is a serious teacher during class. Li Qingyun turned on the computer and saw an English conversation on the screen, which looked very profound. It directly blinded the titanium eyes of the students below. Oh my god, why is this question so difficult? I feel that even if I pass the English level 4, it is not enough. Forget level 4, I feel level 6 is also difficult. Why does my cousin say English is not that difficult? Hearing the noise of these classmates, Li Qingyun was not surprised at all, and said directly, "Everyone be quiet, this question is very difficult, and it is a question I made up. The test questions are at the back. What I want to say is that if any of you can solve this question, you don't have to attend these 2 classes of mine, and you will pass the midterm and final oral exams directly. This is the question I made when I took the level 8 exam. Since it's so good. What's the use? This is equivalent to the level 8 English test. Do you think it's possible for a loser like you who hasn't even passed level 4? Chen Zhe looked at the question on the computer screen and his brain fell into deep thought. After 4 seconds of thinking, he was confident in his mind. I couldn't help but complain in my heart, it's worthy of being a system, cheaters are cheaters. Chen Zhe's eyes lit up and he raised his hand happily and said, Teacher, let me try it. Li Qingyun said in disbelief, are you sure? I remember Chen Zhe very clearly, and I even have a deep impression of him. First, he was so handsome, and the impression he left was quite deep. Second, his English grades were so poor that I don't know how he got into this school. Li Qingyun calmed himself down and asked again, Are you sure it's you, classmate Chen Zhe, are you sure? Chen Zhe was still very confident and said directly, I am not wrong. Seeing that this guy had given up and seemed to not care about anything anymore, Li Qingyun said in a comforting tone, Student Chen Zhe, there is no need to really give up. The next questions are really simple. Chen Zhe still insisted, Teacher, there is really no need, I will choose this question. Okay, just come up. Chen Zhe walked up to the podium very confidently, not nervous at all, as if he had always been able to do it easily. Li Qingyun is only 1.67 meters tall, and Chen Zhe, who is about 1.8 meters tall, looks really safe standing next to him. Chen Zhe looked at these complicated articles with great interest. It was as if these words were imprinted in his mind. It was not difficult at all. Chen Zhe read it very confidently, and even after finishing the English, he also read out the Chinese. The voice spoke fluent English with a very standard accent, and the pronunciation was absolutely correct, couldn't be more correct. About 3 minutes later, Chen Zhe finished reading it perfectly. At this time, the classroom was dead silent. The reading was so good that he even read the Chinese version after finishing the English version. Damn, isn't Chen Zhe's English grade very bad? How could he be so good? It seems the rumors are not credible. It's amazing. Chen Zhe's English reading is so beautiful that I feel like I'm almost immersed in it. Isn't it said that Chen Zhe's English grades are very poor? But this fluent pronunciation is a complete dimensionality reduction attack, and even has the European and American pronunciation standards. Although I don't know if it is correct, I feel that it should be correct. Even English teacher Li Qingyun was mesmerized as he stood by, and even found it hard to believe. He knew that what he read was correct, but he had never expected that a poor student who had failed the exam could read better than him. Teacher Li, do you think I passed? Teacher, did you hear me? Chen Zhe called out several times, but Li Qingyun didn't come back to his senses. Oh, classmate Chen Zhe, your pronunciation is very standard. I can tell you without any modesty that you are even better than me. If it is the level 8 English test, I believe you can pass it. Classmate Chen Zhe, you have passed. Okay, thank you very much, teacher. I will never forget your great kindness. Chen Zhe was ecstatic. I finally helped him pass the English test. The system is really good. Chen Zhe didn't just go back to his seat, but ran out frantically, as if he was escaping from a cage. Wow, Chen Zhe's English grades are so good. His teacher said that he can even pass the level 8 English test. He is worthy of being the male god of our school. He is really different from others. Li Qingyun was still in a daze at this time. She still couldn't figure out how Chen Zhe, a poor student who had failed English every year, could suddenly do so well in English. Could it be that he has been reviewing seriously every day during the past 3 years in college? As soon as this thought came to mind, Li Qingyun shook his head. This mainly depends on talent. Could it be that Chen Zhe was born with a talent for English? He is actually a genius in English, so why does he fail every exam? What is his purpose in failing? Obviously, this question is also echoing in the minds of the students here. I have always had a question. Chen Zhe's English grades are so good, why does he always fail the course? He even had to retake it 3 times, and it cost hundreds of dollars each time. It's obvious that he failed the course on purpose. He must have had some purpose. But what is he trying to achieve? What is the point of having the English subject? English class is just like a lullaby. Who would want to take English class? To be honest, if our English teacher wasn't beautiful and had a great figure, I definitely wouldn't want to attend English class and would have skipped it long ago. Hey, it seems we have found a breakthrough with this sentence of yours. Think about it, Teacher Li is beautiful and has a good figure. She is a recognized beauty in the school. How many teachers in the school are openly pursuing her? I thought of this too. The reason why Chen Zhe failed so many courses before, and every time he retaken a course, he had to retake Teacher Li's course, could it be just to take more classes from Teacher Li? I have discovered a new world. Wow, that should be the case. Think about it carefully. In order to take teacher Li's class, Shinzei failed so many times in a row and retaken it 3 times. He chose teacher Li every time. The reason why he passed the exam this time was because he was about to graduate, so he had to pass the supplementary exam. Doesn't this mean that Shinzei likes teacher Li? Isn't this a teacher-student love relationship? It's really romantic. One of the boys said, "This is not a big deal. It's a university. Teacher-student love is not that strict. I have a cousin who liked their female counselor in college. He has been working hard for this goal. In order to complete the task of betraying his teacher and destroying his ancestors? He wants to turn his teacher into his wife. He is still working hard on it as a graduate student. What you said seems to make sense. To be honest, I also like teacher Li's looks and figure. I, a girl, want to try it." Hearing the words of these classmates, and those somewhat unsightly words, Li Qingyun's heart began to beat fast, and she felt a little confused. She even bit her lip. She didn't know what was going on in her mind, and her beautiful cheeks turned a little red. In just a few seconds, an idea came up. Was it really because of me that Chunzei failed the exam? After all, Chunzei chose himself as the teacher for the courses he retook 3 years ago. There were so many English teachers to choose from, so why did he choose himself? Did he really have some ideas? The more I think about it, the more I feel that this is true. I was furious. How could Chunzei do this? I was his teacher, and he should respect his teacher. How could he have such thoughts about his teacher? Could he really be like what the boy in my class said, wanting to bully his teacher and destroy his ancestors? Trying hard to calm himself, Li Qingyun pretended to be serious and said, "Everyone be quiet, the exam is starting now." The extremely agonizing exam is finally over. Li Qingyun was very uneasy. As soon as she left the classroom, she ran to her dormitory apartment, picked up her mobile phone and entered her group of close friends. "Qingyun, beautiful girl, dear sisters, dear friends, what should we do? There is a male student in our class who has this idea in mind." Just 1 second after the message was released, the group started to get noisy. "Future Ace Agent, is this true or not? But there is nothing strange about this. If I were a boy, I would definitely like a goddess like you who has a great body and is absolutely beautiful. You are also a cute girl who appears serious on the surface but has a huge contrast behind the scenes. Drooling daydreaming. Qingyun, beautiful girl, you are just a slut, I don't want to pay attention to you anymore." Queen of Rain poetry in the end, Qingyun, ignore that idiot, he only knows how to eat melons and can't see the problem. As far as I know you, you are now a university teacher. There are so many students and teachers who like you, but you haven't told any of them, and now you. Obscene smile. Future Ace Agent, oh, I suddenly understand. You're horny. Don't be so horny. Beautiful girl Qingyun, I didn't do that. Don't talk nonsense. You two girls are my subordinates. I am a noble people's teacher. I must lead by example. How could I possibly have such thoughts about my own students? Be rational. My younger brother is my slave, Xiao Yunyun, don't overthink it. Think about it, a teacher and his student developing that kind of abnormal love is such a wonderful thing, and it's quite exciting. I think your student must also want to betray his teacher and ancestors. And want to marry you home. You have to understand one thing, love has no age. Laugh. Qingyun, beautiful girl, you are a bad woman, you always think about old cow eating young grass, not only old, but also think it is beautiful, shameless, since you like a college student, you have graduated for several years. You don't even let go of a little puppy. Contempt. My younger brother is my slave, you don't understand at all, younger brother is the cutest thing shy. Future Ace Agent, you may not know this yet, but Wancho has had ill intentions towards her brother for a long time. Yesterday, she even got her brother drunk and dragged him into the Civil Affairs Bureau to force him to get married. Qingyun, beautiful girl, tell me quickly. Future Rain Poetry Queen, eat melon, eat melon. My younger brother is my slave, I really admire you guys. There is nothing much to say. Just look at the marriage certificate photo. Fuck. The other two girlfriends were instantly furious. This was too fierce. Future Ace Agent, although it was my idea, after seeing this marriage certificate, I want to chop that bastard to pieces. The future Queen of Rain Poetry, I'm going to beat this bastard's head off, give me his home address right away. Xing beautiful girl, I'm going to chop him up. My younger brother is my slave, stop talking nonsense. Don't think you don't need to give me a red envelope just because you say these things. Hurry up and give me the red envelope. Hurry up and stop talking nonsense. Kind smile. Future ace agent, send red envelope, 17452 you make me so mad. The future queen of rain poetry, send a red envelope, 17452 you make me so mad. Beautiful Qingyun, send red envelope, 17452 you make me so angry. My younger brother is my slave. Is this a blessing? Forget it, it's a waste. Receive 3 red envelopes. My younger brother is my slave, thank you all for your blessings. My husband and I will have a baby soon and recognize you as our godmother. No, only if you have milk can you be a mother. If you don't have milk, you can only be an aunt. Goodbye, single dogs. After Chenzhe returned to the dormitory, he opened a bottle of Happy Fat House water and took a sip. It was so refreshing. People who have never tasted Fat House water will not understand the joy of it. Chenzhe knew that he still had the copyright for a novel called Fights Break Sphere, so he carried his computer to the bed and started typing. When choosing a novel platform, I finally chose the Tomato novel platform. This novel is more friendly to newcomers. My fingers kept typing, and I couldn't help but feel a little ecstatic in my heart. After all, I am now a person with a job, and also a person with a side job. When I think that I will soon achieve financial freedom, I feel a little ecstatic in my heart. Just at this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. As soon as I saw the message sent above, the name was Great Demon. I knew it was my neighbor's sister. Oh, now she is my nominal wife. Chapter 12 Chenzhe, that plastic surgery face wants to kill me like a fat sheep. Great devil, my stinky brother, what are you doing now? Do you miss me? Smile happily. After seeing this big devil, Chenzhe carefully sent a message back, I have found a job now and have started preparing to go to work. After seeing this message, Bai Wanqiu was stunned for a moment and replied angrily, you naughty brother, didn't I say I would support you? Why do you still have to go to work? Chenzhe replied somewhat nervously, I am about to graduate now. If I can't find a job, I will be laughed at by others. I don't want to be seen as a loser by others. Great devil, okay, as long as you are happy, sister will send you some red envelopes, okay, evil smile. After saying that, 3 red envelopes appeared on the mobile page. Chenzhe looked at the 3 red envelopes on his phone and began to calculate them in his mind, wanting to see what this devil was planning. After all, nothing good had ever happened to him since he was a child. Although she had given him some money from time to time since she started working and asked him to accept it, he could only accept it reluctantly. But I have a calculation in my mind. I didn't spend a penny of the money she transferred to me. The money was all in a bank card. After these 3 years, you estimate that there is 300,000 yuan in that card. Bai Wanqiu looked at the message. Little Shithan, Sister Bai, I haven't used up the 10,000 yuan you transferred to me last month, and I'm not short of money now, so there is really no need for you to transfer money to me. Great devil, I think you don't have enough to spend, that's right, take it from me quickly, and receive Sister's iron fist immediately. Little silly, okay. Chenzhe directly received 3 red envelopes, but fell into deep thought when he saw the numbers on them, because all 3 red envelopes were 17452, which he realized meant, you make me so mad. Chenzhe broke out in a cold sweat. Was this a warning to him? How had he angered her? She must be trying to get revenge on him. What should he do? What should he do? Chenzhe quickly calmed down, and then deposited all the money from the 3 red envelopes into his bank card. He didn't care about it for the time being. Anyway, he just had to stay away from her in the future. Suddenly a message came from the phone. Director Wu, come to the company to discuss the profit-sharing issue. Galaxy Entertainment, Director's Office. Mr. Wu, are you sure that the newcomer's song has been approved? I really find it a bit hard to believe. Su Manxiang's face had obviously undergone plastic surgery. She sat in front of Wu Roland in a professional suit, with a look of disbelief on her face, expressing doubts about this matter. Wu Roland sat in front of her and said very seriously, this song has indeed been approved, and the client is very satisfied with it. I sent you an email, have you listened to it? Of course Su Manxiang had never heard of it, but she still replied, of course I have heard of it, it's a pretty good song. When Wu Roland saw her like this, she was so angry that she couldn't even speak. It was obvious that she had never heard of it before and was really arrogant. But she was too lazy to pay attention to her and said directly, Chen Zhe will be here soon, and you can negotiate the profit sharing issue with him. After hearing about the share, Su Manxiong said with some surprise, didn't he choose a base salary of 15,000? He chose a base salary of 7,000, right? How dare he do that, a college student who hasn't even graduated yet? Now Director Wu asked him to discuss the profit sharing issue with him, which basically means that he chose the second option and gave up the high salary of 15,000. He is really ignorant. After all, some intermediate composers dare not sign such a contract. Inspiration cannot be available at any time. If there are no good works, no money can be made at all. It is really a case of newcomers being ignorant and fearless. Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Please come in, Wu Roland said directly. Mr. Wu, I'm here. Chen Zhe, dressed in casual clothes, walked in. Su Manxiong took a glance, feeling a little surprised at first, and then regained her composure. I thought to myself, this guy is not bad looking at his age, but he is a little bit stupid. Wu Roland directly took out a contract and said with a serious expression, this is a profit-sharing contract. You will get 40% of the revenue from this song. As for how much the singer will get, you can discuss it and sign it after you agree. Su Manxiong immediately thought of a bad idea and said directly, the little brother is good looking. If he becomes a star, he will probably be very popular. Chen Zhe smiled and said, oh, I can't do it anymore. I'd rather be a composer. Tell me your conditions and how much you want. Su Manxiong rolled her eyes and said with a smile, when I signed a contract with someone before, the total profit was 20%, and each person took 10%. It was still reasonable. I had nothing to say. When Chen Zhe heard this, he knew that this guy was going to raise the price, but he didn't stop her. He wanted to hear what she had to say. Wu Roland also looked a little unhappy. It was obvious that Su Manxiong was going to raise the price and take advantage of the newcomer Chen Zhe. It was indeed a bit despicable, but she did not say anything. After all, the contract could be negotiated. Su Manxiong said with a smile, you know, my status is quite high. Now I am already a very famous star. Maybe in the near future, I will be able to become a first-line star like Bai Wanqiu and Wang Yushi, so you should understand that being able to work with me is a very rare thing. Therefore, I want 30% of the profit from this contract, and the remaining 10% is enough for you to spend. When Chen Zhe heard these words, he smiled contemptuously. Wu Roland said directly, Su Manxiong, isn't what you said a bit too much? According to the profit sharing, you make 20% as profit. Aren't you a bit greedy? Mr. Wu, what you said is not right. I take 20%, which is the standard for intermediate composers. He is a newcomer, and it is good enough that I don't take 35%. It is already a good deal for him. Don't be dissatisfied. When Chen Zhe heard these words, he said with a sneer, since we can't reach an agreement, then let's not talk about it. I tell you, I refuse to cooperate with you. When Su Manxiong heard this, she laughed with some disdain and said, the client is a film and television company worth tens of billions, and the director specifically asked me to sing. Since you and I can't reach an agreement, I wonder if you can live up to this big client. Chen Zhe said directly to Wu Roland, Mr. Wu, can you call that client? I need to talk to him and want to replace her with someone else. Wu Roland thought about it, but decided to make a phone call. After the call was connected, a man's voice came from the inside, Mr. Wu, has the song been recorded? Is there anything else we need to discuss? Wu Roland said directly, Director Zhao, the creator of this song wants to talk to you, are you available? The man was quite straightforward and said directly, if there is any inconvenience, please ask Teacher Bai Yu to answer the phone. After Chen Zhe got the phone, he said very politely, Director Zhao, let me ask you first, what do you think of my song? Director Zhao said very honestly, it is very well written. I have listened to the song in the email sent by Mr. Wu. Is there anything you want to discuss with Mr. Bai Yu? Chen Zhe said in a serious tone, I want to change a singer, is that okay? I want to choose the person myself. I don't like Su Manxiong to sing this song. I want to recommend a newcomer. Director Zhao said with some embarrassment, this is a bit troublesome. After all, the person has been confirmed, and a newcomer does not meet the requirements. When Su Manxiong heard this, she was very happy and said disdainfully in her heart, how ignorant. You are a new composer and you still want to change people. You really think you are an ace composer and you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Humph, I want all the profits this time. Chen Zhe said with a smile, there is nothing to talk about then. I will release this song as a single. I believe the revenue will be good. The office was silent at this time. Wu Roland's face turned pale. If this song was released as a single, what would happen to her project? What? Director Zhao said directly, No, let us talk it nicely. May I ask, how did Su Manqiang offend you? Chen Zhe started cursing and said, That guy with the plastic surgery face wants to take advantage of me, I just don't like him, is this reason enough? The office was silent. Su Manqiang was so angry that she was shaking all over and clenching her fists. No, okay, I'll listen to you. I'll replace whoever you say, but can you have a small request? You have to ensure that the singer you replace has an acceptable level of performance, Director Zhao said humbly. After all, if this project goes wrong, the chairman will definitely scold me. And the quality of this song is very good, it will definitely be a hit. Chen Zhe smiled and said, Okay, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Director Zhao quickly said, Okay, I hope we can cooperate in the future. Teacher Baiyu, when you come to Yinjing in the future, I will treat you to a meal. After hanging up the phone, Wu Roland really admired this young man more and more. Director Zhao was a very principled person. Even though his tone softened just now, it also proved his approval of the song. Otherwise, this project would not have been delayed for so long. Changing singers is not uncommon, but it is basically something that only ace composers can do, and it is impossible for newcomers to do it. Chen Zhe said directly, Mr. Wu, go call Meng Jiqiu over. Choose her as the singer. I think it's right to choose her. She has solid basic skills and is not arrogant. I think she will look pleasing to you too. Wu Roland nodded. What he said was correct, especially the last sentence which touched her heart. She said directly to her assistant Xiaoli, Go and call Meng Jiqiu over. About 5 minutes later, assistant Xiaoli and Meng Jiqiu came over. Meng Jiqiu looked very nervous, a little at a loss, and even a little excited. Wu Roland was quite appreciative of this girl, and she said directly, Meng Jiqiu, Chen Zhe has already talked it through with the partners. The singer of the song later will decide how to negotiate the contract. Meng Jiqiu thought about it, and then said firmly, I don't want anything from it, I just hope that Mr. Wu and Mr. Chen can give me this opportunity, thank you so much. After saying this, he bowed to each of them. Chen Zhe didn't expect the girl to be so polite, even a little too polite. He directly stamped his name with his fingerprint, wrote something with a pen, and then handed the contract to her. Meng Jiqiu was deeply moved when she saw the 10% written after her name, and she looked at Chen Zhe with hazy eyes. She knew that it was Chen Zhe who gave her this opportunity, and she was so moved. Meng Jiqiu said excitedly, Thank you Teacher Chen for giving me this opportunity. I will try my best to sing this song well. Thank you. Chen Zhe said directly, Okay, make good use of this opportunity, and you still need to practice harder, otherwise you may not be able to handle difficult songs in the future. Thank you Teacher Chen for your guidance. Chen Zhe said with a smile, Mr. Wu, since there is nothing for me to do, can I leave? Wu Roland said directly, You can go now. After the movie is broadcast, it will usher in a large wave of traffic and the revenue brought by the movie. I will transfer it to you when it arrives. Also, after the movie is broadcast, your song will be put on Cuckoo Music. I will help you with this. You just wait to get the money. Chen Zhe nodded. After all, no one wants to cause trouble. After everyone left, Su Manqiang spoke directly, This guy Chen Zhe is really too much. He actually started to talk about me in public. Doesn't he have any face? Wu Roland was about to scold her, but she held back. After all, she was also one of the company's cash cows, and according to her inside information, Su Manqiang had a relationship with a shareholder of the company, and that shareholder's status was not lower than hers, so she still gave her some face. Wu Roland said directly, You probably haven't heard that song. Su Manqiang nodded and said, I have indeed never heard of it. Just listen carefully to it yourself. What a good opportunity it is, why waste it? After saying this, Wu Roland walked out of the office directly. Su Manqiang was the only one left in the office. She reluctantly opened the email. The song here is the one that Wu Roland sent to herself. Later. When she clicked on the song, pleasant music started playing, and Su Manqiang went from being disdainful at first to being in disbelief in it, which only took about a few tens of seconds. I listened to it once, and then listened to it again. I felt very regretful. Why did I want to miss this opportunity? No wonder people would rather change people than the song. But there is only one chance. After Chinzei returned to the school dormitory, he began to write and gave his author account a name, Salted Fish in the Lake. Then I started typing like crazy. When I was getting ready to go to bed at night, my phone suddenly rang. Big Devil, my naughty brother, a movie called Our Youth will be released in a few days. Do you want me to watch it with you? Shenzei saw this message and started replying directly. Little silly boy, sister bye, I don't like watching movies. If you like, go ahead and watch it. Chapter 13, Bad Movies Make Divine Comedy, Please accept new tasks. Great Devil, no, I know you are being stubborn. You like watching movies, right? Little silly, no, I really don't like watching movies, so don't ask me to go. Great Devil, stop pretending. I know you like watching movies. I'll go with you in a couple of days to watch A Kind Smile Sister Iron Fist. Shenzei had no way to refuse and had to submit to the tyranny of this great demon. During these 2 days, Shenzei signed the contract very quickly. There is no doubt that the work before 80,000 words was basically done by machines, but because the title of the novel was quite interesting, there were actually a few real people. Oh my god, this introduction is quite interesting. It seems to be a different cultivation system. I want to take a look. It's really attractive, especially the old man in the ring, who looks like a swindler at first glance. 2 days passed quickly, and Our Youth was soon released and started showing in theaters. Especially in recent days, there are a lot of advertisements and all kinds of publicity. Especially since it was promoted for a long time before, the scene in the cinema was very popular, so it also attracted a lot of people. My naughty brother, I am so famous, is it possible for me to be recognized? Bai Wanqiu was wearing a sweatshirt, jeans, and a pair of casual shoes. She wore a mask, put on some simple makeup, and wore a travel hat, the kind with a duckbill. Shenzei was also very careful, covering his face very tightly, so his face couldn't be seen at all. He said in a low voice, "There are so many people here, as long as you don't come into contact with others, it won't be a big problem." Chenju was responsible for buying popcorn and French fries, but Bai Wanqiu bought the milk tea, and then the two of them lined up to get tickets. The queue was quite long and 2 people waited for quite a while. After the 2 of them walked into the cinema, Shenzei looked at the row where he was sitting and whispered, "Sister Bai, why is there no one in the last row? I remember that this movie has been promoted for so long, and there must be a lot of people who like it. Besides, how come even the premiere wasn't full?" Shenzei and Bai Wanqiu were sitting in their seats. Shenzei looked around with a strange look, feeling very confused. It seemed that all the seats in the cinema were full except for the last row. Bai Wanqiu and I were sitting right in the middle of the last row. Of course, Bai Wanqiu would not say that she had booked the entire last row. She just wanted the 2 of them to sit alone together and watch the movie without being disturbed, so she could only blush and stammer, "Maybe others don't like the last row. Stop talking nonsense and let us watch the movie." Shenzei nodded and said, "Sister Bai, this is good. In dim lighting, it won't be easy for people to notice you taking off your mask." Bai Wanqiu nodded, gave the cup of milk tea full of sugar to Shenzei, and her own cup had only 3/4 of sugar. What bad intentions could a woman have? She just wants to give you something delicious to drink. Not long after, the movie started. Orange already had a general understanding of the plot of the movie, so he just watched it casually. But Bai Wanqiu next to him was watching with great interest. As expected, women all like to watch this kind of brainless TV series. In the later part of the story, the hero was asked to break up by the heroine's parents. In the end, the hero decided not to delay the heroine. Then I found a woman to act out a play. In the end, the heroine thought that the hero had betrayed her, broke up on her own initiative, and went to study abroad. Bai Wanqiu was so moved that tears streamed down her face. Shenzei directly handed over a tissue and said with some doubt, "Is it necessary to be so moved?" Bai Wanqiu glanced at Shenzei and pinched his waist with her hand. It hurts, Sister Bai, what are you doing? Why are you pinching me?" Shenzei said in pain with tears in his eyes. Bai Wanqiu said directly, "You must cry with me. If you don't shed tears, you will make me look stupid. Shenzei, you can still play like this, it seems that I have to get a divorce, otherwise I can't bear it." Of course, these words are impossible to say. 5 years later, at the end of the story, the hero looked at the heroine in her wedding dress, smiled with tears in his eyes and said, "Congratulations, you are getting married." The heroine also smiled with tears in her eyes. The story ends here. The whole movie is over. When everyone was about to leave, a surprise appeared. There is a surprise at the end, don't leave. After seeing this, the people in the cinema sat back in their seats out of curiosity. A picture is frozen here. The hero and the heroine are sitting on the sofa, and the heroine said with a smile, "When we have children in the future, do you like boys or girls?" The male protagonist answered sincerely, "I like all children as long as they are born by you. If it is a boy, we will protect you together. If it is a girl, I will protect you both and we will never separate." Sad music began to play, accompanied by various instruments. Later, I finally learned how to love. It's a pity that you have already gone far away and disappeared in the sea of people. The scenes of love drive this song, filling it with emotions. Gardenia, white petals. Falling on my blue pleated skirt. I love you, you say softly. I lowered my head and smelled a fragrance. That eternal night, the midsummer of my 17th year, the night you kissed me. The beautiful song shook the whole audience and everyone was immersed in the wonderful singing. If we hadn't been so stubborn at that time. I don't feel so regretful now. How do you remember me? With a smile or in silence? Is there anyone who can make you feel less lonely over the years? The song touched the soul directly, and many people at the scene shed tears. The song continues. Later, I finally learned how to love, but unfortunately you had already left and disappeared in the crowd. Later, I finally understood in tears that some people will be gone once they are missed. As the song later was sung, it touched the heartstrings more and more. Wancho next to her was crying like a child, with tears streaming down her face. She was not a crybaby, but this time she was really moved. She even thought of herself in her previous life. She missed her silly brother last time. Oh my god, I almost fell asleep while watching this movie, and the song at the end is so beautiful. The key is that this song directly touches the deepest emotions in my heart. The plot is just average, but the songs are so good that I almost cried when I heard them. It seems that the drama's big trick is yet to come. It's really a bad movie with a brilliant tune. A girl in front looked at her boyfriend with red eyes and said, "Didn't you say that the movie was boring before you came? What do you think now? Do you think it is meaningful?" Baby, I think it is very meaningful. Although the plot is not very good, the song is nice. I hope we can be together forever and not become each other's afterlife. We must yearn for true love and freedom. The boy and girl hugged each other tightly. Whoa, my stinky little brother, this song is so touching, it made me cry. Wancho grabbed a handful of tissues to wipe her tears. Chen Zhe complained in his heart, the power of gratitude in this song is indeed very strong. In his previous life, Queen Lu became a god with this song, and she defeated all 4 judges in seconds. There was simply nothing wrong with it. Chen Zhe said directly, "What's so touching about this? Just get used to it." Inner monologue, I was already immune to songs in my previous life. When my second song The Last Page comes out, I guess I, as a sister, will cry again. After the song is over, it means the next movie is about to start, so everyone has to leave. The song information is out. Later. Singer, Meng Jiqiu. Lyricist, Bai Yu. Composer, Bai Yu. Everyone present remembered these 2 names, Meng Jiqiu and Bai Yu. But the most important person was the latter, because he was the one who created this song. After walking out of the cinema, Wancho started searching for Kugu music directly. Sure enough, the music was found. Wancho was enjoying music while wearing Bluetooth headphones. Chen Zhe asked curiously, "Is it that nice to hear?" Wancho said directly and righteously, "You naughty brother, you have never been in this industry, you have no idea how difficult it is to produce a good song in the current entertainment industry." Chen Zhe certainly knew how backward the music in this world was. Basically, most of the music remained at the level of Mouse Loves Rice. Because Chen Zhe pretended to have something to do, he quickly found a way to say goodbye and returned to the dormitory, refusing Sister Bai's entanglement. After Chen Zhe returned to the dormitory, the fat man came up to him and said excitedly, "Old Chen, do you know that the ending song later of the current movie Our Youth is very nice? I just downloaded it on Kugu Music, it's really nice." The other 2 roommates had the same thing, and they just played the song later on Kugu Music out loud. Chen Zhe smiled awkwardly and said, "I think it's okay, you guys take your time to listen." After saying this, I climbed into bed and started typing. I still have to work hard. At this time, public opinion in the school exploded. It was finally no longer a funny incident of Chen Zhe pretending to get a marriage certificate with a big star. Start the wind reversal immediately. Oh, I just went to the movies with my girlfriend, and the result was unexpected. The plot of the movie was average, but the ending song was so good. It was not only a waste of paper but also a waste of cigarettes. But to be honest, I'm really not afraid of you laughing at me. I'm a tall and strong man, but I actually cried like a dog in the cinema. It's really embarrassing. This youth film is the best youth film I have ever seen. To be honest, the movie is just average and not that great. The main thing is this song, which is particularly touching and can reach deep into people's hearts. After being refused a date by her brother, Wansho was very angry and went straight back to her villa. I opened the group chat with my best friends and found that it had exploded. Shingyun, beautiful girl, have you heard the song later on Coco Music? It's really good and made me cry several times. Future Rain Poetry Queen, that's true. I have been a star for so long, but I have never sung such a beautiful song. If I were to sing this song, I would definitely become more popular and get one step closer to the position of queen. Future Ace Agent, this song is so good. I've already found out who Baiyu is signed to, and he seems to work at Wancheng Xingha Entertainment. I originally thought he was a top composer, but after looking up his profile, I discovered he's just a junior composer. Of course, I'm almost certain he's a small-time composer. As for who he is, I don't know. As for Meng Jiqiu, he's a complete newcomer. After seeing these messages from her besties, Bai Wanxiu also started to comment. My younger brother is my slave. Today I went to see the movie with my silly younger brother. The movie is really good, but this song is better. To be honest, I also want to hold a concert, and I want one with songs of this quality. The future Queen of Rain Poetry, my agent has contacted their company and hopes that I can sing the next song. I hope I can succeed. My younger brother is my subordinate. I wish you success. Xingyun, beautiful girl, I wish you success. Future Ace Agent, I wish you success. Meng Jiqiu was in the company, seeing all kinds of relatives and friends, as well as his parents, friends, and classmates. They all came to bless him and congratulate him. She couldn't help but feel happy, but the first person she sent a message to was Chen Zhe. Teacher Chen Zhe, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much. A few seconds passed. Chen Zhe, I hope you will not forget your original intention and work hard for your dreams. Meng Jiqiu's cheeks flushed a little. She suddenly realized that teacher Chen Zhe was so outstanding. He was not only young, but also handsome and had the talent of a composer. Any woman would fall in love with him. I don't know if he has a girlfriend? Chen Zhe was typing when editor Daong sent a message. It's very well written. I will recommend it to you in advance. Keep up your current level. Chen Zhe was delighted to see this and replied. Ace God, thank you. I will definitely work hard. Daong, okay. At this time, Wu Wolin sent a message. A big star wants your song. Would you like to consider collaborating? She doesn't need any profit, which means that if you compose the song this time, you can get 40% of the profit. Chen Zhe was about to reply when the system crashed. Congratulations to the master, random task. First, win the battle and accept this composing task, and the rewards are the original copyright of Love Song and the copyright of the novel The Hidden Corner. P.S. Later, sung by Renee Liu, lyrics by Shi Rencheng, music by Chiharu Tamashiro. This song has been around for 25 years. It was a hit for my parents' generation. I didn't understand why they liked listening to that kind of old song before, but now that I've grown up, I like listening to it too, huh? Chapter 14, The Impact of the Song. Wang Yushi asked to write a song. Option 2, just refuse, you have nothing. Chen Zhe didn't need to think about it and just chose one. After all, the reward this time was quite rich. Congratulations to the host, the reward has been received, all copyrights of the original love song and all copyrights of the novel The Hidden Corner. Chen Zhe sent a message directly to Wu Wolin. Mr. Wu, I agree. What is the name of that big star and what type of song does she need? Wu Wolin saw the message he sent in the office and was a little surprised that he agreed so quickly, so she sent it directly. Her name is Wang Yushi, a very famous first-line star in China. She is going to release a single now, preferably one with rich emotions. She doesn't need any income. As for the fee she will give you, her assistant said to decide after seeing the lyrics. Wang Yushi. Chen Zhe was very familiar with this name. After all, this person was as famous as Bai Wanqiu. He really didn't expect that a big singer would find him so soon. Chen Zhe replied directly, I will send it to you when I finish writing it. It will take me some time. Wu Wolin, no problem. By the way, the money from Huapi Film and Television has arrived. The client gave a total of 1 million. Based on the 30% dividend, you can get 300,000. I will ask the finance department to transfer the money to you later. Okay, thank you Sister Wu, Chen Zhe replied. Huapi Films. One of the more powerful film and television websites in China. Our youth originally had a very bad reputation because it was broadcast relatively late and promoted relatively early, and the movie was also average. So the rating was only 5.5 points, which was so bad that it was unbearable to watch. However, after the premiere, it directly jumped to 9.2 points and is still slowly rising. There is no doubt that the majority of netizens' comments were about the song later, and they all praised how well the song was sung. More netizens said that a bad movie had a great song, and one song saved the entire movie. In a luxurious building in Yinjing, there were several people sitting in an office. These people were undoubtedly the main creative team, investors, and the director. Director Zhang looked at the high rating and almost couldn't suppress his smile. He almost became the crooked-mouthed Dragon King in the novel. It was a close call. At least I was rescued, otherwise I would be finished this time. The production crew members were basically relieved, as they were afraid that they would be fired by their boss this time. If it were based on past experience, this kind of collapse would basically be irreversible, but at least it was recovered. I never thought that an ending song could save a movie. The investors were also grinning from ear to ear, and were actually ecstatic. After all, they had successfully turned the tables this time, and the results were unexpectedly good. If they continued at this pace, they could sell out the box office directly, and then they would get a lot of money. When the producer saw this result, he laughed heartily and said, "It seems that my original decision was right. Spending 1 million yuan to buy an ending song can now bring us more than 100 times the profit. It turns out that we cannot look at the world with a worldly perspective. There are masters among the people, and newcomers can also be kings." Director Zhang said directly, "This suggestion was made by you, so you must have made a contribution. I will talk to Gao Yun to give you a bonus." In Wancheng City, Wu Wolin looked at the popularity of the song later by Cuckoo Music and nodded with satisfaction. When Shaoli saw the data above, he said in disbelief, "Mr. Wu, this data is too scary. In just a few hours, the number of views has reached 1 billion, the number of likes has reached 1 million, and the number of comments has reached hundreds of thousands." Wu Wolin nodded in satisfaction and said directly, "Shaoli, quickly have the publicity department promote this song with all their might. Send a message to all major music platforms and websites, promoting this song on their homepages." Shaoli said with some concern, "Chen Zhe is just a junior composer. If we give him such good publicity resources, I'm afraid other senior executives in the company will have objections. Why don't you consider using less resources? And the cost of recommending him on the homepages of major music platforms is probably astronomical. It's still too risky, Mr. Wu, would you like to consider it?" Wu Wolin spoke directly, "I have so many years of experience, I never fight a battle without confidence. Believe me, there will only be profits and no losses. Even if there is a loss, it is only for the time being, and I will definitely make it back in the future. Just do your own thing well, and I will take care of those high-level matters." "Okay," Shaoli replied and walked out the door. Wu Wolin's phone suddenly rang, and she saw it was from Chen Zhe. "Chen Zhe, Mr. Wu, I have sent you the song file, you can take a look." When Wu Wolin saw the news, she felt a little bit unbelievable. After all, it was completed in just a few hours. It was too fast. She even had doubts about the song and thought the quality was not good enough. Wu Wolin opened the email with suspicion. Love song. Beautiful musical instruments sounded, and beautiful voices came. Time is amber, and every tear is locked up. Love letters are immortal, but they can also be ground into hourglasses. In the upstream of youth, white clouds fly away, gray dogs and seagulls. Wu Wolin closed her eyes and enjoyed the music carefully. In fact, after hearing this, she could basically estimate that the quality of this music should be pretty good. The song continues. Fate is so humorous that it makes those who love it silent. An entire universe in exchange for a red bean. Long shot. Further and further away, over several years. We are at the concert that we miss, with a polite kiss goodbye. After listening to the song, Wu Wolin opened her eyes with tears in her eyes. This song I Like You is so beautiful and she is so grateful. It is definitely a divine song. Wu Wolin replied directly. Chen Zhe, I personally feel that this song of yours is great, even close to perfect. Do you have anything to add? If not, I will hand it directly to assistant Wang Yusher. Chen Zhe was typing at this time. When he saw his boss sending a message, he replied directly, okay. In an office inside the Wancheng Future Entertainment Group, Wang Yusher was wearing a professional suit, blue high heels, and flesh-colored stockings, sitting at a desk and working. Suddenly, Wang Yusher's assistant, Xiao Zhao, ran in at this time. Wearing a professional suit and high heels, she ran over quickly and said breathlessly, Sister Wang, Xinghe Entertainment has sent the song to my email. Wang Yusher said in disbelief, what did you say? How could it be so fast? Isn't this nonsense? Xiao Zhao also said angrily, I also think they are playing tricks on us. Chapter 15 Reward, by One shows godlike acting skills in the love story of White Dove and Crow. Wang Yusher has been in the entertainment industry for several years and has a good attitude. She said directly, open the email on your computer and let me hear whether it is a mule or a horse. I will know after verification. Xiao Zhao had no choice but to turn on the computer reluctantly, and then clicked on the email with the word love song written on it. The music just started, the beautiful instrument sound started. After listening to the entire song, Wang Yusher's eyes were a little moist, and she said in an unbelievable voice, the quality of this song is very good, it can even be said to be the best song I have ever sung. I have decided, this is the one. Xiao Zhao also heard it and said with some embarrassment, it seems that this composer named by you is quite talented. I just doubted it, damn it. Wang Yusher nodded and said, this composer must be a trumpet of some ace composer, and his writing technique is very sophisticated. If the first time was just luck, the level of songwriting this time can be proved. Moreover, his emotional experience is probably very complicated, and he must have had many girlfriends. Xiao Zhao nodded and said, I think so too. After all, the level of these emotional songs is very high, so they are very rich in emotional experiences. Sister Wang, how much composition fee do you think we should pay? Wang Yusher said directly, just 5 million. Ah, Xiao Zhao said in disbelief, Sister Wang, the composition fee is really too high. Although I don't know which teacher this teacher by you is, the fee is too much. Wang Yusher thought for a while and said, Xiao Zhao, you still need to learn the ways of the world. You can think about it. If Bai Yu and I work together again in the future, we want to leave a good impression for the first time and we can't appear stingy. Besides, I am not short of money. If I don't work hard in the entertainment industry, I can only inherit billions of assets when I go back. Xiao Zhao, why do I feel like you are showing off to me? Chen Zhe was still typing when his phone suddenly rang. Big devil, you naughty brother, we haven't been home for a long time. You basically don't have any classes in your senior year, so why don't we go home this week? After seeing this message, Chen Zhe immediately responded, okay. Great devil, come to my house tonight. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Chen Zhe complained in his heart, it seems like we haven't seen each other for only a few hours. Chen Zhe replied cautiously, Sister Bai, I have something to do now. You know I found a job and I have to go to work. Great devil, I know you are in the dormitory now, come over quickly and stop talking nonsense. When Chen Zhe saw the news, he was almost scared to death. How did she know that I was in the dormitory? Was there a traitor in the dormitory? Chen Zhe looked at his 3 roommates with suspicion. I'm not sure which one it is, but I guess there are more than just these 3 idiots. Chen Zhe began to sophistry again, Sister Bai, you see, I have just started looking for a job, and I am working hard to improve myself, so I don't have time. You can book the flight time tomorrow and we will meet at the airport. In a villa, Bai Wanqiu put her feet on the sofa and looked at the answer in frustration, realizing that her silly brother was unwilling to come at all. That's too much. This fairy is angry. If he dares not come this time, I will never talk to him again in my life. No, I can't let him off so easily. If he doesn't come, I can only knock him out, lock him in the room with an iron chain, and never let him out for the rest of his life. I clearly miss him, but he always finds all kinds of excuses not to come and see me. I really don't understand. I am so gentle and considerate, and I have a beautiful wife. Why doesn't this silly brother come to me? I always have to go to him. I should have some self-respect. Then I thought of a bad idea and sent a message directly, my stinky brother, I am in so much pain now, woo 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 woo. Chen Zhe had just received a transfer of 2 million yuan from Wu Roland, and he exclaimed in his heart, it seems that this celebrity Wang is very rich. He just likes such wealthy clients. Chen Zhe then humbly asked, Mr. Wu, what are the requirements for me to become an intermediate composer? Wu Wolin explained very patiently, if you want to become an intermediate composer, you have to meet one condition, which is to create 3 songs. You must have some achievements. Your first song later fully meets the requirements, and your second song love song is probably not bad either. Chen Zhe thought to himself, it seems that I need to come up with another good song so that I can advance. At this moment, a message popped up on the phone. Great devil, my stinky little brother, I'm in so much pain now, oh, oh, oh. After seeing this message, Chen Zhe felt a little anxious and replied directly, wait for me for 10 minutes, I'll be there right away. While Chen Zhe was sitting in the taxi, he was very anxious. Although he was very afraid of his neighbor's sister, it would be a lie to say that he didn't care. At this moment, the system's voice sounded, Dear host, a random task sounded. Option 1, go to Bai Wanqiu's villa to take care of her and gain intimacy. Reward, the original song The Love Story of White Doves and Crows and all the skills of a chef. Option 2, watch someone in need and do nothing to help. May you remain single. Without a doubt, definitely choose 1. Congratulations to the host for choosing task 1, which rewards the original copy of The Love Story of the White Dove and the Crow, and the full level of the God of Cooking. In another villa, Bai Wanqiu ran barefoot into the bathroom and poured hot water on her neck and face, making her look redder and pretending to be sweating. At the same time, he rubbed his face with his palms, making it very red. This looked very pitiful, and only experienced old actors could do it. She ran straight to the sofa and lay down, waiting for her stinky brother to arrive. Suddenly I heard the sound of a door opening outside. Bai Wanqiu quickly covered her stomach with her hands. The aura of a veteran actor came into play, making herself very vulnerable and looking very painful. Woo, woo, woo. It hurts so much, who can come and see me, Bai Wanqiu whimpered in pain. She is indeed an actress. It's like a poor little cat, hiding on the sofa and shivering, feeling very aggrieved. It seems that it is very lonely, as if the whole world has abandoned it and it has no home. Even a stranger would feel heartbroken if they saw it. After Chen Zhe opened the door and saw the scene, he immediately became nervous, and his heart seemed to be stabbed by something. Chapter 16 If you don't want to go to the hospital, then I'll send you to the crematorium so you don't have to suffer. It must be said that upon seeing this scene, Chen Zhe was initially surprised, then began to get nervous. Ever since he was little, Bai Wanqiu had always had a cold demeanor, with a terrifyingly powerful aura. She truly was like a great demon. Even with a blank expression and no terrifying eyes, she still had a powerful, oppressive aura that instilled fear in people. Moreover, she has basically never had any weaknesses. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she is a female devil. Not only is she violent, but she also likes to use violence. A glance from her can scare you so much that you can't stand up. But in this scene, Bai Wanqiu was sitting on the sofa, covering her stomach with her hands, curled up into a ball. She really looked like a pitiful kitten, which made people look very pitiful and couldn't help but want to comfort her. And the way she is now, it's like a hedgehog with all its quills broken off. She has no deterrent power at all, making people want to get close to her. Although Chen Zhe felt sorry for her, he was still a little wary. After all, a painful lesson had taught him to be cautious. He was afraid she was fishing. He wanted to torture himself in a different way. Although I was worried that she was in pain, I still walked over carefully, squatted down beside her, and said with some concern, Sister Bai, what's wrong with you? Why is it in so much pain? Do you want to go to the hospital? Bai Wanqiu is also a veteran actress. She seemed to be in great pain. Chen Zhe walked over to her side and saw clearly. She raised her head, her pretty face becoming very haggard. She said pitifully, Stinky brother, you finally came to see me. I am in so much pain and discomfort now. Do you not care whether I live or die? I am really sad. Please go away and leave me alone. Just let me die in pain. Chen Zhe knew immediately that this sister had started gossiping again. This was clearly making him feel extremely guilty, but he wasn't sure if she was fishing. He was afraid she was really sick, so he pretended to act out the situation, and then asked with some concern, Sister Bai, where are you hurting? Bai Wanqiu said directly and painfully, my stomach hurts. Those beautiful eyes were filled with tears, which made her look very pitiful, as if the tears were about to fall. She looked very fragile and miserable. If a normal person saw a beautiful woman with such an expression, he would definitely feel distressed. But Chen Zhe was an exception. He had seen this happen many times. When he was a child, she and he had a quarrel. And when his sister went out to play, she had a quarrel with someone and kicked them into the stinking ditch. So he made a mistake. In the end, I and my two sisters were bound to be criticized. As a result, my sister, Bai, was so shameless that she told her mother, Auntie Song, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have listened to my brother's instigation and fought with that person. With her cute little face and Caroline's big, watery eyes, anyone who saw her would feel heartbroken. Both parents wondered if they had gone too far. Well, now it was all over. It was originally a three-person problem. Bai Wanqiu kicked the guy into the stinking ditch and was primarily responsible. But after she acted so pitifully, it was now all her fault. The primary fault was originally hers. No matter how she explained, it was useless. My own sister is a scumbag. As long as it doesn't involve me, my own brother is not important. It's just a beating of meat. My mother must believe in Bai Wanqiu 100%, so I have to prepare a meal of roast meat with sticks. My dad, well, boys should be punished for their mistakes. Don't learn to evade responsibility. This is basic morality. He always speaks like a great professor. Even if Bai Wanqiu's father knew his daughter was wrong, he would still brainwash himself, saying, my daughter is not wrong. It must be you, brat. Chen Zhe's eyes were still relatively rational, but he still said with concern, Sister Bai, I see that you are not feeling well. Why is your face so red? Do you have a fever? Do you want me to take you to the hospital for a checkup? Chen Zhe put his hand on her forehead and found that it was quite hot. It seemed that she really had a fever. Her forehead was wet with sweat. It seemed that I had really misunderstood her. Suddenly, a sense of guilt washed over me. My heart felt like it was being stabbed by a needle, as if I had done something extremely evil. In short, I feel full of guilt and remorse in my heart. He was just suspecting that Sister Bai was deceiving him and trying to trick him back from school. She was probably lying on purpose to lure him. Damn it! How could I have thought so badly of Sister Bai? Even though she used to be violent, sullen at the slightest disagreement, and loved playing pitiful to gain sympathy, let's put that aside. She was actually very good to me. At least since she started working, she'd been sending me money. Chen Zhe reached out and touched Bai Wanqiu's flat abdomen. How should I put it? It was very smooth. Even through a layer of clothes, I could still feel the temperature inside. It was very warm. My stomach hurt so much. What should I do? Bai Wanqiu's ears were now red as she spoke in great pain. Her eyes were blurry and she didn't dare to look at Chen Zhe. But I complained in my heart, you stinky brother, you actually took advantage of me, woo, woo, woo. My body was touched by a man, I am not clean, it turns out that all crows are black. Did this guy do this on purpose? Then why not push a little further, so that the relationship between the two of them can be warmed up? I don't mind it. Chen Zhe looked at her now and didn't know what to do. How to send her to the hospital? This is not a solution. Seeing her face so red, we can only assume that she is in great pain. Chen Zhe said with concern, Sister Bai, why don't I take you to the hospital? Bai Wanqiu quickly and nervously shook her head and said, I don't want to go to the hospital, I don't want to go to the hospital, I'm scared. Afraid. This was the first time Chen Zhe heard this word from Bai Wanqiu's mouth, and he couldn't help but complain in his heart, this young lady is really hard to please. If you don't want me to take you to the hospital, then what do you want to do? Send you to the crematorium, so that you don't have to suffer and can be directly relieved. However, he didn't dare to say these complaints out loud. Chen Zhe could only say softly, then let me rub your stomach for you. When I was a kid, I had a stomachache. My mother would rub my stomach and I would feel better in a short while. It's still very magical. Chen Zhe helped Bai Wanqiu sit up and leaned her against his chest. Bai Wanqiu heard this and said shyly, is this really okay? Chapter 17 Do you want to be a beast, or worse than a beast? Bai Wanqiu was a little shy. After all, this was the first time since she became an adult that she had maintained such an ambiguous distance with a mature member of the opposite sex. She had no sense of propriety when she was a child, and now that she had grown up, Bai Wanqiu was still very reserved. Bai Wanqiu's body was warm, soft, and even. When her body touched Chen Zhe's face turned a little red, and his little body seemed to swell up a little. The scent of her high-end gardenia perfume, combined with her own delicate fragrance, invaded his nose, making him feel a little overwhelmed. Furthermore, Bai Wanqiu maintained a well-maintained figure, 1.7 meters tall and weighing around 105 kilograms. She didn't deliberately pursue a perfect figure, because that wasn't perfection that was sculpting. Those female celebrities were 1.7 meters tall and weighed only around 80 kilograms, so strong a breeze could blow them away. With the beautiful girl in his arms, Chen Zhe could only suppress his inner restlessness and prevent any bad thoughts from arising. Sister Bai is already in so much pain. If I still have such thoughts, what's the difference between me and a beast? I am a good man with correct values. When Bai Wanqiu heard that her silly brother wanted to rub her belly, she felt a little nervous and even a little ashamed. Is this what intimate contact is? Does this stinky brother want to do beastly things to me in this way? Bai Wanqiu finally agreed with a blushing face. After all, she wanted to see her stinky brother. Did he want to be a beast? Or worse than a beast? Chen Zhe put his hand on Bai Wanqiu's belly and rubbed her belly gently. Bai Wanqiu had her back to him, her face flushed, she was even a little shy, her body trembling. She looked so lustful that he couldn't help but rush over. Looking at her like this, Chen Zhe said nervously, "Sister Bai, if you can't stand it, then I won't rub it anymore." Bai Wanqiu whispered, "You can rub it, I won't blame you, don't worry, I don't mind." Chen Zhe. I feel like something is weird, but I can't put my finger on it. After receiving Bai Wanqiu's hand, Chen Zhe's movements became much bolder. He kept rubbing Bai Wanqiu's flat stomach. It must be said that Bai Wanqiu had a very good figure. This figure was not born naturally, but was developed through exercise. She also had a bit of muscle. Especially the vest line that made people look away. Of course, as a normal man, this is also a test of willpower. About half an hour later, Chen Zhe's face was so red that he couldn't bear it anymore, so he said, "Sister Bai, are you feeling better?" "No, please help me rub it again." Bai Wanqiu's voice was very weak, like that of a delicate beauty, and even had a gasp in her voice. Chen Zhe could only continue rubbing her belly with his hands. All I could think of was that my neighbor's sister was too weak and couldn't even stand up. If I had dared to touch her belly in the past, I would have fallen to the ground and been smashed into pieces. Although he said if, but unfortunately there is no if. When Chen Zhe was little, he did have a few thoughts about his neighbor's sister, but after being beaten by her, he was scared and the thought was wiped out by the young Chen Zhe. He had a thought in his mind, no matter how beautiful this woman is, she has to be pursued by someone. I will never marry a woman like this in the future. So after graduating from junior high school, Chen Zhe no longer had this idea. That's why he was so afraid of marrying her. It was mainly due to the psychological shadow in his heart. After a few minutes, Chen Zhe asked, "Sister Bai, are you feeling better?" It's a little better, but it still hurts. Please continue rubbing it. Bai Wanqiu said in a coquettish voice. I started to complain in my heart, this little brother's embrace is so comfortable, and it feels so good to rub him. There has been no other response for such a long time, it seems that he is really worse than beasts. To be honest, if this person wasn't Chen Zhe, if anyone else dared to do this to me, I would probably send him to the hospital with just one punch. To be honest, before I was 18, I only had a simple sisterly relationship with this silly brother. In short, I just wanted to beat him up and torture him in various ways. In short, I did all kinds of evil things to him. But when I was about to go to college, I suddenly found that my neighbor's brother was getting more and more handsome and stylish. Her thoughts were twisted. She thought that this silly brother was just okay as her boyfriend. After all, the two families were old friends. This little brother was handsome and good-looking. Besides, she had a good impression of him. Besides, even if they got married in the future, there would be no quarrels or domestic violence. But now I find that my little brother has a pretty good figure, and I can even feel the firmness of his abdominal muscles. I really like this feeling. I feel that my neighbor's brother has grown up and has become strong enough for me to rely on. Suddenly, looking at the 8 muscles on Chen Zhe's abdomen, golden light flashed in his eyes. She really wants to touch it. It seems that my silly brother has really grown up, looking at the shape of his abdominal muscles protruding outside his clothes. I almost drooled. This stinky brother has taken so many advantages of me, I have to take it back, otherwise I will be at a great disadvantage. I am not a female hooligan, I just don't want to be at a great disadvantage. So she can't do business at a loss. This brainwashing method spread like a poisonous snake in Bai Wanqiu's mind, and finally succeeded in brainwashing her, just like inducing a young girl to taste the forbidden fruit. Bai Wanqiu's hand slowly moved downwards. Get inside the clothes, and feel the abdominal muscles. It worked. It was just as I expected, it was really hard. Chen Zhe was stunned when he felt someone touching his abdomen. He looked at Bai Wanqiu in his arms with some disbelief. Finally, he closed his eyes and then opened them again. He hoped it was his own hallucination. She found that Bai Wanqiu's hand was on her stomach. So he said, "Sister Bai, what are you doing?" At this moment, Bai Wanqiu was stunned when she heard these words, and her beautiful face turned as red as a peach. A goddess who usually looks aloof, now reveals a shameful expression, as if she was caught eating forbidden fruit. She looks lustful and excited, making people unable to stop. When Bai Wanqiu heard this, she quickly touched it twice more. No, she couldn't lose. Chen Zhe frowned at this time and reached out to grab the pair of naughty hands. He said in a serious tone, "Sister Bai, what are you doing?" Bai Wanqiu knew she couldn't escape at this moment, so she tried to calm down and think of a way to deal with it. Chapter 18 Chen Zhe, "Sister Bai, you can go without worry, I will inherit your inheritance." At this time, her face became even redder, almost redder than usual. She didn't know what she was doing or why she was so lewd. It's better to calm down quickly. After all, I am an actor, a top star. Life is like a play and it all depends on my acting skills. I can't lose my mentality. After all, I once read a book called An Actor's Self-Cultivation, which taught me how to be a good actor. I am a reborn person. I dare not say that my psychological quality surpasses everyone else, but at least I can easily control this little brother in front of me. Bai Wanqiu raised her head, sat on Chen Zhe's legs, looked down at him, and said in a coquettish voice, "Stinky brother, what did I just do?" You might as well guess. Looking at the tea aroma in the tea, Chen Zhe, after all, was a time traveler, and now he finally understood that it seemed that his neighbor's sister was just pretending to be sick, probably just to tease him and want to see him make a fool of himself. How abominable. Bai Wanqiu looked at Chen Zhe with sharp eyes, wanting to see this little puppy blushing and shy, so that she would have the upper hand. He would definitely look very charming then, and she was looking forward to it. My dream has always been to make my younger brother my slave and make him surrender to me. Chen Zhe looked at Bai Wanqiu's beautiful face, which was as red as a peach. He almost couldn't control himself and wanted to go up and flirt with her. This had a great visual impact on him. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to control themselves. What a pity. What Chen Zhe thought at this time was that his sister Bai was just teasing him. Tease him. Seduce him. He wanted to make a fool of himself in front of her and satisfy his perverted psychology. I never expected that his level of psychological perversion has escalated. After seemingly finding the reason, I felt certain in my heart, this must be the case. Bai Wanqiu has been a psychopath since she was a child. She likes to play tricks on herself and uses all kinds of methods to satisfy her pleasure. She must have pretended to be sick before so she could come fishing. She was probably just bored and wanted to have fun by herself. She was so despicable. It seemed that I really didn't think highly of her in my heart. I was almost deceived by her in my two lives. It seemed that the title of the great demon god was really true. Chen Zhe also has a strong psychological quality and is not easily subdued. His eyes were also looking directly at Bai Wanqiu. The two looked at each other like this for a long time, and Bai Wanqiu felt a little guilty. At this time, Chen Zhe suddenly thought of a way, smiled and said, "Sister Bai, is your stomach feeling better?" Bai Wanqiu almost couldn't hold on any longer. Hearing these words, her body suddenly softened again, and then she said in a delicate voice, "My stinky brother, my stomach still hurts now, please help me rub it." Chen Zhe smiled evilly and said with a smile, "Sister Bai, I think your stomachache is not due to a simple disease, you may have a strange disease." Bai Wanqiu asked with some confusion, "What disease is it?" Although I was just pretending, I also wanted to hear what my younger brother had to say. Chen Zhe smiled and said, "There's a professor at our school's medical school. He once said that stomachache can be fatal. If you have such severe pain, you must have some kind of disease. I suspect you have it." Although Bai Wanqiu knew that she was pretending, but seeing that this silly brother cared about her so much, she said seriously, "Silly brother, what disease do I have? Can you tell me about it?" Chen Zhe said directly, "Do you know pancreatic cancer? This kind of cancer does have symptoms of abdominal pain, so I guess you have this kind of cancer, which is basically incurable. Seeing that you are in so much pain, I guess you are in the late stage." Bai Wanqiu was so angry that her teeth were itching. This stinky brother actually said that he had pancreatic cancer. Was he trying to curse herself to die early? But she still looked scared and said, "Stinky brother, what do you say if I really get this disease? Will I die?" Chen Zhe said seriously, "It is basically fatal. If you really get this disease, it can only be said to be a tragedy. Bai Wanqiu was so angry that her teeth were itching, but she still said weakly, "If my sister really died, what wish do you have, brother? Do you need my help to realize it?" Chen Zhe said sincerely, "I believe you can achieve it. If you really get this disease and then die, what I want to say is, Sister Bai, you can go with peace of mind, I will inherit your legacy." When Bai Wanqiu heard this, she was stunned for a moment. She originally thought that her brother would say something to comfort her, which would at least make her feel better, although this was just acting. But I didn't expect that my little brother's words would be so hurtful. Ah! This fairy is so angry that she is dying. When Bai Wanqiu saw her brother's uncontrollable smile, she suddenly felt that she had been fooled. It seemed that her silly brother had discovered that she was fooling him. She didn't expect that he would actually fool her. I'm so mad at myself. Bai Wanqiu looked at Chen Zhe's handsome face and was immediately enraged. She raised her fists and stood up from the sofa in a rage. Chen Zhe became frightened and said nervously, "Sister Bai, you were the one who played tricks on me first, can't you afford to play tricks?" Bai Wanqiu said with cold eyes, "You are right, I just can't afford to play." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch. Chen Zhe's face froze, and he felt like his soul was about to float away. Finally, he fainted on the sofa. Bai Wanqiu was extremely proud at this time. "Humph, look at how this stinky brother dares to play tricks on me." Bai Wanqiu sat directly on Chen Zhe and touched his abdominal muscles with her hands again, after a while of satisfaction. Bai Wanqiu leaned her head directly on Chen Zhe's chest and said sincerely, "Stinky brother, I know it was wrong of me to plot against you. Actually, when you tried to play tricks on me just now, I wasn't angry at all. I did it because I love you too much. I have no choice. You are a stubborn guy who won't take any soft or hard tactics. We have spent less time together in recent years. Whenever I am not working, I will invite you to my house. I have used fishing and honey traps so many times, but you never fall for it. This really hurts my self-esteem." Bai Wanqiu looked at Qingzi's handsome face and said jokingly, "My little brother has grown up and is becoming more and more handsome." Then she kissed him on the lips, quickly covered him with a quilt, and ran into the room to lock the door. Bai Wanqiu in the room blushed badly, and smiled in her heart, which was considered a small success. Chapter 19 Chen Zhe, the flowers you sent were thrown into the trash. The next morning, Chen Zhe woke up from the sofa in a daze. His head was still buzzing. Bai Wanqiu was truly untouchable. She was a demon. It seemed like a divorce was necessary. He would try to stay away from her from now on. After all, he was about to graduate from university. She and I are not from the same entertainment company, so basically she won't be able to find me unless it's the Chinese New Year. Chen Zhe opened his phone, turned on the short video app, and started watching videos as usual. Suddenly, he saw a video. Future entertainment. Wang Yushir will release a new song, Love Song, after 6 p.m. on Saturday. Stay tuned. After seeing the news, Chen Zhe felt a little surprised that the speed was so fast, only 2 days. But this didn't have much to do with me, so I quickly went to rinse my mouth and wash my face. Bai Wanqiu had just woken up. After all, her naughty brother was outside. After knocking him out last night, she felt a little embarrassed and didn't dare to see him, so she could only watch Douyin. As a result, she saw Wang Yushir's announcement. "Send a message to your bestie. How come you released a new song so quickly? I didn't know about it. Who wrote this song?" After a few seconds, the phone rang. "Cousin, I won't tell you yet, this is a surprise. I can tell you that the quality of this song is very good. I spent 5 million to buy its original singing rights yesterday. I believe it will not disappoint me." Bai Wanqiu said in disbelief, "It's been less than a day since you got the original copy of this song yesterday. Is there any need to be so anxious?" "Cousin, there is no rush. You know my singing skills. I believe I can handle it. I won't talk to you anymore. I still need to practice the song." After finishing the chat, Bai Wanqiu walked out of the room feeling a little guilty. Seeing her naughty brother washing up, she sat on the sofa pretending nothing had happened. Chen Zhe glanced at Bai Wanqiu and greeted her directly, saying, "Sister Bai, good morning. Let's pack up and go to the airport." Chen Zhe was not angry. Besides, there was no point in being angry. It was just impotent rage, and he would suffer even more severe beatings. He had experienced it himself when he was a child. Bai Wanqiu was relieved to see that he wasn't angry. Ever since she fell in love with him, she'd sometimes taken care of his feelings. So she said, "Stinky brother, our flight is at 12 o'clock, and it's only 10 o'clock now. Let's have lunch first. I just ordered takeout." "Okay, what else can Shenzai say?" "You decide everything." The two took a taxi to the outskirts of the airport. Bai Wanqiu was wearing casual clothes, a mask, and had a few moles painted on her face, which was a perfect package. After arriving at the airport, a tall, beautiful girl seemed to have been waiting there for a long time. She was accompanied by several bodyguards. Bai Wanqiu walked over directly and asked Shen Dongle with some confusion, "Xinghe, what are you doing here? You haven't taken another advertisement asking me to go back, have you?" Shen Zai stood by and said nothing. After all, this was not the occasion for him to speak. Suqing has said directly, "Classmate Xiao Bai, let me tell you, the rich second generation who has been harassing you in the company seems to have known your schedule today, so he is blocking you here. I called people over to help you stop him." Bai Wanqiu said nonchalantly, "It's no big deal. If he comes to harass me again, I can handle this little thing myself." Suqing has said with clear eyes and a serious face, "I am worried about his safety. I am afraid that you will be too harsh and cause you watching to get a box lunch on the spot. Don't forget, he is the son of the future entertainment director." Shenzai couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. What the sister said was not wrong. After all, Bai Wanqiu herself gave her an evaluation. The sister next door has grown up, with strength to move mountains and unparalleled courage to conquer the world. But at this time, a man's voice sounded, "Wanqiu, I heard that you were going to take a plane today, so I came to see you specially." "Did you miss me?" Bai Wanqiu said with cold eyes, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yu, I don't seem to be very familiar with you, please move aside." Yu Huachen was not angry, as if he was used to this kind of thing many times. He smiled, took out a bouquet of roses, and said with a smile, "Wanqiu, I'm giving you 99 roses. I wonder if you like them." Shen Zai wanted to see how Bai Wanqiu was going to deal with this matter, and looked at the scene with an amused expression. But at this time, the system's voice sounded, "Dear host, I, the Great Zai, will now start issuing random tasks. First, stand aside and watch the show as little Chen Zai loses 2 centimeters. Second, help Bai Wanqiu out of the predicament in a very domineering way and throw the roses into the trash can. Reward, the original copy of the song I Miss You Not Because I'm Lonely and your own strength increases by 20 points. Chen Zai's mentality almost collapsed. There was a punishment for this choice, but this punishment was too severe. Shen Zai could only choose option 2 very reluctantly. Congratulations to the host, the reward has been issued, please check it. Shen Zai felt that his body had become stronger and he became more energetic. He asked with some doubt, "System, what is my current physical fitness?" The system's cold voice replied, 70 points. Shen Zai asked with some confusion, "What is Bai Wanqiu's physical fitness?" The system's cold voice replied, 955 points. Damn, Shen Zai couldn't believe his ears. This female devil was indeed born with supernatural powers. Even with his 50 points of strength, these 18 of him couldn't beat her. Shen Zai asked carefully again, "What is the physical fitness of the rich second generation in front of Bai Wanqiu?" The system's cold voice sounded, 20 o'clock. Shen Zai said with some surprise, "Why is his physical fitness so low?" System answer, "Due to frequent physical overexertion, the body's vital energy is severely depleted." He understood what the system said. Chen Zai looked at this rich second generation and couldn't help complaining in his heart, "He seems to be a playboy. With his physical fitness, he will definitely die under a woman's belly in the future. It seems that he can easily beat 3 of them." After knowing the strength of his opponent, Chen Zai felt relieved. Bai Wanqiu looked at the roses in front of her and said in a cold tone, "Get out of here now and don't harass me. I won't accept your flowers and don't force me to take any real action." Shen Zai walked over at this time, looked at Yu Huachen in front of him, and said with cold eyes, "Get out of here." When Bai Wanqiu saw her brother defending her, her heart felt as sweet as honey. It seemed that her brother still cared about her. Yu Huachen started cursing, "Where did you come from, you little bastard? How dare you stand in front of me and show off? I tell you, get out of here quickly, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you." "You're welcome?" Shen Zai's eyes were a little playful, and he said with a smile, "This rose of yours is for Sister Wanqiu." Yu Huachen immediately started cursing, "Where did you come from, you idiot? Why do you care who I gave it to? Get out of here now." Seeing that the time was almost up, Shen Zai had to catch a plane after all, so he grabbed the roses and threw them into the trash can at lightning speed. Then he clapped his hands and said, "Okay, mission accomplished." The audience nearby immediately applauded. This guy is awesome, this is what a real man should be like. I think it would be great if my daughter could find a boyfriend like this. The key is that this boy is so handsome, I really want to be his girlfriend. Yu Huachan said angrily, just wait for me. After saying this, he ran away quickly. There is nothing wrong with liking beautiful women, but I will not conflict with others over such a thing. Besides, this guy looks stronger than me, and I am weak and alone, so it is better for me to leave first and find a way to deal with him later. Su Qinghe said with some disappointment, Shenze, why are you so confrontational? He is the son of a shareholder of our company. If you provoke him like this, you will get yourself into trouble. Chen Zhe waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter, if I get into trouble, I get into trouble. Su Qinghe felt a little disappointed. Chen Zhe was just too impulsive and didn't consider the consequences at all. Su Qinghe could only say to Bai Wanqiu, you should persuade your brother. Yu Huachan is the son of a company shareholder. If he uses his resources to suppress you, and you have no movies to film and no songs to sing, what will you do? Bai Wanqiu said directly, when the enemy comes, we will fight him with our soldiers. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. Then he smiled again and said, I think he did a good job. On the way to the airport, Su Qinghe started talking directly, Xiao Bai, have you read the short scripts I gave you before? Is there any you like? Bai Wanqiu sighed and said directly, no, I don't feel anything good. Su Qinghe sighed and said directly, Xiao Bai, those short scripts are the new works of domestic online short story masters. Is there no one you like? Bai Wanqiu sighed and said, it's not that there are none at all, after all, the works of the great masters are still good, but some of them are either not suitable for me, or the male and female protagonists have too many scenes. Su Qinghe said earnestly, but you haven't acted in a TV series or a movie for half a year, and you haven't released a song. Your fame has declined a little bit now. Bai Wanqiu sighed and said, I think so too. By the way, do you know the short story writer Mr. C? Have you found him, or contacted his screenwriter? When will his new work be released? I haven't taken any acting or singing jobs for almost half a year. Su Qinghe sighed and said, no, there's no way to find this person. He seems to be elusive. I've asked people at the Tomato Group, but they haven't said anything. The Tomato Group protects this person's information very well. As for the new work, it seems there's no clue yet. Su Qinghe then said, if you can get the role of the first or second female lead in his works, maybe your career will be able to reach a higher level, and you will have hope of competing for the position of best actress in the future. As long as you can see a script of this level, you don't have to worry about being suppressed. Su Qinghe then sighed and said, this great god is said to be very low-key. It is estimated that except for the core figures of the Tomato Group, no one knows his true identity. Every version of his short stories is basically a classic. Everyone in the circle wants a role in it. Even a supporting role can become popular. If this great god releases a new work, it will probably be snapped up. Although our future entertainment has a good influence in China, because you have repeatedly rejected Yu Huachan's pursuit, some shareholders have stopped allocating resources to you. It is estimated that it will be difficult for us to grab it. When Bai Wanqiu heard this, her eyes dimmed and she said with some distress, you are right, the works of this great god are in short supply, and there are too many people who are jealous. Last time I was able to grab the second female role, I felt like I was chosen by an angel. I guess I won't be so lucky next time. At this point, Bai Wanqiu said somewhat angrily, I am just curious, this great god is so powerful, why doesn't he write more works? Now a script has become as rare as a giant panda. Su Qinghe shook her head and said, I don't know. Some people say that he has no creative inspiration and it is probably the end of it. Others say that he is dead and will never be able to create a new script from now on. Su Qinghe then said with some admiration, it's just that he created fewer short online novels, but he's still the god of short online novels, and no one has surpassed him to this day. And he's said to be very young, probably only in his 20s, which means he's been writing since he was a teenager. Bai Wanqiu and Su Qinghe were talking about work, while Chen Zhe was just like an outsider, walking and playing with his phone, like an internet-addicted child. Bai Wanqiu looked at her silly brother and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Her silly brother had been obsessed with material things since he was a child. But what she didn't know was that what she saw was not necessarily true, and it might be something Chen Zhe did for her to see. Chen Zhe saw Bai Wanqiu staring at him and pretended to play games as if nothing had happened. In fact, he was nervous and afraid that his sister would find out something. I currently have 3 aliases. The other 2, Baiyu, are only slightly famous now, and Salted Fish in the Lake is just getting started. But I started using another alias 10 years ago and it is now very popular. Now I have to start writing a new script. It's time to put the one called The Hidden Corner on the agenda. Otherwise, this old girl won't get any new roles, and she will be idle and have nothing to do, and then she will bother me again. The three of them arrived inside the airport. Su Qinghe left reluctantly and said with a smile, "Handsome boy Chen Zai, you must take good care of our classmate Xiao Bai, and don't let her be abducted by other stinky men." After saying this, she blinked twice. Bai Wanqiu booked the VIP channel, so there were almost no people here, and both of them passed the security check safely. Chapter 20: The warmth of returning home, Chen Zai's parents. After passing the security check, Chen Zai breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since Bai Wanqiu became a famous star, the two of them were easily exposed when walking on the street. They had to be very careful at this moment. It would be very troublesome if they were recognized. Chen Zai prayed in his heart, "Great system, you must let me succeed and try to buy a private jet, so that I will feel more at ease when going through security checks with Bai Wanqiu in the future." Bai Wanqiu bought all the tickets, so they had to be first class. There was no other way. The lives of the rich were so simple and unpretentious. The two of them sat next to each other. After the two of them got on the plane, Bai Wanqiu felt sleepy and said in a baby voice, "My naughty brother, I'm so sleepy, I want to take a nap first." "Okay, then go to sleep." Bai Wanqiu was indeed sleepy. After secretly kissing Chen Zai last night, she didn't sleep the whole night and stayed up late to read the novel Fights Breaks Fear. Chen Zai watched Bai Wanqiu sleep, his eyes fixed on her. Well, this old girl is really pretty. Her facial features are basically perfect, with an exquisite oval face and very fair skin, so she is a high-class beauty, just like the heroine in the novel. Chen Zai smiled and shook his head. To be honest, if she hadn't been manic and violent, he would have wanted to pursue her a long time ago. She was indeed too beautiful, but unfortunately she wasn't his type. After covering her with the quilt, Chen Zai turned on his mobile phone, opened the Tomato Writer Assistant, switched to his other account, and sought his previous works such as Romeo and Juliet, A Chinese Odyssey, Dead Heart, etc., these short stories. These works of Blue Star are all classics, not to mention that in this parallel world where entertainment is backward, they are definitely the aces among aces. How should I put it? This world has no shortage of good actors, good directors, and good companies. It's just some good works, good songs, and acting skills that are even higher than in the previous life. So it's hard for me not to be famous. It's a pity that I have only read the general idea, and there was no system before, so I still have to fill in some of the gaps myself, which takes a lot of time. Before, Chen Zai sold these works of his for millions or tens of millions, and people were scrambling to buy them. Finally, I learned my lesson and stopped selling my works. Instead, I started collaborating with producers, and I only got 5% of the profits, whether it was a movie or a TV series. So I made more money. After the works I wrote were made into TV series or movies, the box office skyrocketed, which was simply called a box office black hole. The plane landed quickly. Chen Zai looked at Bai Wanqiu, who was still sleeping, and shouted, "Sister Bai, we're getting off the plane. Wake up quickly. It's time for us to leave." The gentle shaking of his arm made Bai Wanqiu feel very uncomfortable, and her pretty face looked very dissatisfied. "Don't disturb my sleep. If anyone disturbs my sleep, be careful or I will make his medical insurance card owe money." Chen Zai was almost scared to death. This female devil was too scary. I really didn't know how she could say such a thing. At this time, all the passengers got off the plane one after another, and there were only two of them on the plane. At this time, two beautiful, fair-skinned, long-legged stewardesses in professional attire came over and politely reminded, "Hello, sir, madam, our plane has landed and we still have follow-up work to do." Chen Zai said somewhat embarrassedly, Okay, we'll get off the plane right away." Chen Zai's voice became a little louder, "Sister Bai, please get off the plane quickly. If we don't get off the plane, we will delay other people's follow-up work." Bai Wanqiu seemed to be still asleep, and said in a daze, "Stinky brother, don't disturb me, I'm very sleepy now, I really want to sleep." "Sir, your girlfriend is so cute, but please get off the plane." "Indeed, your girlfriend is very cute, especially when she is acting coquettishly, but please get off the plane quickly." When the two flight attendants saw this scene, they couldn't help but envy. This girl was so cute when she acted like a spoiled child. However, as part of their duty, they still had to ask the passengers to get off the plane quickly. Chen Zai could no longer bear it and couldn't help roaring in his heart, "Bai Wanqiu, get off the plane quickly, I have something to do." Of course, it is impossible to say this. Chen Zai could only say helplessly, "If you want to sleep, then sleep. I will carry you down." Shen Jin carried Bai Wanqiu away. Shen Zhe was tall, and Bai Wanqiu was not used to it again. Finally, she found a comfortable way and fell asleep. This scene was so heartwarming in the eyes of the two flight attendants. How could there be such a good boyfriend in the world? The love was almost as good as that in Romeo and Juliet. This dog food was really delicious. After Chenze left, one of the flight attendants whispered, "Who is that girl? Doesn't she look familiar to you?" Another flight attendant said, "I had noticed it a long time ago, but I was not sure. Now that you say it, I am sure now. I really didn't expect that the top star by Wanqiu, the pure goddess on the internet, is actually in love, and it's an old cow eating young grass. Bah, 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 she has a little puppy." Another flight attendant said seriously, "Whether it's true or not, don't spread this. This is our professional ethics. We should not disclose the privacy of our customers." The two flight attendants were talking here. No matter what, they had just eaten a high-quality dog food, and they also wanted a boyfriend. I just don't know if anyone likes stewardesses wearing black stockings and long legs. They have been traveling around the world for many years and also hope to find a boyfriend to rely on and protect them from the wind and rain. The requirements are not high. A height of 185 centimeters, 8-pack abs, a degree from a prestigious university, a Porsche, a house and a villa, and a net worth of tens of millions, that's about right. After all, they chose to become flight attendants because they were attracted by this kind of quality people. After the two got off the plane, Chenze carried Bai Wanqiu through security and took a taxi. Chenze looked at Bai Wanqiu, who was sleeping on his legs, and said directly, "Bai Wanqiu, you are a big white pig. You sleep too much. Do you know how tired I am to carry you until now?" Bai Wanqiu. At this time, Bai Wanqiu opened her watery eyes, as if she had just woken up, and said in a coquettish voice, "Stinky brother, are we getting off the plane now?" Chenze immediately put away his disgust and said with a smile, "Yes, and we are already in a taxi and will be home soon." "Oh," Bai Wanqiu replied, then closed her eyes and prepared to continue sleeping. Chenze whispered at this time, "Sister Bai, can we not tell our two parents about our marriage first, so you must not let anything slip? I was thinking, if I accidentally leaked the marriage certificate now, Uncle Bai would be so bad-tempered that I would be beaten to death. I had taken his cabbage. I was also worried that it would be difficult to divorce in the future. After all, the relationship between our two families was so close." Faced with the request of her naughty brother, Bai Wanqiu opened her eyes, looked at him dangerously, and said with a smile, "Naughty brother, I don't have to say anything, but you have to accept a small punishment from me. Of course it may also be a surprise." Chenze felt a chill on his back. He knew that Bai Wanqiu was a devil. She would never let him go and was now seeking revenge on him. "When I think back to my childhood experiences, I still shudder." Chenze closed his eyes and said, "Sister Bai, if you want to fight, then do it quickly. If you want to hit me, then hit me, but don't make my face swollen. It will be difficult to explain if you don't let me go back. What I was thinking was, graduate from college as soon as possible, and then I will block that female devil so that she won't be able to find me for a year. I've had enough of this torture." Seeing him like this, Bai Wanqiu felt a little depressed. Was she so scary? How could he see her as if she were a demon? Okay, I admit that when I was a kid, I thought he was easy to bully, so I bullied him often. But that was when I was a kid. After I went to high school, I basically stopped bullying him. How could a grown man like him still care about these things? Besides, am I not treating him well now? I send him money every month and even got a marriage certificate with him. Why is he still so afraid of me now? Don't understand, don't understand? Seeing that the car had already stopped at the gate of the community, Bai Wanqiu put her lips close to Chenze and gave him a quick kiss. Then she opened the car door and ran away like a cat with its fur standing on end. Chenze opened his eyes at this time and realized that this female devil had secretly kissed him and ran away. He quickly started shouting, "Sister Bai, don't run away, how can you punish me like this?" Without thinking too much, I ran out quickly, and suddenly the driver grabbed my hand. The driver said with a smile, "You two young couple are really playing it up, just to avoid paying the fare. Is this a new way of getting something for free? Handsome boy, you have to be a good person. Chenze, how come a man gave me the nice guy card?" Chenze felt insulted and said directly, "Dear driver, you can't say anything nonsense. You can say anything about me, but you can't say that I am a good person and give me a good guy card. Are you insulting me?" The driver, what is wrong with being a good person? But this didn't seem to be his concern, so he just said, "I don't want to bother with you, just give me the fare." Chen Zhe directly took out a red bill that all girls liked, handed it to the driver, and then said generously, "No need for change." After giving the money, Chen Zhe quickly chased after Bai Wanqiu. The driver shouted, "Thank you for the tip, young man." Chen Zhe hurried, but soon she disappeared. Seeing that he could not catch up, Chen Zhe calmed down and thought about Bai Wanqiu's action and purpose in kissing him. She wouldn't like me, right? This thought was rejected as soon as it came out. This is impossible. How could she like me? On the surface, I am just a lazy and greedy person. How could she like such a person? So there must be a purpose. Oh, I understand. She must want to chase me, and then when I can't leave her, she will love me to death, and then kick me away. I have seen this routine many times. She thinks she is beautiful and all boys should fall for her. She is an exception anyway. They are also afraid of her and make her feel embarrassed. It must be like this. After Chen Zhe thought about this, he immediately confirmed this idea. Bai Wanqiu just got off the car and ran wildly in the community, like a thief who had just robbed something and wanted to run away. It could also be that she was a female thief who was having an affair and was caught by the man's wife, so she ran away frantically. Bai Wanqiu ran all the way to the villa area. After seeing her own villa, she rushed over, unlocked the password with her fingerprint, and ran in. The moment the door was closed, Bai Wanqiu took a breath and tried to recover. At this time, there was a middle-aged man in the living room. He had a muscular body and very developed muscle lines. He could lift a 50-pound barbell with one hand. It can be said that he was very scary. The middle-aged man's name was Bai Weili, and his name was exactly as his name suggested. I currently own several gyms, so I can be considered to have some assets. Seeing his daughter running so fast, he frowned and said, "My dear daughter, why are you running so fast? Did you meet some gangster? Call Dad, I'm going to beat him to death." Bai Wanqiu ignored her father. She needed to take it easy. "Okay, Bai Weili, stop chattering here. You don't even know your daughter's strength. Do you know what you are going to do now?" At this time, a middle-aged woman wearing casual clothes can walk out. She is also well-maintained. She is nearly 50 years old, but she can still maintain her 30s. The daughter's name is Wang Xini, Bai Wanqiu's mother. Although Bai Dawei looks fierce, he listens to his wife the most and quickly replied, "I will go cook right away." Wang Xini shook her head and said, "You don't have to cook today. I have already agreed with Xia Mengting that we will go to her house for dinner in the evening. Now go and get dressed quickly." Good wife. When Bai Wanqiu saw her parents, she said directly, "Mom and Dad, I'm so tired from the flight, I want to go to my room to rest." After saying that, he ran upstairs. At the door of another villa, Chen Zhe stood at the door thinking about something, always thinking about Bai Wanqiu's purpose. "You silly boy, why are you standing outside? Come inside quickly." Chen Zhe suddenly turned around and saw that the two people were his parents. You were carrying bags of vegetables, and it was obvious that these two people had just returned from the vegetable market. This gentle-looking, middle-aged but still handsome man is Chen Zhe's father, Chen Wenhao, who is currently teaching at the best university in Jinling and is a professor at this university. My mother's name is Xia Mengting. She is now a lawyer and has achieved some success. She is known as the leader of the legal profession and specializes in divorce cases. Many young people in love have suffered from her cruel hands. Chapter 21 Chen Zhe, I am possessed by the god of cooking. I can't help wanting to cook when I see food. But she has a very good relationship with her husband. As long as it is not a matter of principle, she will follow Su Wenhao's orders. In short, she does all the housework by herself. Nowadays, some middle-aged women basically quarrel every day and want a divorce, but this couple in my family is surprisingly harmonious. Chen Zhe looked at his parents and said with a smile, "What can I do? I must be waiting for you. I miss you so much." Chen Zhe knew his place in the family, so he walked over consciously to help his dear mother carry the vegetables. Mother Xia Mengting also handed over the dish in her hand very consciously, smiled helplessly, and finally looked around and said with some confusion, "Where is Wanqiu? Why didn't this little girl come back with you?" In the past, Bai Wanqiu and Chen Zhe would basically come back together. Chen Zhe didn't know what to say, so he could only smile hypocritically and said, She has already gone back to her home." Xia Mingting frowned and said, "What's wrong? Did you make her angry again? Tell me the truth quickly, otherwise, humph." Chen Zhe said somewhat embarrassedly, "Mom, look at what you said, how could I dare to make her angry? With her strength, it would be lucky for your son to live to see you. Xia Mingting frowned and said, "What's the matter? Don't I know Wanqiu well? What's wrong with her bullying you? Why should a grown boy care about these things? It turns out that my mother is really a feminist." Shenzai didn't want to argue about this matter, and there was nothing to argue with the middle-aged woman, so he could only smile hypocritically and said, "Mom, why shouldn't I be happy? I'm happy." Xia Mingting said righteously, "I have told you many times, you should be careful and keep an eye on Wanqiu. If one day she runs away with someone else, you will cry, and what will you do? After all, you have an emotional foundation." Chen Zai said nonchalantly, "Look at what you said, Mom. Everyone has the right to pursue happiness. Her legs are on her body. She can run with whoever she wants. It's her own business. I can't control it." Xia Mingting looked at her silly son's indifferent expression and felt a little disappointed. Wanqiu was such a good wife, but this silly boy didn't hurry up and fight for her. If he continued like this, he would run away with someone else. How could Chen Zai not understand his mother's painstaking efforts? It was a pity that Bai Wanqiu was indeed a good person. She was beautiful, rich, and had a good education. She was basically the dream object of countless men, but compared with his own life, all of this seemed to be nothing. After a few people entered the villa, Xia Mingting started cooking and was busy in the kitchen, washing and cutting vegetables. The dog in the kennel kept wagging its tail when it saw a few people coming back. Seeing that his wife was so tired, Chen Wenhao walked over and said with some heartache, "Wife, let me go and help you." Xia Mingting pushed Chen Wenhao out with force and said with some heartache, "Husband, you are a university professor. It is already very tiring to teach at school, and you also have scientific research tasks, so go and rest quickly. Besides, there is no reason for a man to enter the kitchen." Chen Wenhao could only sit on the sofa and watch TV reluctantly. "Shenzai, why are you still sitting there watching TV? Come over and cook. I, your mom, need to take a rest." Chen Zai said with some confusion, "Didn't you say that men should not enter the kitchen? Besides, wasn't it my sister who cooked before when you didn't cook?" "Chen Zai, it was indeed your sister who cooked before, but that was because your cooking was not as delicious as your sister's. But Meng Yan has gone to work, so now it's your turn. Also, what you just said was to my husband. As a son, what qualifications do you have to say that? Get over here now." Chen Zai. It's so hypocritical. I originally thought that my mother still loved me, but I didn't expect that it was because my cooking was not as delicious as my sister's. Chen Zai could only sigh and walked straight into the kitchen. When I passed by my father, he looked at me with pity. "That's too much. You can show off, you can mock my family status, but why do you pity me?" "Thank you, I am really hurt." Chen Zai. Xia Mingting sighed and said, "Chen Zai, hurry up and cook. I fought a lawsuit today and I'm really tired. If you can't cook now, how will you support Wanqiu in the future?" This statement is not groundless. After all, Wanqiu has been asking me how I got married back then, and basically every time she comes back, she chats with me and keeps asking about Chen Zai. Chen Zai. In fact, I have long been accustomed to this sentence. In my mother's eyes, Bai Wanqiu was the daughter-in-law in her mind, but she has not yet married into the family. In short, she treats her like her own daughter, closer to her than her own daughter and son. In short, the current family status is, mom dad da huang myself equals sister. Chen Zai could only shake his head helplessly. As soon as he got the eggplant, his body trembled slightly, and instantly the following thoughts flooded into his mind: 100 ways to cook eggplant. Chen Zai, I almost forgot that I am now a chef god. Then it's time to show off your skills. Carrot? Carrot. Xia Mingting. Seeing her son showing off his skills in the kitchen, especially his swift knife skills, it was like seeing a peerless chef. When did her silly son's cooking skills become so good? An hour later, looking at the table full of dishes: squirrel fish, minced meat eggplant, mapo tofu, twice-cooked pork, boiled cabbage, the chicken soup smells so delicious. And the boiled cabbage looks like a flower, and the knife skills are so good that I can't believe my eyes. Xia Mingting said in disbelief, "Are you still my son? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that these dishes were made by you." Chen Wenhao swallowed and said, "Yes, you have secretly learned cooking, your level has improved at least several levels." Chen Zai wiped the sweat off his face and said awkwardly, "I definitely have spare time, so I still went to study." Xia Mingting waved her hand and said, "Okay, at least you listened to what I said. Hurry up and go next door to call your uncle Bai and Aunt Wang, as well as Wanqiu's girl to come over for dinner." New. Chen Zhe walked out the door and went straight to the house next door, which was Bai Wanqiu's home. Since the two families have a very good relationship, they often have dinner together, which is a very common thing. Chapter 22, Dad Bai's Family Status. Chen Zhe pressed the doorbell directly, and a voice came from inside, Xiaoze is here. Wang Sini came over to open the door and spoke in a kind tone. Chen Zhe greeted politely and said, "And Wang, good afternoon." Bai Weili said in a flat tone, "Xiaoze, long time no see." Chen Zhe smiled politely and said, "Uncle Bai, long time no see." Wang Sini shouted directly, "Bai Wanqiu, come down quickly and go to your Uncle Chen's house for dinner." About 30 seconds later, Bai Wanqiu came down with an abnormally flushed face. After seeing Chen Zhe, she turned her face away, as if she didn't want to see him. Chen Zhe was also a little embarrassed because this old girl had just kissed him secretly. Wang Sini saw that her daughter's face looked a little abnormal, so she said directly, "Are you feeling unwell? Do you want me to take you to see a doctor?" Bai Wanqiu quickly shook her head. Wang Sini patted Bai Weili with a puzzled look and said directly, "Let us go to Xiao Mingting's house for dinner." 6 people sat at the table. Wang Sini looked at the food on the table with some surprise, and said with a smile, "Mingting, it seems that your cooking skills have improved. Your food smells so good, but your boiled cabbage is too good." Xiao Mingting said somewhat embarrassedly, "Today's meal was not cooked by me, but by my good-for-nothing son. You guys can try it." When everyone heard that I cooked this meal, they all wanted to try it. Bai Wanqiu first tasted the minced meat eggplant. The minced meat and eggplant, with the oil, entered her taste buds and it was so delicious that it was explosive. It was too delicious. Others also began to taste it, and each one was so surprised that he was speechless. Chen Zhe was embarrassed to eat when he saw these people wolfing down their food. Bai Wanqiu took a bite of the squirrel fish and said in surprise, "My dear brother, your cooking skills have improved so much. I have never eaten such delicious squirrel fish. The eggplant with minced meat is also very delicious." Wang Sini said with a smile, "Xiaoze's cooking skills have improved so much, I find it hard to believe. Wanqiu doesn't like to cook. It would be great if there was someone who could help her cook. At least her cooking skills should be like Xiaoze's." Xiaoming has smiled and said, "I think so too." Chen Wenhao didn't say anything, he was so immersed in the food that he couldn't extricate himself. He ignored the elegant temperament of a professor and started to act like a bandit. Although Bai Weili was eating, he stared at Chen Zhe as if he wanted to swallow him. Chen Zhe quickly explained, "Aunt Wan, look at what you said, Sister Bai and I are just brother and sister, there are some things we can't say casually." Bai Weili only then withdrew his gaze. Bai Wanqiu felt very uncomfortable when she heard this, and couldn't help complaining, "What do you mean we are just brother and sister? I kissed you, and you are a scumbag. Putting everything aside, I am your wife now, can you speak?" Although Bai Wanqiu was angry, she couldn't lose her temper. Xiao Mingting picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork and put it in Bai Wanqiu's bowl, and said with a smile, "Wanqiu, Xiaoze said that you like twice-cooked pork the most, and he made this specially for you." Chen Zhe said in disbelief, "Mom, that's not it." "Eat your meal," Xiao Mingting said directly. Bai Wanqiu looked at Chen Zhe with a smile. Although this younger brother was a little silly, he still cared about her a lot. So he picked up a piece of squirrel fish and put it in Chen Zhe's bowl, and said with a smile, "Eat more fish." Chen Zhe could only accept it very reluctantly. Bai Weili said somewhat unhappily, "My dear daughter, why don't you pick some food for me?" Bai Wanqiu said indifferently, "Go find your wife, why are you looking for me?" Bai Weili looked at his wife. Wang Sini said directly, "You don't have hands, so you can pick up the food by yourself. Come. Dawon, try the twice-cooked pork." The golden retriever ran over happily, eating the twice-cooked pork with great satisfaction and wagging its tail. Bai Weili. Xiao Mingting directly picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork and a piece of squirrel fish meat for her husband, and said with great distress, "Husband, scientific research tasks must be very tiring, eat more to replenish your body." Chen Wenhao nodded and looked at Bai Weili with some pity. Bai Weili complained in his heart, "Damn it, you can show off, you can mock me, but you should never look at me with pity." After Chen Zhe finished eating the twice-cooked pork, he noticed Bai Weili looking at him sharply and said directly, "Uncle Bai, why are you looking at me? If you want to eat the twice-cooked pork, there's still a lot in the bowl. Why are you staring at me? Do you want me to spit it out?" Bai Weili. Wang Sini also laughed and said, "Xiaoze is really good at joking, and he is a good cook. He is so handsome, there must be many girls who like you in school. Chen Zhe, why do I feel like there are 3 pairs of eyes looking at me? Although it was said in a joking tone, there was still a hint of seriousness in his tone. Chenzhe smiled and said at this time, "That's right, I am the school idol of our school. So many people know me. Basically, everyone loves me, and flowers bloom when I see them. Girls just say goodbye to me when they see me. Alas, it's a pity that others can't appreciate me." Only then did the three gazes turn away. Bai Weili said with some ill intention, "Comrade Xiaozi, you said that you are about to graduate from university, why can't you find a girlfriend? You are such a failure." Chenzhe smiled and said, "There is nothing I can do about it. After all, I am a otaku at school. I just like playing games and drinking soda, so I am like this now." Bai Weili smiled and said, "You are too embarrassing. Why don't you ask Wanqiu to introduce you to a girlfriend? She knows a lot of people, all of whom are young and beautiful. Would you like to consider it?" Then he smiled and said to his precious daughter, "Wanqiu, do you want to introduce a girlfriend to this silly boy? After all, he is about to graduate from college and still doesn't he have a girlfriend? It's so embarrassing." Bai Wanqiu's face darkened and he said directly, "Just eat your meal. It's none of your business whether someone finds a girlfriend or not. You are such a talkative person." Bai Weili. After the two families finished their meal, they sat on the sofa and watched TV. Bai Wanqiu directly used the video to post funny messages. In short, all kinds of stupid games kept popping up one after another. Bai Wanqiu saw that it was 6 o'clock, so she searched for cuckoo music directly, clicked on it, and opened Wang Yusher's album. It just so happened that the new song was out at this time. Wang Sini said with some confusion, "Wanqiu, Yusher has released a new song, you can open it and listen to it." Bai Wanqiu also looked at the name on it very carefully. Love Song, this name is interesting. Chapter 23, The Response to Love Song, Mr. C's new novel update. See these two words. Bai Wanqiu was a little confused and clicked on the music directly. Love Song. Original singer, Wang Yusher. Composer, Bai Yu. Lyricist, Bai Yu. After reading these two words, Bai Wanqiu was a little surprised. It turned out to be the genius who wrote later. Unexpectedly, he had created another new song. Except for Chenzhe, everyone else was watching intently. The sound of excellent musical instruments rang out. Time is amber, and every tear is locked up. No matter how immortal a love letter is, it will eventually turn into an hourglass. In the upstream of youth, white clouds fly away, gray dogs and seagulls. After hearing this, everyone fell silent. It was so beautiful, and there was a sense of vicissitudes in the words. Everyone was listening attentively to the next sentence. Fate is so humorous that it makes those who love it silent. An entire universe in exchange for a red bean. The beautiful singing is intoxicating, but the song continues. Slow motion, lingering film, replaying silent film, freezing a moment. We agreed to never see each other again at our farewell concert. Long shot, farther and farther, after several years. We kissed goodbye politely at the concert we missed. The voice always has a soft sound, as if taking people to a love story, which is beautiful and full of yearning. You wrote me my first song. You and I hold hands tightly and recite the prelude, but what then? Fortunately, I have this love song of mine. Humming softly, crying and laughing. Mine, forever and ever. This love song is all about love, but it is also full of memories and recollections. After listening to the song, everyone in the family except Chenzhe felt the same way, and even the three women shed tears. Wang Sini wiped away her tears and said with some empathy, "This song is so beautiful, you sure sang really well this time, but the composer is still very good, and his level can be seen from this." Xia Mingting also nodded and said, "You are right, although the original singer sang well, it is mainly because the composer is amazing, especially this kind of song can touch the soul." Bai Wanqiu didn't expect that her cousin could find such a good song, which could even touch her soul directly. It was really amazing. Bai Wanqiu just returned home and opened the girlfriends group directly, send a message. "My younger brother is my slave, Wang Yusher, come out quickly, come out quickly. The future queen of rain poetry, I don't know what my little baby is calling me for. My younger brother is my slave, the quality of your song is so good, why didn't you tell me in advance? The future queen of rain poetry, I'm definitely going to give you a surprise. The quality of this song is pretty good, right? My younger brother is my slave, he is more than good, he is simply a god. The future queen of rain poetry, thank you for your encouragement. This song has only been played for 10 minutes and it has already been downloaded over 1 million times, with thousands of comments and the number of likes continuing to increase. Damn, this sounds so beautiful. Wan Yu sure is worthy of being my goddess. She is so amazing. Damn, my goddess sings so beautifully, my ears are about to get pregnant. I noticed that you seem to be stuck on one issue. Didn't you see the composer of this song? It's the same person who wrote the song later. I thought I was the only one who discovered this audience point. It's amazing. I have decided that Master Baiyu is my idol now. I feel like I witnessed the birth of a great god, it was simply a king bomb. Chen Zhe returned to the room and was ready to use his own account, Mr. C, to write the short story, The Hidden Corner. Chen Zhe started typing at this time, wrote 4,000 words directly, and then uploaded The Secret Corner. At this time, some book lovers were reading novels online. When they saw that Mr. C's novel had been updated, the readers of the novel website instantly became excited. Oh my god, Mr. C finally updated. I have been waiting for almost a year. This bastard author finally updated. I am so excited. I read Mr. C's novels 10 years ago when I was still in high school. Now my children are several years old, but I have to say that the quality of Mr. C's novels is indeed very high. What is the name of this novel? The Hidden Corner. Why does it feel so strange? Let me click in and take a look. Damn, this is a suspense novel, I feel so excited, I didn't expect Mr. C to start such a transformation. Damn, do I still have a chance? This sentence is too scary. I will never dare to let my son-in-law take me hiking again. I used to go hiking often, but now it feels a bit eerie and scary. Please update more, please update more. Zhang Dongsheng is indeed a person with a complex psychology. He is looked down upon by everyone at home, but he deeply loves his wife. His father-in-law and mother-in-law also look down on him. It can only be said that this character is very vivid. After Bai Wanqiu finished reading Fight's Breaksphere, she suddenly came across that chapter. Her face flushed instantly. This was too detailed. How could this protagonist still be refining aphrodisiacs? This mysterious female Do Huang powerhouse actually had something like this happen to her. After finishing the book, Bai Wanqiu muttered, this bastard author must be a philandering man. I wonder how many women he's deceived, and how he even writes such erotic stories. Although she blushed, she finished the novel silently. Just as I was getting ready for bed, I saw that Mr. C had a new short story published. I was so excited that I clicked on it and read The Hidden Corner with great concentration. The next morning, Chen Zhe was about to start typing when he received a message from Mr. Wu. Chen Zhe, the song you wrote this time is great, and the response has been very good. The online publicity department has begun to promote this song with all its strength. Chen Zhe replied, thank you Mr. Wu for your concern and thank you Mr. Wu for your cultivation. Another message was sent, Chen Zhe, the agent of the entertainment star Bai Wanqiu wants to meet with you. The general meaning is to discuss whether he can write a song for Bai Wanqiu. After seeing this message, Chen Zhe felt a little trembling in his heart. That agent Su Qinghe knew him, so he was walking into a trap. So I quickly replied, Mr. Wu, I still don't want to meet you. I can't write songs either, so I rejected her directly. Mr. Wu said with some doubt, this is a good opportunity for you to become famous. Bai Wanqiu has a high reputation. Why are you so resistant? Chen Zhe quickly replied, no reason, I just don't want to meet. Chapter 24 The impact of the two songs, Chen Zhe returns to the company. After playing at home for a day, it was time for Chen Zhe and Bai Wanqiu to leave. After saying goodbye to their parents, the two reluctantly got in a car and headed to the airport. Sitting in the taxi, the driver turned on the music directly, playing Love Song, and the beautiful music filled the entire car. Chen Zhe saw that Bai Wanqiu was a little depressed, and asked with concern, Sister Bai, what's wrong? You seem to be in a bad mood these 2 days. Bai Wanqiu sighed and said, I asked Su Qinghe to go talk to the composer named Baiyu to see if he could help me write a new song. But he was ruthlessly rejected. I didn't even have a chance to meet him. How could I be so unlucky? Chen Zhe smiled awkwardly and said, 8 out of 10 things in life are not satisfactory. Relax your mind and move forward with a good attitude. Don't be sad about such a small thing. Seeing him like this, Bai Wanqiu sighed and said, Stinky brother, you are really good at talking, but it's a pity that you don't understand. You are always so indifferent, how can you understand my mood? Chen Zhe. After Chen Zhe returned to school, he walked into the dormitory and saw 3 office workers in the dormitory. The fat man came over with a sly look on his face and said with a grin, "Old Chen, did you see that, my wife, you sure? The love song she sang was so beautiful. You don't know, the number of views on Cool Music after it was released for 10 minutes is simply unimaginable." The other two roommates also nodded, and they were showing off in various ways. After seeing these three idiots, Chen Zhe said with some confusion, "Isn't your idol by Wanqiu? How come it became Wang Yushi again?" The fat man said, "Although Bai Wanqiu is an important idol in my mind, she is not the only idol in my mind. Chen Zhe, it's true that the entertainment industry is permanent, but idols are transient." Chen Zhe simply packed up and left the school. He was now preparing to go to Xinghat Entertainment. After all, he had a job now and couldn't be away from work every day. The other roommates didn't say anything, after all, the guy had a job now. Chen Zhe spent 20 yuan and took a taxi to the downstairs of Galaxy Entertainment. Two young girls at the front desk greeted me. "Teacher Chen, you are here, please come in quickly, it's so cold outside." The two girls at the front desk greeted him very warmly. After all, they had known for a long time that this person was Teacher Baiyu, who was able to create such awesome songs like Later in Love Song, which are now extremely popular on the internet. Others may not know the internal situation, but as for the company, don't you know it? You should know that Chen Zhe has only been applying for a job in the company for a few days, but in just a week or so, he has already created 2 songs, and they are very popular. Hello everyone, I'm here today mainly to see Mr. Wu." Chen Zhe smiled politely. The two girls at the front desk were also very attentive, and even took the initiative to help him press the elevator button. How humble was their attitude. "Thank you," Chen Zhe said politely. The moment the elevator closed, the two girls screamed instantly. The sound was so loud. "Oh my god, he is so handsome. Not only is he good looking, but he also has a strong talent for composing. I can even feel that a future ace composer is born. I really want to be his girlfriend, but unfortunately he didn't have the prestige when he came last time, so now I don't dare to ask him for the girlfriend position." Chen Zhe, who was still in the elevator, waved his hand and thought the two girls were cute. There's nothing wrong with having WeChat. If they are willing to add me, I'd be happy to do so. I'd also be willing to chat and communicate with them. As for girlfriends, forget it. After getting out of the elevator, I arrived at Mr. Wu's office. "Chen Zhe, now that you're here, I have something to talk to you about." Wu Wolin was sorting the documents and said in a flat tone, "You really don't know how to cherish. Last time, Bai Wanqiu's agent asked you to write a song, why didn't you agree? This is an opportunity for you to become famous, and then you will be able to be upgraded to an intermediate composer." Chen Zhe smiled and said, "This is my own fault, Mr. Wu, please don't worry about it." Wu Wolin nodded and said, "Our company is about to release a song, and I have secured an opportunity for you. If you can write a song of better quality this time, you can be directly promoted to an intermediate composer, as long as you can get greater benefits." Chen Zhe smiled and said, "I just happen to have a song you can listen to." He handed over a USB drive and placed it on the table. Wu Wolin said in disbelief, "I can't believe you wrote a song so quickly." After saying this, whether you click on the music directly and see the song titled The Love Story of White Dove and Crow. What's this name? It seems to have a certain meaning. Wu Wolin clicked the play button with a skeptical look. After some interesting tunes passed, some sad songs sounded. After the song was over, Wu Wolin said in disbelief, "I really can't believe that you were so fast and the quality of this song is very good. Are you sure you haven't graduated from college yet?" Chen Zhe smiled and said, "Don't you know all my information?" Wu Wolin smiled and said, "With your looks and figure, you are definitely suitable for your debut. Why don't you become a singer? I think you will do well." Chen Zhe waved his hand and said, "I am a low-key person and I also value personal privacy. Forget it, let us talk about this song now." "Okay, let us talk about this song. It's very well written. How about I find a popular internet singer for you?" Wu Wolin knew that Chen Zhe's contract required him to find the singer himself, so she said this to help him. Chen Zhe has just entered the industry and has no connections, so he still needs some advice from his seniors. Forget about those internet celebrity singers. I think newcomers are more suitable. We should give newcomers some opportunities. Chen Zhe shook his head and said. To be honest, it's mainly because newcomers have lower requirements, so they can make more money. Of course, rich women like Wang Yushi are not included, but it's not impossible to change the rules. Are you giving newcomers a chance? Okay, I'll ask Xiaoli to ask if there are any good new artists. Chen Zhe smiled and said, since there is nothing wrong, I'll leave first. After saying that, he ran away without stopping. Love song, original singer, Fish Liang, lyrics, Chen Mei, music, Wu Guanyan. Hee, this song is really nice. My parents used to love listening to it, and now I love it too. Chapter 25 Chen Zhe, this person is so similar to myself in my previous life. The god of wealth has replaced the god of love. After a while, Assistant Shaoli received instructions from General Manager Wu and quickly completed the task. He hurried to the artist department. Most of the artists and singers here work here, so artists have to be selected here. I met Su Manxiang after just taking a few steps. It really is true that the world is so big and full of wonders. Shaoli, what are you doing here? Is it possible that the composing department has a new song? Su Manxiang took the freshly brewed coffee, took a sip, and asked with a somewhat unhappy expression. As for the reason? Actually, it's very simple. The song later was originally intended for me, but I was greedy and took advantage of the newcomer, wanting to gain more benefits, and ended up ruining myself. A few days ago, when the song later became a hit on the internet, I saw the astonishing traffic and data, and I felt even more regretful. I couldn't sleep well for several days and felt that I had missed a big opportunity. Shaoli couldn't help but laugh at Su Manxiang's expression. Wasn't he aware of her psychology? She must have regretted it. What a pity. There is no regret medicine in the world. But he still liked to see her rebellious appearance. What a pity. Then he said in a playful tone, Sister Manxiang, the composition department has indeed released a new song. This song was written by Bai Chen Zhe. Mr. Wu, do you think I should find a newcomer to try it out and see how it works? What? So fast? Didn't they just release 2 songs? Su Manxiang lost her grip on the coffee and spilled it on the ground. Then, his melancholic eyes lit up with hope, and he stammered, Shaoli, do you think I can do it? Believe me, with my fan base, this song will definitely be a hit. Don't worry, I'll only take 10% of the profits. Sister Manxiang, it's not that I don't want to help you, but Teacher Baiyu has already made it clear that only newcomers are needed this time, so I can't help you. Shaoli has been an assistant for many years and knows his own limitations. He just needs to do his job well. If he provokes Mr. Wu and Chen Zhe, he will get himself into trouble. Shaoli, please help me, I will really be grateful to you, Su Manxiang said in a pleading voice. Shaoli frowned, his expression somewhat displeased. This person was truly clueless. He'd made his point so clear, yet why wouldn't he just give up? He had to speak it out himself. Aren't you worthy? Sister Manxiang, it's not that I don't want to help you, but this time, Teacher Chen and Mr. Wu asked for newcomers to perform. I, a small assistant, can't break this rule. The best I can do is help you next time. Please, I will definitely speak for you next time. Is that okay? Shaoli said with a pleasant face. There was no other way, mainly because of Su Manxiang. She was the mistress of a senior shareholder of the company. Mr. Wu could offend her, but a small assistant like him had no right to do so. After saying this, Shaoli left quickly. She didn't want Su Manxiang to bother her. After all, she wanted to get off work early. As a worker, she didn't have that much time. Shaoli, you must help me, and remember this next time. Su Manxiang looked at Shaoli eagerly and spoke in a pleading tone, her face full of grievance and regret. After all, she had lost such an important opportunity. Chen Zhe walked downstairs and saw a man and a woman arguing with each other. Then he watched with interest. After all, there were not many opportunities to watch melons. The man is a little fat, but looks very honest. The girl is pretty, a little beauty, but she looks a little sarcastic. The fat man said with pleading eyes, Xiaomei, please can you not break up? I really can't live without you. What did I do wrong? Why do you treat me like this? The girl said in a cold tone, Li Tianming, don't be silly, there is no way I will be with you. You look fat, ugly, and poor, who would be with you? Li Tianming said in disbelief, that's not what you said at the beginning. The girl sneered and said, I was with you only because you were willing to spend money on me. When we were in college, you were willing to spend all the living expenses your parents gave you and the money you earned from odd jobs on me. That's why I agreed to be with you. Do you think I really like you? Li Tianming said angrily, if you don't like me, why did you spend my money? And now you want to break up with me, don't we have any feelings for each other after all these years? The girl said with disdain, love? You are fat and ugly, and you are qualified to talk about love with me? Of course, this is not important. The important thing is that your guy is poor. Have you ever seen a white dove and a crow together? Li Tianming laughed, his smile was a little sad, then he shook his head and finally shed a few tears. When the girl saw him like this, she walked away with great disdain. After all, in her opinion, this look was simply pitiful and sad. In this world, besides your parents, who would really care about you? As they walked, the girl said, Li Tianming, I'm not looking down on you, but do you really think you can become a big star after graduating from the music school? Are you kidding? You don't have the looks and the body to be a star? You haven't even produced a single impressive work yet, and I don't see any future for you. You're just going to live your life in idleness. Chen Zhe watched this scene and thought of himself in his previous life. Wasn't he the same? In his previous life, he was an orphan who grew up relying on the help of his neighbors and was admitted to university. Because he lived in poverty since childhood, he rarely interacted with others. When I was in college, there was a girl who liked me very much and insisted on confessing her feelings to me. It was the first time I encountered such a situation, so I accepted it happily and thought I had met true love. We had a good relationship, but when he learned I was an orphan, his expression changed. No more ridicule, no more disdain, only deep pity. He finally broke up with me, saying something very hurtful, relationships are important, but I won't be with someone who has nothing. I sympathize with your situation, but it's a shame. We're not meant to be together. When Chen Zhe heard this, his heart almost broke. He thought he had met true love, but the reality was so cruel. It made him realize a problem: no matter how tall or handsome you are so fragile in the face of reality, because the world has long since changed. In the past, lovers finally got married, but now it is the rich who finally get married. In the end, the god of wealth replaced the matchmaker. At this moment, the system's voice sounded, random task begins, help Li Tianming out of the trough and give him a chance. Option 1, help Li Tianming, and you will be rewarded with the original copy of the song If Love Forgot and 25 points of physical fitness. Option 2, be an indifferent stranger, with no rewards. Chen Zhe undoubtedly chose option 1. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward had already been distributed. Seeing this man named Li Tianming was like seeing a fat cat. He thought to himself, this person must also be from Xingha Entertainment. I have such ability, why not help this person rise to prominence? After all, the sight of a loser's comeback and his ex-girlfriend kneeling on the ground in regret and tears is simply a sight that never gets old. Chen Zhe walked over and looked at Li Tianming, who was sitting on the ground. He said with some emotion, your girlfriend broke up with you? How do you feel now? Li Tianming glanced at himself and said with a self-deprecating smile, what else can I feel? I was abandoned. This is how my life will be. Chen Zhe smiled and said, Li Tianming, that's your name, right? Are you from Xingha Entertainment? Li Tianming nodded and said, indeed, is there anything I can help you with? Chen Zhe said directly, let me put it this way, I am a junior composer in the composition department of Galaxy Entertainment. Chen Zhe, I just wrote a song, do you want to try it? Li Tianming blinked his eyes and said in disbelief, are you sure you're looking for me? You're not kidding, are you? Chen Zhe said directly, I never joke, so I have chosen you. Come with me to the composition department. Men should be strong. It's just a breakup, not your parents who died. Is there any need to cry like this? Li Tianming hesitated for a while, and finally nodded and said, okay, I'll go with you. In Wu Wolin's office, Wu Wolin looked at Li Tianming and said, Chen Zhe, are you sure you want to choose him? If you are sure, I will tell Xiaoli to stop looking. Chen Zhe smiled and said, of course, I think Li Tianming is the most suitable one. After all, we need to take more care of newcomers. Wu Wolin nodded, made a phone call and said, Xiaoli, you don't have to look for him anymore. Chen Zhe has already found the person. You can go home directly from get off work today. Wu Wolin directly handed Li Tianming a USB flash drive and said directly, go to the recording studio and learn it yourself. Is half an hour enough for you? Li Tianming said confidently, I graduated from a prestigious music college, so I am confident about this. Li Tianming arrived at the recording studio with excitement, directly inserted the USB drive, and opened the music file in the email. Seeing the name above is a bit strange. The love story of a white dove and a crow. With doubtful curiosity, I saw the composer and lyricist again, by you. Isn't this the ruthless guy who wrote 2 hit songs? How could it be this person again? Could Chen Zhe's pen name be by you? That must be the case, but he's too young. He feels about the same age as me, maybe even a little younger. With excitement, click on the music. Very humorous and witty music with a hint of melancholy begins. Busy tone clicked and you hung up the phone. The raindrops seem to be laughing at me. The story forks and you leave me behind. I pretend to let it go in an elegant manner. I hope you can meet a better him. After hearing this, Li Tianming's eyes became moist. After all, this was too much like himself. Just like the waves cannot kiss the sunset. I am no longer able to struggle. We used to favor each other. Later, only deviation remained. Just like wildflowers cannot touch the crescent moon. Can only be broken by the evening wind? The love story between a white dove and a crow only appears in fairy tales. After listening to this song, Li Tianming fell into deep thought. This music was so touching, and the regret of unrequited love was truly deeply rooted in people's hearts. It was true, the love story between a dove and a crow could only happen in fairy tales. How realistic was this statement? Yet so true. Li Tianming quickly began to pronounce the words in accordance with the tones and kept trying hard. Half an hour later, Li Tianming sang the song and received praise from Wu Rolan, who said directly, although there are many artists in the company who are good at singing, they rarely bring out the emotions. You sang this song. The love story of white doves and crows, I brought my own emotions into it, which deserves praise. Li Tianming nodded awkwardly, and then said, Mr. Wu, do you think I can be the original singer of this song? Wu Rolan smiled and said, if Zhenzhe says you can do it, then you can do it, and I think you sing well, so it's you. Wu Rolan said, Zhenzhe, the 3 songs you created are all good. Your song The Love Drama of White Doves and Crows can be said to be of very good quality. I will now apply to the higher authorities to promote you to an intermediate composer. Zhenzhe nodded and said, thank you, Mr. Wu. I will continue to work hard. I wonder what kind of achievements are needed to be promoted to senior composer. Wu Rolan said directly, to be promoted to a senior composer, you need 7 songs that have achieved good results, so you still need to continue working hard. Zhenzhe nodded and said that he would continue to work hard. Wu Rolan said directly, Li Tianming, you are a newcomer? Even if I help you promote, your popularity is very limited. If you want such a good song to not be buried, I have a suggestion for you. Do you want to listen to it? Li Tianming said directly, Mr. Wu, I will definitely listen to your advice. After all, the opportunity was given to me by you and Zhenzhe. Wu Rolan nodded and said, look, you're no different from an ordinary person. You don't have any popularity at all, let alone any traffic. So I told you to go to Douyin first to post it. You know this software, basically, if there's something a little bit unusual, the popularity will go up immediately. Then you can go to other music platforms to post it. Li Tianming nodded to indicate that he understood. Wu Rolan said, in that case, then you two go down, it's almost time to get off work. The two quickly agreed. After walking downstairs, Li Tianming said excitedly, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I didn't expect that the famous teacher by you would take a fancy to me. Zhenzhe smiled and said, there is nothing to be embarrassed about. After all, I see my former self in you. Let's go and have a meal together. I think we will have a lot of common topics. Li Tianming nodded. In a hot pot restaurant, there are small private rooms to protect the privacy of the guests. There are 2 women sitting here. Both of them have slim figures. They are wearing masks now, but they can be seen as beautiful women. Chapter 26, The Love Story of White Dove and Crow, the whole network cried. At this moment, Zhenzhe and Li Tianming were planning to take a taxi to a restaurant for a meal when suddenly a voice rang out, Teacher Chen, what are you doing here? Zhenzhe looked with some confusion and found that it was Meng Jiqiu. Meng Jiqiu ran over breathlessly with rosy cheeks and said, Teacher Chen, I am so lucky to meet you. Zhenzhe smiled and said, why? Now that you're famous, why do you still dare to run around? Aren't you afraid that your idol will see through you? Meng Jiqiu said somewhat embarrassedly, Teacher Chen, I am just a nobody now. Although everyone knows my name, few people know what I look like. My career has just started. How can I become a big star so quickly? Zhenzhe sighed and said, that is right, but you still have to keep working hard. Meng Jiqiu nodded and said, I will definitely work hard. By the way, Teacher Chen, where are you going? Zhenzhe smiled and said, we are planning to go out for dinner, why don't you come with us? Okay, I just want to ask Teacher Chen for advice. I hope Teacher Chen won't mind? Meng Jiqiu said cautiously. Chen Zhe smiled and said, "What's there to be disgusted with? Humbly asking for advice is also a kind of growth. Let's go to a hot pot restaurant and eat and talk." Several people took a taxi to the door of a hot pot restaurant. Although this hot pot restaurant is of medium quality, it has always had a good reputation and many people come to eat hot pot every day. In the box, Su Qinghe frowned and said, "Wanqiu, would you like to consider being the heroine of those works? After all, you haven't taken any roles in half a year. If you continue like this, you will become a loser." Bai Wanqiu sighed and said, "The main reason is that these scripts are really not that good, and there are too many intimate scenes with the male protagonist. If my stinky little brother sees it, he will be angry." Su Qinghe ate a piece of mutton and said speechlessly, "I am really impressed by you. Since you are not satisfied with your current script, why don't you sing a song? This way your fame will not decline." Bai Wanqiu said directly, "I want to, too, but didn't that composer named by you reject you?" Su Qinghe gritted her teeth and said, "That composer named by you is simply ungrateful. I wanted to sincerely invite him to compose a song, but this guy didn't even want to meet me." Bai Wanqiu also sighed, randomly picked up a piece of lamb kidney from the hot pot and took a bite. At this moment, several people sat in the seats in front of them without asking the box to block them. They were all happily eating hot pot, and they were enjoying it very much. Li Tianming went to the toilet because he had a stomachache. Chen Zhe and Meng Jiqiu sat together, and Meng Jiqiu kept calling him Teacher Chen. Teacher Chen also answered questions in a casual manner. Bai Wanqiu was suddenly startled and said to Su Qinghe, "Qinghe, have you noticed that the voice of the boy at the table next to us sounds so familiar? It's exactly the same as Chen Zhe's voice. Have you noticed?" Su Qinghe waved her hand and said, "I am not particularly familiar with Chen Zhe. I only found out about him through you. Since you have known him for so many years, it must be him." Bai Wanqiu asked with some confusion, "If that person is Chen Zhe, then why is he sitting with a girl?" Su Qinghe smiled and said, "What else could it be? A boy and a girl sitting together, what's going on?" Bai Wanqiu said angrily, "You mean Chen Zhe cheated on me and found another woman behind my back?" Su Qinghe said uncertainly, "It should be unlikely. Although the voices are very similar, there are many people with similar voices in this world. I am afraid that I have made a mistake. How about I take a look secretly?" Bai Wanqiu nodded. Although she was almost 99% sure that it was Chen Zhe, she needed that 100%. Su Qinghe took a quick glance and found that the person sitting on the chair was Chen Zhe. Then she saw a girl who was quite pretty, but still a little inferior to her best friend. Su Qinghe looked at her best friend with serious eyes, and said in a playful tone, "That person is Chen Zhe, and there is a woman sitting opposite him." Bai Wanqiu threw down her chopsticks and was about to rush out when she was quickly grabbed by her agent and best friend. Su Qinghe said in a serious tone, "What are you going to do? Don't forget your identity. If you make any noise, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Bai Wanqiu's eyes moistened as she said viciously, "Chen Zhe actually dared to cheat on me. I'll just have him defrauded of his medical insurance. And that girl, what else can she learn at such a young age? She had to follow someone else's lead and become a mistress. I'll tear her apart." Su Qinghe said calmly, "No, can't you calm down? I was just joking with you just now. What if they are just good friends? You have misunderstood others. You really can't control your emotions when you encounter Chen Zhe." Bai Wanqiu calmed down, but still said a little aggrievedly, "Xiaosu, do you think Chen Zhe is really too much? He's obviously married, so why doesn't he keep his distance from other girls? And he didn't even tell me and came to dinner with other girls." Su Qinghe said somewhat embarrassedly, "Don't forget, how did Chen Zhe get married?" Bai Wanqiu still said, putting everything aside, "He is married. Doesn't anyone consider my feelings at all?" Su Qinghe said directly, "Don't be impulsive, it may just be a misunderstanding." Chen Zhe and Meng Jiqiu were talking about music when Li Tianming finally ran over. Chen Zhe frowned and said, "How many times have you gone to the bathroom? What did you eat today?" Li Tianming smiled awkwardly and said, "I'm sorry, Chen Zhe, I had an upset stomach today, so." Chen Zhe waved his hand and said, "Okay, let us finish eating quickly, and then I'll go to your place with you and try to release this song tonight." On the other side, Su Qinghe smiled and said, "You see, what I said was a misunderstanding. There are obviously 3 people, and one of them is a boy. This should be a class reunion." Bai Wanqiu's tense expression finally relaxed, and her mood became a little better. After returning to the rental house, Chen Zhe saw the simple environment and shook his head. Li Tianming smiled awkwardly and said, "Don't laugh at me, my conditions are just like this. The main reason is that I gave all my money to my ex-girlfriend, so I can only rent a house for 500 yuan a month." Chen Zhe smiled and said, "Okay, just rent a good house when you make money. Everyone has low points sometimes, there is nothing to be embarrassed about." Li Tianming sat in the rental house, set up a mobile phone stand, hugged a guitar, and sat on the wooden board of a single room without a fan, looking lonely and desolate. "Chen Zhe, you are really a master at creating this atmosphere." Li Tianming turned his back to the camera, a few tears flowed from the corners of his eyes, he took a deep breath and adjusted his mood. Beautiful music sounded. The busy tone sounded and you hung up the phone. The raindrops seemed to be laughing at me. The story diverges, you leave me behind, pretending to be elegant, I pretend to let go. I hope you meet a better him. After Li Tianming sang this line, his whole body was shaking and tears were streaming down his face. Just like the waves cannot kiss the sunset, I am no longer able to struggle. We used to favor each other, but later all that was left was deviation. Just like wildflowers cannot touch the crescent moon, they can only be picked off by the evening breeze. The love story between a white dove and a crow only appears in fairy tales. Li Tianming sang the entire song directly, his whole body trembling. He sat on the chair, covering his face and crying again. It was so sad. How ironic. It was not until a long time later that Li Tianming's emotions stabilized. Chen Zhe and Li Tianming simply edited the video, marked the lyricist and composer, and sent it online. Li Tianming then sent the song he sang to Wu Wolin's email box. As for uploading it to major music platforms, that was left to the company. After Chen Zhe walked out of Li Tianming's rental house and was about to go back to school, he suddenly saw a message from the Great Devil on WeChat, "Threat, come back to me quickly, hurry up, right now." After seeing this message, Chen Zhe took a taxi to Wanqiu's villa without stopping. This night, which should have been peaceful as usual, became noisy because of a song that caused an uproar on the internet. After all, in this era, the pace of society is very fast and people's lives are very monotonous. For example, many people need a lot of time and energy to study and work. This also indirectly leads to their being unfree during the day and unable to fully relax their body and mind, but at night, this becomes the world of young people who love to stay up late and engage in full entertainment activities. Even though it is already 8 o'clock in the evening, when many people are surfing the internet, most people are basically lying in bed and browsing Douyin to make up for the time lost during the day and relax. Everyone was happily scrolling through TikTok, but ended up seeing a video of a fat man's lonely back. Out of curiosity, everyone thought it was a bit strange, so they stopped for a while. After all, why did this person only shoot a back view in the video? But after a second, a subtitle popped up, The Love Story of White Dove and Crow. Original singer, Li Tianming. Lyricist, by you. Composer, by you. When everyone saw the two words by you, a wave of memories rushed into their minds. They were still very impressed by these two words. After all, this was the big brother who created two magical songs. After seeing Li Tianming, everyone immediately understood that he was a singer, but when they saw that it was a new song written by Baiyu, everyone stopped immediately, wanting to see if the song was good and satisfy their ears. The melody has a soothing humor and a touch of sadness. The tone and sound are a bit strange and there is a bit of showmanship, but it inexplicably conveys a slightly sad feeling. When netizens in front of the screen heard this strange melody, they felt it instantly. A sad song sounded, the busy tone clicked and you hung up the phone, and the raindrops seemed to be laughing at me. The story forks and you leave me behind. I pretend to let go, hoping you can meet a better him. The first few lines of the song are meant to be lighthearted, but they also show reluctance, pretending to hope that the ex can meet someone better. Isn't this kind of tragedy? This line touched the hearts of netizens. A boy met the most beautiful girl at the best age of his life, but because of his own shortcomings and various reasons, he was tragically dumped by his girlfriend. He pretended not to care and accepted the fact of the breakup, and even wished her to find a better person. Ha ha! How ironic is this? The music continues. Just like the waves cannot kiss the sunset, I have no strength to struggle. We used to favor each other, but later all that was left was deviation. Just like wildflowers cannot touch the crescent moon, they can only be picked off by the evening breeze. The love story between a white dove and a crow only appears in fairy tales. These few sentences directly broke the netizens' defense. Although each lyric is described by objects, this also illustrates the gap between people. Even the greatest love will be defeated by reality. The previous vows are worthless in the face of cruel reality. This tells the story of a young man who meets the most beautiful girl at the best age of his life, but due to various reasons and the cruelty of reality, he is directly defeated by reality and cannot give her a better life. He can only deceive himself and congratulate her for meeting a better person. Especially the last sentence, how could a white dove and a crow fall in love? It's just a play. When you wake up from the dream, you still have to accept reality. This kind of love can only appear in fairy tales. This directly touched the hearts of many netizens. Even after listening to it once, they would start listening to it for the second time. I found my past self in this song, and I couldn't even control my emotions and cried uncontrollably. Oh my god, this song is so touching. The lyrics are simple, but they can touch people's hearts directly. It reminded me of me and my first love, and I cried for more than half an hour. I really want to say sorry to my first love. I am really sorry. I didn't give you a better life, and we couldn't be together. What on earth did one have to go through to be able to sing a song like this? How cruel a reality did one have to go through? I was already exhausted after a day at work and wanted to watch some videos to relax in the evening. I really didn't expect to see a video like this. I cried my eyes out. Damn Doeen, it's all because of you who pushed this song in front of me. Oh, it really makes me sad every time I listen to it. This song really touches my heart, but I still want to listen to it. Why is there only one song in the author's backstage? Please update it quickly, update a healing divine song. On this quiet night, the song White Dove and Crow in Love directly touched the hearts of many male netizens. The song became popular on the entire internet in just 1 hour. P.S. The love story of White Doves and Crows, original singer, Panchang Pika Pan, lyrics, Mozifu, music, Panchang. Chapter 27 Chenzei, Sister Bai, Can We Get a Divorce? Bai Wanxiu, no. After Chenzei returned to Bai Wanxiu's villa, he had just walked into the door when suddenly a cold gaze swept over him. Bai Wanxiu's beautiful face puffed up with anger. Seeing her like this, Chenzei was puzzled. What happened? Who had angered this great demon again? He didn't seem to have offended her. Chenzei asked cautiously, Sister Bai, what's wrong with you? And why did you call me back today? I still have something to do. Although Bai Wanxiu knew that he and that girl were not in that kind of relationship, she still couldn't help feeling jealous. Bai Wanxiu walked directly to Chenzei, wrinkled her nose slightly, sniffed, and then said with a look of disgust, What is this smell? It's so bad. Chenzei was a little confused. After all, he had always been clean. Even after rewarding himself with a small treat this morning, he took a shower. How could there be a strange smell? Bai Wanxiu rolled her eyes at him and said angrily, It smells like a vixen, so bad. Bai Wanxiu pinched her nose and waved her hands in disgust. Shin said, a little confused, What do you mean? Who are you implying? Bai Wanxiu said arrogantly, You had a very happy chat with that girl in the hot pot restaurant this afternoon, didn't you? When Chenzei heard this, he understood it instantly, and then he felt happy in his heart. He said uncertainly, It seems that you were also in the hot pot restaurant this afternoon, but he was just having dinner with a friend. It wasn't just me and her, there was another person. That's not right, Chenzei reacted and asked questioningly, Why should I explain all this to you? What does it have to do with you who I date? Sister Bai, aren't you being too nosy? Bai Wanxiu said angrily, Why can't I take care of it? I am your wife now, I must take care of your affairs. Chenzei said doubtfully, Aren't we a fake couple? Besides, we've already agreed that we'll get divorced after you finish filming that wedding photo commercial. Divorce? After hearing this, Bai Wanxiu said angrily, What divorce? I'm telling you, don't mention this to me again. Chenzei frowned and said, Why can't I mention this? Didn't you say this? How can you not keep your word? Bai Wanxiu said in a rogue manner, I am a person who does not keep my word, what can you do to me? Shit, I really want to beat her up. Chenzei used the system to check Bai Wanxiu's physical fitness, 955 points, and then looked at his own physical fitness, 95 points, this is not good enough, he can't beat 10 of them, isn't it? How can a good man fight a woman? He just doesn't want to fight. Chenzei was a little afraid of angering Bai Wanxiu, and said fearfully, Sister Bai, we are just a fake couple, we each have our own lives, so can we not fight each other? Bai Wanxiu said directly, No. Damn, Chenzei didn't want to argue with her, there was really no other way, so he could only say, Sister Bai, if that is the case, then let us get a divorce now. If it doesn't work today, let us meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Bai Wanqiu saw her brother's serious look, as if he wasn't joking at all, and felt a little aggrieved. Why did this stinky brother want a divorce? Was she really that scary? After all, she was fair-skinned, beautiful, and had long legs. She was the white moonlight in the hearts of 700 million boys across the country. Even though Bai Wanqiu felt aggrieved, she could only keep it in her heart. She would wait until she got his brother and then settle the score with him. So she could only pretend to shed 2 tears and said sobbingly, let's get a divorce after I finish shooting that wedding dress advertisement, After saying this, he quickly ran back to his room. When Chen Zhe saw Bai Wanqiu crying, he felt a little distressed for some reason. Could it be that he really liked her a little? Bah, how could I have such thoughts? How is it possible? This woman is a great devil, and a female devil at that. How could I possibly like her? It seems that I am seriously ill. Go see a psychologist right away to see if you can cure yourself. Chen Zhe also returned to the room where he used to live. After taking a shower, he closed his eyes and went to sleep. Bai Wanqiu returned to her room feeling rather down. She messaged her manager and best friend, Xinghe, my stinky little brother keeps wanting to divorce me. Why do you think he wants to? Could it be that he really has someone he loves? When Su Qinghe heard this, she said directly, do you know how you became a big star? In the final analysis, it's because you are outstanding in appearance. In the final analysis, you are just a traffic star. Others don't understand your personality. They only know that you are beautiful. Who would know that you are a manic or violent person? Is this a close friend? Has anyone said this about themselves? Bai Wanqiu replied directly, have you said that to your bestie? I'm speechless. I'm asking you now, this stinky brother wants to divorce me now, do you have any solutions? You asked me to delay before, but now it seems that there is no use. Su Qing has said directly, it's very simple. Chen Zhe is your neighbor's brother. Others don't understand your personality, but doesn't he? You are unreasonable and even like to hit people. He definitely won't accept being with you, so you have to find the reason from yourself and change your personality. Boys like gentleness. You should try to change yourself and be gentler to him. Bai Wanqiu nodded as if she understood and said, I understand. I know what to do. By the way, Mr. C's new novel has been updated. Please contact him in advance to see if he can help me get a role. I want the role of Zhou Chunhong. After all, there are too few female characters in this script, and this character is a female with distinct characteristics, making a woman flesh and blood. Su Qinghe replied directly, okay. If Bai Wanqiu wanted to kill some time, she could only open Fight's Break Sphere and read the novel to relax. It has now been updated to the later stage. The comments section is full of 99+. Oh my god, this old ghost Jiaxing is pretty awesome. He almost killed the protagonist with one poem. No matter what he does in the later stage, I would like to call him the strongest. That is true, but in the later stages, this realm becomes more and more difficult to cross. However, this chapter is really wonderful. In short, I was very excited when I read it. The author's Salty Fish in the Lake is really good, and what he writes is really attractive. I look forward to his next chapter update. Chapter 28 My sister Chen Mengyan, the troubles Chen Mengyan encounters at work. When Chen Zhe was sleeping at night, a phone call suddenly came in. Chen Zhe opened his eyes reluctantly, and after finding out that it was his adopted sister, he directly pressed the answer button. He said impatiently, hello, sister, why are you calling? A royal sister's voice came from the other side, hey, brother, did you miss me? Chen Zhe said directly, don't bother me, I'm going to sleep now. Chen Mengyan pretended to be aggrieved and said, it is true that the younger brother is not as good as the younger brother. He used to care about his sister so much when he was a child, but now he ignores his sister. It is true that times are changing. Chen Zhe curled his lips and said, what's the matter? I'm sleeping now. Chen Mengyan said with a smile, nothing much, I just saw a very nice poem online today. Do you want to listen to it together? It's called The Love Story of White Dove and Crow. After hearing this, Chen Zhe simply said oh and then said directly, if there is nothing else, I will go to bed directly. Chen Mengyan quickly said, there is nothing else, it's just that our mother has started to urge us to get married recently, but I have to work now, so I used your words as a shield and said that if you get married, your sister, will get married immediately, so I'm sorry to ask you to help me share the pressure. Damn, Chen Zhe exclaimed in his heart, what a wow, she is worthy of being his own sister, she is really a big pit. This pit brother doesn't seem to feel wronged at all, he really wants to throw the marriage certificate in front of his parents. Chen Zhe didn't want to talk about this topic, so he said directly, sister, how is your work going now? Chen Mengyan said with a smile, your elder sister, was born to be an animation producer, and my work situation is pretty good. I wonder if you, my brother, have decided what kind of job you want since you are about to graduate. Chen Zhe had nothing to hide from his elder sister, so he could reveal some of the actual situation and said directly, I am currently working at Wancheng Xingha Entertainment. I am a junior composer and will soon be promoted to an intermediate composer. What? Hey, bro, why are you at the entertainment company? I was thinking of inviting you to work at my company. Go away, who wants to like the two-dimensional world like you, Chen Zhe said directly with a look of disgust on his face. Chen Mengyan smiled awkwardly and said, since you are a composer, you should be doing well, right? Chen Zhe said with a smile, you are doing quite well indeed. Okay, I won't say anymore. Goodbye. The phone was hung up. Dream Animation Company. It was already past 9 o'clock in Chen Mengyan's office. Even after her younger brother hung up on her, she wasn't angry. She first turned on Later, Love Song, and The Love Story of White Doves and Crows. After listening to these three songs, she leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes, and relaxed, as if relaxing from the day's unpleasantness at work. Chen Mengyan is Chen Zhe's biological sister. She is 25 years old this year. She has a unique personality because she is like the two-dimensional world since she was a child. Even her daily living habits are somewhat different from those of ordinary people. Even her daily dressing habits are in the style of the two-dimensional world. Chen Mengyan was wearing a JK outfit today. A pure white shirt wrapped around her breasts, perfectly outlining her proud curves. Her short skirt was also JK, and her long, beautiful legs were clad in flesh-colored stockings, folded together, looking incredibly white. Chen Mengyan has been a school beauty since she was a child. Not only does she have an outstanding appearance, but she also has a very even figure. She has fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. She thinks she has never lost to anyone, even the one who was sent to the next door. Chen Mengyan is not only the team leader of the second group of Dream Animation Company, but also has outstanding business capabilities and has become a senior executive of the company in just 3 years. She is also a very famous composer in China. In the two-dimensional world, she is still very famous. Many comic exhibitions will invite her to support the scene. After all, she has the qualifications. It's just that I've been really distressed lately. How can I put it? The great Chen Mengyan has been in trouble lately. Things are not going well at work. The second team she manages seems to have run out of ideas and hasn't produced any works in several months. The company's top management has been criticizing her team. However, her competitor has already won the rights to a book with 20,000 subscriptions and has already started preparing to adapt it into an anime. It is expected to be very successful. Chen Mengyan sighed. How could she put it? Her group's performance last year was pretty good, barely beating out the other group and barely passing. But this year, it's already been 3 or 4 months, and she still hasn't produced a single piece of work. This is what's really bothering her. If I can't produce a good work in the first half of this year, I'm probably going to be out of luck as a member of Group 2. What should I do now? There are very few domestically created animations now. Most of them are adapted from novels. Many domestic animation companies now buy IPs to adapt and finally generate animations to make money. In fact, this is also the safest option, because many online novels have been tested by the market. If they are directly adapted, the risk can be reduced to a very low level. The key is that if it is promoted through anime, there will be many fans of the original novel to support it, which basically means you can only make money and not lose money. However, in the past few months of this year, their group had negotiated with several good online novels, but they were all bought by several other competitors, which means that none of them were successfully negotiated. As a result, their group did not have the copyright for high-quality online novels for several months. In other words, from the Chinese New Year until now, my team has done nothing at the company, just sitting around waiting for death. We're only getting the base salary, and if this continues, how much lower will my team's ranking be? At this time, the assistant knocked on the door directly. Team leader Chen, your supervisor wants you to attend a meeting. Okay, I'll be there right away, Chen Mengyan nodded. In the spacious conference room. Basically, the team leaders of all the animation groups in the company gather here, team leader of Group 1, team leader of Group 2, team leader of Group 3, team leader of Group 4. A total of 12 team leaders gather here. The seats are also arranged according to their rank. Except for the supervisor who sits at the front, everyone else speaks according to their rank. Lu Jiaying, the team leader of Group 1, sat on the left, and Chen Mengyan, the team leader of Group 2, sat on the right, but their situations were different. Lu Jiaying had a smug look on her face, and was so happy that she could hardly suppress the smile on her face. Chen Mengyan's face was filled with worry, and she was even a little nervous. After all, her group's performance had been so poor in the past few months, and she was sure that she would be criticized by the supervisor. The results of other people are pretty average. I just want to hear the results of the group leaders of Group 1 and Group 2 and report to me as soon as possible. Supervisor Ma Jianbo looked at the two team leaders and said in a serious tone. Chapter 29 Chen Mengyan Setbacks at Work, Chen Zhe Who Can't Sleep. Upon hearing what the supervisor Ma Jianbo said, the leader of Group 1 smiled with joy, his eyes almost pointing to the sky. In short, he was as arrogant as he could be. The leader of Group 2, Chen Mengyan, had a somewhat gloomy expression. Manager Ma, in the past few months this year we have been continuing the sequel to last year's fairy tale fantasy game, and we have also released the second season. The results can be said to be very good. Compared with the first season, it can be said that it has almost doubled, Lu Jiaying said with a smile. She looked at Chen Mengyan with contempt and said in a haughty tone, "We have successfully signed a contract with the online writer Fanxie for his masterpiece Invincible Sword Immortal with 20,000 subscriptions. We have obtained the copyright. Now our team is making an animation template and we believe it will be released in a month at most." Very good, very good. Fantasy and fairy tales are big hits now, and they attract a lot of traffic. It is already very good to get 20,000 orders. Upon hearing this, Ma Jianbo finally showed a smile on his very serious face, which could be regarded as an affirmation of his achievements. After all, nowadays, there are more and more online books, but fewer and fewer good works. There are so many animation companies now. If an animation company wants to get a good work, it is very difficult. After all, the top animation companies in China have always dominated the list. Basically, the rankings above 10,000 subscriptions are all occupied by those big animation companies, and it can even be said that they are predetermined. The achievements of Lu Jiaying's group in a few months are even equivalent to a year's performance, so they deserve recognition. Chen Mengyan, how did your group perform? Report to me, Ma Jianbo said in a serious tone. Chen Mengyan had kept her head down from the beginning until now, with the corners of her mouth twitching, but since the leader had already spoken, she could only bite the bullet and report the results of the past few months. In the past few months, we have produced 2 anime, which are now ranked on the charts. One is ranked 105th and the other is ranked 95th. Gone? Ma Jianbo said in a slightly different tone. Chen Mengyan lowered her head and said, "Indeed, there are only these 2, and the results are just average." Ma Jianbo said directly, "Team leader Chen, your team's performance is not good. We are not even in the top 20. If this continues, your team will not deserve the title of second place. I used to think your work attitude was very good. Last year, your works were in the top 20. Why is it that after the new year, it seems like the whole team has changed?" Chen Mengyan lowered her head and said, "The main reason is that I didn't find any good works today, and some very good works have already been selected internally, and no one agreed when I contacted others." Ma Jianbo frowned and said, "You didn't look for it seriously. Look at Lu Jiaying, she was able to find such good works. You can't just rely on last year's work. The works need to be innovative." Chen Mengyan said unconvincedly, "Isn't it just a work with over 10,000 orders? What's so great about it? I can find it too." Ma Jianbo sneered and said, "Everyone can talk big, it depends on whether you have the ability to do so. This year, the company's animated film will speak for itself based on its strength. Whoever has good performance will be given the project of the film." Okay, this meeting ends here and we adjourn. The company's animated feature film is a major annual project, and it's also a way to reward outstanding employees. After all, year-end bonuses are quite generous. Last year, Chen Mengyan, a team leader, received a 200,000 yuan bonus, and other ordinary employees also received tens of thousands. This made the entire team very envious. It's a pity that there is no hope for the first group this year. Looking at the results, even the dogs are shaking their heads. Our group must get this spot this year and will definitely not let manager Ma down. We will definitely work hard, Lu Jiaying said excitedly. I was so envious last year, and today it's finally my turn. I became the team leader, and I feel so happy when I think about getting a year-end bonus of 200,000. What's there to be proud of? Chen Mengyan said unconvincedly, it's only March now, and there are still more than 9 months left. It's still uncertain who will win or lose. But she herself was unsure. After all, her work this year was not good to begin with. It could be said that she had been relying on her past achievements. If she wanted good results, she would first have to obtain the copyright of a very good novel so that her group could produce animation. Moreover, the results must be ranked in the top 5 so that she could completely surpass the other group. This was basically impossible. Since both of you groups are so confident, I won't say much. Only hard work can lead to progress. Come on. Of course, the other 8 groups must also work hard and can't be complacent with the status quo. After the meeting, Ma Jianba smiled and left. Lu Jiaying walked over with a smile and said with a hint of sarcasm, Chen Mengyan, you said that the company has always regarded our 2 groups as competitors. We have been competing for 2 years, and you have always been slightly better than me. Today it is finally my turn to win. Tisk, it's just some achievement. I just got the copyright for an online novel with 20,000 subscriptions. What's there to brag about? Look at how crooked your mouth is. Chen Mengyan said with disdain. You are really just good at talking tough. Then I look forward to what team leader Chen will do. Lu Jiaying was not angry. She would be the winner in the end anyway, so she walked away with a smile on her face. Chen Mengyan was filled with anger. She returned to the staff studio, sat down and drank a sip of tea to relieve herself. When the employees saw the team leader so angry, they knew that the boss must have been ridiculed during the meeting. There was nothing they could do about it. It was their group's fault for having such poor performance. Team leader Chen, we are so sorry for you, said a female employee, wiping away tears. Chen Mengyan waved her hands and said, what's the point of crying? It won't solve the problem. Now hurry up and go to the novel website to see if there are any excellent online novels. A female employee suddenly had an idea and said, Team leader Chen, I have been following a novel called Fights Break Sphere recently. The author of this novel writes very well, and the readership is also very large, at least several million. Chen Mengyan suddenly had an idea. Yeah, why hadn't I thought of that? She'd been following this novel a lot lately, so she quickly said, hurry up and contact the people at tomato.com to see if I can get the copyright for this novel. Chen Zhe finally fell asleep after talking to his sister on the phone. After finally getting some sleep, his cell phone suddenly rang. Chen Zhe opened his eyes very unhappily, picked up the phone in a daze and saw the words Director Wu on it. Even though he was reluctant, he still answered the call. Chapter 30, 3 Calls in One Night, by Wanshou's personality changes drastically. After Chen Zhe answered the phone, a very excited voice came from the other end. Chen Zhe, your song The Love Story of White Doves and Crows is now performing very well on major music platforms and on the internet, and the traffic is also amazing. I have successfully applied for the intermediate composer for you. Your current share is 50%, so the reward you get this time is 2 million, which will be directly transferred to your bank card later. After hearing this, Chen Zhe said directly, thank you, Mr. Wu, no, thank you, Sister Wu, thank you for your care and concern. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chen Zhe finally hung up the phone just as he was about to go to bed. The system's voice sounded, Dear host, my great Zhe, congratulations on your advancement to intermediate composer. I will now reward you with the original copy of the song Pulling Silk Opera and increase your physical fitness by 50 points. The host's current physical fitness is 145 points. After hearing about the reward, Chen Zhe felt a little excited. After all, he still had 3 songs in his hand that he had not shown yet, and each of them was a slam dunk. However, the requirements for the last song, Silk Pulling Opera, were a bit high. After all, the person not only had to have a high level of singing, but also had to be able to sing in an opera style, which was a test of his level. No matter what, after my body was recharged, I felt that my sleep quality was better and I could finally sleep peacefully. He had just slept in bed for 5 minutes when his cell phone suddenly rang. Chen Zhe was a little impatient and opened his eyes uncomfortably. Seeing that it was a call from his editor Mr. C, he directly pressed the answer button. A very polite voice came from inside, Excuse me, Mr. C, have I disturbed your rest now? I am very sorry. When Chen Zhe heard this, he said with some dissatisfaction, You still remember to disturb my rest. If you have something to say, just say it. If you have something to fart, just fart. Do you know that it is really annoying to call me in the middle of the night? Sorry, an agent from Future Entertainment called our company. they have a big star named Bai Wanqiu, who Mr. C should know. They want you to play the role of Zhou Chunhong in The Hidden Corner. Do you think it's okay? Chen Zhe was a little surprised when he heard this. He really didn't expect that his sister Bai would want this role. So he said, Bai Wanqiu is just a traffic star. I hope that all the actors in this drama are powerful actors. Let's forget about her. The editor said somewhat embarrassedly, then why did you agree to have her as the heroine in your previous script? Of course, Chen Zhe would not say that Bai Wanqiu was too annoying, so he gave her something to do, and then he wouldn't have to see her, and he would be able to suffer less. So he said righteously, you don't have to worry about this matter. Anyway, I don't agree with Bai Wanqiu playing the role in my script. Goodbye. Edit. After Chen Zhe hung up the phone, he had just fallen asleep for 5 minutes when another call suddenly came in. Chen Zhe was almost furious. Is this going to end? Why are there so many calls? Seeing that it was the editor of his other account, Salted Fish in the Lake, calling, he could only reluctantly press the answer button. An excited voice came from the phone, Mr. Xianyu, let me tell you, you won the jackpot? Chen Zhe sneered and said, you won the jackpot, your whole family won the jackpot, right? Is it fun for you to call me in the middle of the night? I want to sleep. The editor smiled awkwardly and said, Mr. Xianyu, although it's not you who won the jackpot, it doesn't make any difference. Dream Comics Company called our company and asked for the comic copyright of your novel because your novel is going to be anime. When Chen Zhe heard this, he thought to himself, Dream Comics Company, isn't that my sister's company? So he calmed down and asked, then do you know which group owns the copyright to this comic? The editor smiled and said, it seems that the second group of their company, and the one who wants the copyright of this novel and comic is a lady named Chen. After Chen Zhe heard this, I knew it was my elder sister, so I said directly, okay, I can agree to it. The editor said excitedly, I knew you would agree, long live. After Chen Zhe hung up the phone, he could finally sleep peacefully. Early the next morning, Chen Zhe finally got up, stretched, felt refreshed, and quickly went to wash his teeth and brush his face. After arriving at the living room, I found that Bai Wanqiu had been sitting on the sofa for a long time. Her eyes were a little red, as if she had been crying. It was obvious that she had been wronged. Chen Zhe sat on the sofa and said with some distress, Sister Bai, what's wrong with you? Who made you cry? I'll go beat him up. When Bai Wanqiu heard these shameless words, she laughed and said, you stinky brother, you know nothing and you are just talking nonsense here. Hurry up and have breakfast, it's already prepared for you. Chen Zhe looked at the breakfast on the table and felt a little unbelievable. How could this Bai Jia make breakfast for him? In the past, it was basically red envelopes sent to him. The two of them sat at the table eating breakfast. Chen Zhe ate voraciously, while Bai Wanqiu chewed slowly. She looked like a lady, but still a little unhappy. Chen Zhe said directly, Sister Bai, what are you unhappy about? You can tell me. Bai Wanqiu said sadly, do you think I'm useless? Lately, things haven't been going well. Yesterday, I wanted a role in Mr. C's novel, but he rejected me out of hand. Furthermore, his company told me, this drama doesn't need any popular stars. When Chen Zhe heard this, he felt a chill down his spine. Wasn't this what he had rejected? In other words, he had made Sister Bai cry. He had thought it was just a small matter, but now. Oh, damn it. Chen Zhe actually wanted to help Bai Wanqiu, but Uncle Bai was the #1 black fan, and he also asked him to form a united front with him, so he became a black fan himself. The purpose of doing this is to force Sister Bai to quit the entertainment industry. After all, Uncle Bai has always opposed Sister Bai's development in the entertainment industry. After Chen Zhe finished his breakfast, he was used to picking up the bowls and plates to wash them. Bai Wanqiu suddenly smiled and said, little brother, let me wash the dishes. If you have something to do, go and do it. If you don't have anything to do, go and play games. This was the first time Chen Zhe saw Bai Wanqiu being so gentle. She was like a good wife and mother. What was going on? She had a genetic mutation, and it made him feel a little uncomfortable. Chen Zhe looked at something and said, I still have work to do, so I'll go to work first. Sister Bai, goodbye. After saying that, he walked straight out the door. Bai Wanqiu smiled sweetly and said, my naughty brother, remember to come back for dinner in the evening. Chapter 31, Red Ling, shocked the audience and became a hit on the internet within a day. Chen Zhe sat in the taxi, still a little bit unbelievable, how could Sister Bai's hands be so gentle? Just like a good wife and mother. After Chen Zhe arrived at the company, he went straight to Wu Wolin's office. Wu Wolin glanced at Chen Zhe and said directly, "Chen Zhe, why did you come to see me?" Chen Zhe said, "Mr. Wu, does our company have anyone who can sing opera?" Wu Wolin said in surprise, "Singing opera? No, we are a music company, what does it have to do with singing opera?" Chen Zhe sighed and said, "I wrote a song, but this song requires singing in opera style. Is there anyone who can meet this requirement?" After hearing this, Wu Wolin smiled and said, "Most people in our company graduated from opera majors. Although opera has declined now, they still have no problem singing opera tunes. For example, Meng Jiqiu and Li Tianming should all be able to sing at least a little bit." "That's enough," Chen Zhe said directly, "since Meng Jiqiu can do it, let her try it." Wu Wolin nodded. After all, Chen Zhe would never disappoint anyone, as evidenced by the previous 3 songs. Wu Wolin said directly, "Xiaoli, go call Meng Jiqiu over and tell her that there is a new song we want to try. Remember to explain it to her." About 5 minutes later, Meng Jiqiu hurried over and said breathlessly, "Mr. Wu, are you looking for me?" "And Teacher Chen." Wu Wolin nodded and said, "Now I have a new song to give to you, let us see if you can bring out its quality." "Chen Zhe, I have always believed in you." Chen Zhe smiled and said to Meng Jiqiu, "This song is specially prepared for you. Please listen to it slowly first. I will go play some music." Chen Zhe directly took out the USB drive and inserted it into the computer. "The name of this song is Red Pity." Wu Wolin said in surprise. What Chen Zizhen didn't expect was that the system was so full of power. There were not only songs in the folder, but also a folder containing the background story of Qi Lian. Qi Lian, Meng Jiqiu said with some surprise. The audio file opened and the sounds of Yule's musical instruments rang out, including the eru, flute, pipa, qin, and guqin. The sounds of so many instruments rang out. It is simply sad and beautiful at the same time. The sadness of the eru simply pushes the emotions to the limit and is able to exaggerate the emotions. The voice is beautiful and pleasant, although it is a bit cold, the tone is not bad at all. Gradually, the music progresses from the main song to the chorus with a wave of emotions, which is really exciting. A piece of music comes down. The entire office was silent. Meng Jiqiu's eyes were red as he murmured, "What a domineering line, even though I am in a low position, I dare not forget my worries for the country, even if no one knows me." She understood this song. It was not a simple love song like the previous ones. This was a song full of national justice. Meng Jiqiu said excitedly, "Thank you, Teacher Chen, I will definitely sing this song well and I will definitely not let you down." Chen Zhe smiled and said, "This song is quite difficult, so you must practice more." Meng Jiqiu nodded to indicate that he understood. Wu Wolin also said with a smile, "Okay, Xiaomeng, if you want to sing this song, our company has a spot in this Wancheng concert, so we will add your name." When Meng Jiqiu heard this, he said excitedly, "Can I really go to the concert?" Wu Wolin nodded and said, "I just happen to have a decision-making spot, and it's yours. I hope you can perform well." "Thank you, Mr. Wu, thank you, Teacher Chen." Meng Jiqiu expressed his gratitude very excitedly, then took the USB drive to the recording studio. After Chen Zhe returned to Bai Wanqiu's house, he saw the table full of dishes. Chen Zhe swallowed his saliva, and I saw a beautiful woman sitting on the sofa, looking at me with a smile. Chen Zhe smiled awkwardly and said, "Sister Bai, you cooked all the meals on this table." Bai Wanqiu nodded and said, "Yes, I have heated it up several times just to wait for you to come back for dinner, let us eat quickly." Chen Zhe couldn't believe his eyes. Bai Wanqiu had changed so much. She was no different from a good wife and mother. The two of them sat at the table eating. Bai Wanqiu kept picking up food for Chen Zhe and said with concern, "Eat quickly, eat more braised pork, you look so thin." Chen Zhe was so moved that he even felt the scene was a little unreal. This scene was really too heartwarming. Chen Zhe didn't know what was going on, and suddenly said, "Sister Bai, there is a concert in Guiyuan City, let's go and see it together, what do you think?" When Bai Wanqiu heard this, her chopsticks fell on the table. She couldn't believe her ears. This naughty brother actually took the initiative to invite her. It seemed like this was the first time. After Bai Wanqiu was overjoyed, she said with a smile, "Okay, I'll listen to you." During these 2 days, Bai Wanqiu suddenly seemed like a different person. She was as gentle as she could be. Chen Zhe was a little uncomfortable with it, but he was not as afraid of Bai Wanqiu as before. One morning, Chen Zhe and Bai Wanqiu went to the Wancheng concert venue together. When they arrived outside the Wancheng concert venue, they saw concert posters plastered all over the streets and alleys. Bai Wanqiu and Chen Zhe, wearing masks, queued up for ticket checking in the crowded crowd and finally entered the concert venue. Chen Zhe and Bai Wanqiu were sitting in the front row. Bai Wanqiu took Chen Zhe's hand and said coquettishly, "Naughty brother, feed me some popcorn." Chen Zhe picked up a piece of popcorn helplessly and put it to Bai Wanqiu's mouth. The concert had already begun, but many of the songs had already been performed, mostly covers, so many people weren't very interested. It was mainly for a date with his girlfriend. Chen Zhe wasn't interested either, truly bored, eating popcorn and drinking coke while Bai Wanqiu shamelessly held his hand. At this moment, the stage suddenly darkened, and the figures on it quickly set up the scene. The entire stage seemed to have turned into a stage, and a light suddenly lit up, shining on the center of the stage. At this time, Meng Jiqiu came out, but her outfit was a little strange, because she was not wearing a skirt, but a white and blue costume. The audience was a little confused. Isn't this singing? Why does it feel like an opera is starting now? It was very inconsistent to see Meng Jiqiu holding a microphone. The audience was also confused. No, what are you doing? Are you performing an opera or singing? One audience member couldn't help but speak out. A huge screen was displayed in front of the audience, mainly explaining the background of the story. It mainly tells about the Republic of China period, when the enemy army invaded China and the whole country fell into a dark age. A small county town in Jianyu was invaded by the enemy army. The people in this county town fell into panic. There was a very famous opera actor in this small town. Ko Jun knew that the opera in this small town was very famous, so he forced the actor to sing a private song for them. If he dared to refuse, Ko Jun would burn down the entire city and no one here would survive. The actor could not refuse, because this was everyone's life, so he secretly arranged everything, ready to keep all the enemy troops here forever. The people on the stage were performing, and the people below were the enemy, but the actor was patriotic and could not go along with the enemy, so he lit a fire, blocked all intersections, and buried himself and the enemy here. After reading the background of the story, many viewers couldn't hold back their tears. Bai Wanqiu did the same, crying directly on Chen Zhe's shoulder. Chen Zhe also shed tears, but he was stronger and not as embarrassed as the others. Then the screen changed and there was a line of words on it. Everyone says actors are heartless, but who knows, they also have hearts. Red Ling. Original singer, Dream Autumn. Composer, Bai Yu. Lyricist, Bai Yu. After seeing the lyricist, the crowd was instantly excited. After all, it was this author again. Every song he created was a classic. I wonder what surprises he would bring this time. Come on, come on. I was saying it, how could there be opera singing at a concert? It seems that the previous part was all foreshadowing. Since it's Bai Yu, such a great guy, I'm even more looking forward to this song. Bai Wanqiu's bright eyes also became excited at this time. Although this dog composer had refused to write songs for her, she had to admit that every one of his songs was very nice and was simply a classic among classics. Chen Zhe also wanted to see how good Meng Jiqiu was. Meng Jiqiu on the stage was also very nervous. The song was quite difficult and his palms were sweating. So he gripped the microphone tightly and took a deep breath. The music begins, the prelude of the song rises, the emotions of the instruments gradually progress, the sound of the arrow rings, followed by the flute, guqin, and various classical instruments. The atmosphere is rendered directly, it can't be more perfect. Meng Jiqiu began to sing. In one act of the play, the water rises and falls. Often singing of sorrow and joy, separation and reunion, has nothing to do with me. The fan opens and closes, the gongs and drums sound and then fall silent. Who can say what the people outside the play are saying about the love in the play? Meng Jiqiu put a lot of effort into singing this song. Although she was still a little nervous, she was able to sing it, and her singing skills were pretty good. Most importantly, it was able to move people. Now all the audience at the concert are listening attentively, and those who were playing with their phones before have put them down. The song is beautiful and sad, and it always touches people's hearts. Used to incorporating joy, anger, sorrow and happiness into the makeup. So what if the old words are exposed? The bones and ashes are all mine. When the song reached this point, everyone fell silent and listened attentively. Some even started recording videos with their mobile phones. In troubled times, the floating duckweed can't bear to watch the flames of war burning the mountains and rivers. Although I am in a low position, I dare not forget my country. Even if no one knows me. Meng Jiqiu sang while crying, which can be said to be empathy. After all, if you put yourself in the story, you can feel the heart-wrenching pain and even the desperate sadness. At this time, the opera begins. People walked by. No trace of the old color. The people on the stage sang a heartbreaking farewell song. The curtain rises, the curtain falls, who is the guest? Then came the opera singing, which was very nice to hear. The applause from the audience increased tenfold, and the sound was even deafening. Now many people stood up, old, young, and even children, all stood up and applauded. Bai Wanqiu also cried inconsolably. This song was so beautiful, and the key was that it could touch people's hearts. Bai Yu, this damn composer, was really amazing. Chen Zhe was also a little dazed. He didn't expect to sing so well. Live broadcast room. Oh my god, this song is so beautiful. Never forget the national humiliation. It should be engraved in our hearts. What the hell? This song is so good, I cried my heart out while listening to it. I can't help it, I'm still crying. I can't help it either. Now my blood is boiling. In the blink of an eye, the popularity of the live broadcast room skyrocketed, from the original few thousand people to tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and millions. The song continues. The Tao is heartless, the Tao is affectionate, how can I think about it? The Tao is ruthless, the Tao is affectionate, it takes a lot of thought. The song was over, but the people in the audience were already excited. Oh shit, but I'm uneducated and can only say oh shit to travel around the world. It's so beautiful. I have a feeling this song will become popular overnight. After all, this song is full of national sentiment. The reason why ancient opera is called the quintessence of the country is not only because of its long history and countless classic repertoires, but also because opera actors need very strong basic skills and various abilities. In short, there is a reason why it has been able to survive. After the concert, Chen Zhe and Bai Wanqiu walked out of the concert venue. Bai Wanqiu smiled and said, "Xi Ling is the most beautiful song I have ever heard, and this is also the most meaningful concert I have ever seen." Chen Zhe nodded and said, "That's true." Bai Wanqiu smiled and said, "Since you took me to the concert today, I will still cook tonight." Chen Zhe, "Oh my god, Sister Bai is so capable, she is such a good wife and mother, I really want to be with her." Wu Wolin watched as the song became more and more popular on Douyin, and had a terrifying amount of traffic. He couldn't stop laughing. In short, after today, this song will become completely popular on the entire internet. After Chen Zhe returned to Bai Wanqiu's house, the two had just finished their meal. Bai Wanqiu wanted to wash the dishes by herself, but Chen Zhe disagreed, so the two of them washed the dishes together. The dim sunlight shines on the two people, just like two real couples, so comfortable and so sweet. P.S. Xi Ling, original singer, Haida, lyricist, Xingyan, composer, Li Jianheng. This song is really nice. When I listened to it, I felt my blood boiling. Although it is not the best song I have ever heard, it is definitely the most touching one. It really arouses the patriotism of the Chinese people. It's finally 80,000 words, and you can click to recommend it. I don't know how the traffic is, but I can only thank all the Pang Yuyans for their support. Chapter 32 by Wanqiu. I didn't expect the stinky brother to be so bold. After washing the dishes, the two young couples sat on the sofa and watched TV and chatted. I watched Douyin on TV and saw various covers of Xi Ling. Basically, this song has become popular on the internet. As Chen Zhe was sighing, something suddenly pressed against his thigh. It felt warm. Chen Zhe glanced at his legs at this time and found that it was Bai Wanqiu. At this time, Bai Wanqiu's head was resting on his thighs, a pair of beautiful almond eyes were watching TV intently, and a pair of slender, white and tender legs were resting directly on the sofa. "Sister Bai, what are you doing?" Chen Zhe lowered his head and looked at Bai Wanqiu, his gaze still very close. The two pairs of eyes looked at each other at such a distance that they were almost kissing. Chen Zhe could see Bai Wanqiu's face very clearly, even her tiny pores. He had to say, she was really beautiful, with such white and tender skin. Bai Wanqiu has a pair of beautiful almond-shaped eyes, which are very pretty. It seems that the stars can be contained in her eyes. Bai Wanqiu said softly, "Little brother, don't make trouble. I'm just too tired and want to lean on your legs to rest." Chen Zhe said directly, "But you can lean on the sofa, why do you have to lean on my legs? After all, the sofa is much more comfortable than legs." Bai Wanqiu said with a blushing face, "I just like leaning on your legs, what's wrong?" Chen Zhe smiled and said, "Sister Bai, you'd better lean on the sofa. I feel uncomfortable if you lean on my legs." Bai Wanqiu said coquettishly but with a hint of dominance, "My dear brother, don't forget, everything in this house is mine, the sofa bed is mine, including you, I can lean on you whenever I want, what can you do to me?" "Shenzai, what I mainly want to say is that I can't control myself if you do this, and I can't help but want to commit a crime." Bai Wanqiu sought his urgency and said in a delicate voice, "Stinky brother, Xiaozi's, when you saw me just now, did you lose control? Did you want to kiss me or do something?" Bai Wanqiu's seductive voice, like that of a vixen, teased Shenzai's heart a little bit. Now he felt itchy all over and even a little uncomfortable. Shenzai looked at the vixen on his legs, swallowed his saliva, blushed and shook his head, then hesitantly said, "Sister Bai, don't talk nonsense, I didn't do that." Shenzai would never admit that he had some evil thoughts in his mind. After all, putting aside other things, his neighbor's sister was still very pretty and had a good figure. Bai Wanqiu saw her stinky brother's blushing face and realized that he was a guy with the intention of stealing but not the courage. He was worse than a beast. "Brother, Xiaozi's, don't be shy. This is a normal reaction. If you insist on kissing me, that's fine, right? After all, you look so eager, so I just agreed reluctantly?" Bai Wanqiu said with a coquettish smile. Bai Wanqiu simply closed her eyes, as if she was ready to be picked by anyone, as if she was given it for free. This look is really tempting, especially that beautiful face with eyes closed, it is so beautiful, and that cherry mouth is painted with pink lipstick. Shenzai couldn't help swallowing, then quickly shook his head, thinking that he was a gentleman. But, if a beautiful woman with the most beautiful appearance in the world, who looks pure and beautiful, sweet, fierce, or domineering, lies on your lap like this, looking ready to be picked, seducing you, closing her eyes, waiting for you to kiss her, any normal man would not be able to resist it. Shenzai looked at her teasing look, and his throat couldn't help but ache a few times. He thought to himself, Bai Wanqiu is clearly sure that I dare not do it, and she is teasing me, clearly mocking me for not being a man, and wants to laugh at me, but I can't get angry. It was really abominable. A kiss is a kiss, what's the big deal? The worst that could happen is that she would beat me up. Shenzai's pair of star-like eyes had begun to turn slightly red, and his handsome blushing cheeks began to look ferocious as he looked at the pretty face lying on his legs. After a little inner struggle, he decided to go all out and slowly approached. Kissed. Shenzai's lips kissed Bai Wanqiu's lips firmly. Shenzai kissed Bai Wanqiu, who was leaning on his legs. Bai Wanqiu's eyes suddenly opened, with a hint of disbelief in them, followed by shyness, anger, enjoyment, confusion, and shock. The two of them form a very beautiful picture, warm, harmonious, happy and romantic. If you don't count the previous life, this is Shenzai's first kiss. System. It doesn't count when they were children. When they were young, Shenzai and Bai Wanqiu did kiss, slept in the same bed, and even took a bath together. But after Bai Wanqiu was 7 years old, these things never happened again. Besides, both of them were very young at that time, so the meaning was different. It was not called a first kiss, it could only be called a child's kiss. Bai Wanqiu's lips were really soft. They were cold when I first touched them, but then they started to warm up. How should I put it? Very moist. Bai Wanqiu looked at her naughty brother in disbelief. She originally thought that Shenzai would not dare to approach her. After all, she had educated her brother very well since he was a child, and he would not have the courage to do so. So she did not have any expectations in her heart. She just wanted to see him make a fool of himself, with a bit of evil taste. He would blush every time this silly brother teased him, especially his innocent look, which was really funny and good-looking, and he could never get tired of watching it. But he never expected that this stinky brother was so bold that he was actually kissed by a man. Bai Wanqiu stared at Shenzai, feeling unbelievable, but when she saw her brother's handsome face, she was so handsome and charming that she could never get tired of looking at him. She could even see the tiny pores, which was really too handsome. Now Bai Wanqiu's heart was beating so fast that it almost jumped out, and the sound of her breathing through her nose became louder. It wasn't just Bai Wanqiu who was like this. Shenzai didn't expect himself to be so brave. However, he was not as nervous as Bai Wanqiu. After all, he had a girlfriend in his previous life. Although the two broke up due to his family reasons, they had done everything they should have done. Moreover, after I graduated from college and started working, I dated several female colleagues in the company. Although we broke up in the end, I had experience in my previous life after all. But now I am not worried about this. Chapter 33. Between facing and pretending to be stupid, Bai Wanqiu chose to lose her memory. The real reason was that Shenzai didn't expect himself to be so bold. Although he was a little impulsive, he kissed Sister Bai. Now he was completely stunned. He had no idea what to do next. After all, his sister Bai was a violent person. Although she had become more docile in the past 2 days, he just thought she was in a good mood. Logically speaking, after a normal couple kisses, they should stick out their tongues and entangle each other for a while, then deepen the kiss, and then the man can touch the woman's body dishonestly, and finally everything will come to fruition. Although he was an old hand in his previous life, he didn't dare to do that now. If his hands didn't obey, Bai Wanqiu would chop them off. Even his life would be in danger. I know Bai Wanqiu's strength very well. About a few years ago, a few gangsters wanted to molest Bai Wanqiu, but Bai Wanqiu defended herself properly and beat those gangsters until they were paralyzed on one side of their body. One of them was even sent to the hospital for 3 days and 3 nights. If Bai Wanqiu gets angry, will his younger brother be in danger? What should he do now? I must be in a worse situation than those thugs, and I probably won't live to see tomorrow. Chen Zhe quickly opened his mouth and looked at Bai Wanqiu with fear. After all, even if his current strength was multiplied by 5, he still couldn't beat her. When the lips parted, you could see the saliva forming crystal clear threads. Chen Zhe could only pretend to be serious and said, "Sister Bai, you can't blame me for this. It was obviously you who teased me first." After all, he is now very afraid that Bai Wanqiu will reveal the devilish face and kill him. Chen Zhe is truly feeling guilty. Why? There are 2 great thieves in the world, the flower thief and the chow thief. Chen Zhe is currently the first. At this time, Chen Zhe glanced at Bai Wanqiu's face, but the expected thing did not happen. The expression on Bai Wanqiu's face at this time was not as expected. She was surprised and unbelievable at first, then her pretty face turned red, her beautiful eyes were a little confused, and she even looked a little silly and shy, and finally drooling from the corners of her mouth. Chen Zhe was so shocked by her expression that he was speechless. Something was wrong. This should be Bai Wanqiu. The expression was eerie, terrifying, like the anger of the forest and the devil of the abyss. But this expression is obviously wrong. How can it be like a young girl in love? Although Sister Bai is already very old, this expression seems a bit unfair. Chen Zhe looked at her warily, chanting in his heart, "Buddha bless you, don't believe the hypocritical surface, this is just a disguise of the devil, Amitba." Bai Wanqiu was confused at this time, even a little shy, and even a little afraid to face it. Between facing it and pretending to be stupid, Bai Wanqiu chose to lose her memory. Bai Wanqiu quickly sat up. Chen Zhe looked at her, not daring to breathe, for fear that he would be slapped to death. Bai Wanqiu is also a veteran actor. She suddenly blinked her eyes, looking a little silly and cute. Her long eyelashes are really beautiful, and her eyes look a little confused. Who am I? Where am I? What was I doing just now? What's going on now? Why can't I remember anything? Bai Wanqiu stood up and pretended nothing had happened. She walked slowly towards her room and closed the door. She looks like she has lost her memory. Chen Zhe, are you trying to fool a 3-year-old? You're just treating yourself like a fool. After seeing Bai Wanqiu walk towards her room, Chen Zhe finally felt relieved. We don't have to be beaten anymore. Chen Zhe then became a little confused. When did Bai Wanqiu become so gentle? Based on his previous understanding of her, she would definitely not let him go so easily. Not only did she not beat him to a disability, but she also didn't slap him. It was too incredible. Chen Zhe tried hard to close his eyes, then opened them and found that it was not an illusion. That's not right. Could it be that Bai Wanqiu likes me too? Well, as soon as this thought flashed through my mind, I extinguished it immediately. This is simply impossible. How could Bai Wanqiu possibly like me? Putting aside the fact that she liked to beat people without hitting them, she was so beautiful, had excellent grades, and was also a rich woman. How could she possibly like a mediocre me? This is definitely one of the 9 illusions in life. After all, in front of her, I am just a college student who likes to play games. I am not only lazy, but also a loser. It is impossible for her to like me. It seems that I have watched too many brainwashing dramas. The internet nowadays can really brainwash people. Boys and girls alike are brainwashed. Brainwash boys, what a domineering female president fell in love with me, a college student what a superstar fell in love with me, a penniless person what a national goddess fell in love with me, a person who had been in prison. The brainwashing of girls is even more bizarre. What domineering CEOs fall in love with me, a cleaner? What domineering CEOs fall in love with me, a 40-year-old? What domineering CEOs fall in love with me, a second married woman with a child? What rich brothers turn against each other because of me? It seems that I have watched too many brainwashing dramas, which led to an illusion. There is no way Bai Wanqiu likes me. The reason she closed the door was to avoid embarrassment. Once she comes to her senses, she will definitely take revenge on me. Yes, that must be it. I still have to stay vigilant to prevent her from doing anything bad to me. After Chen Zhe thought about this, he felt that his life had fallen into endless darkness, and he was afraid that he would be doomed. Great system, only you can save me. I hope you can improve my physical fitness so that I can save my life. At this time, Bai Wanqiu in the room had been sitting on the bed with a red face for a long time. Her heart was beating so fast that she could even hear the sound. She touched her lips from time to time, then showed a charming silly smile, and then a look of intoxication. What I was thinking was, my stinky little brother is really brave this time. He is so brave that he dares to kiss me, and he is so rude. He is really domineering. But I really like it. It seems that what I thought was right. My stinky younger brother is a big pervert and has been plotting against me for a long time. If I didn't have the courage to do so. I finally caught you. Now it's much easier to deal with you. In 2 months at most, I will make you willingly take wedding photos with me. Bai Wanqiu showed a mysterious smile, as if she had found the password. After all, finding the password meant she was not far from opening the lock. Chapter 34. Bai Wanqiu bit off the cucumber, and Chen Zhe looked at his lower body in fear. Bai Wanqiu sat on the bed, thinking of the domineering kiss just now, and murmured, "This damn stinky brother actually dared to kiss me. Why is this guy so bad now? He was not like this before, but now he has changed, but I like his bad look." Despite the harsh words, Bai Wanqiu didn't show any anger on her face. Her face was shy and rosy, and the spring in her eyes couldn't be hidden at all, just like a ripe peach. And this look was like being bullied by a bad guy. If someone familiar with her saw her shy and lustful look, they would probably be shocked and even wonder if they had seen the wrong person. Bai Wanqiu has always had a cold and aloof image in the entertainment industry, even a little difficult to approach, but now she looks like a young girl in love, and her expression is simply amazing. After a long while, Bai Wanqiu finally calmed down and sat directly in front of the dressing table. There were not many cosmetics on the dressing table, but mainly many books and some novels and scripts. Books are also available, such as classics like An Actor's Self-Cultivation, Romeo and Juliet, How to Become a Stock God, Maybe Men Will Fall in Love with You, and How to Make a Man Inseparable from You. In short, there are all kinds of books. After reviewing, Bai Wanqiu took a shower and went to bed. She fell asleep quickly on the bed. She had an erotic dream, which seemed to be the scene of Chen Zhe and herself getting married. Chen Zhe couldn't fall asleep in bed. After all, he couldn't understand Bai Wanqiu's true feelings towards him. He could feel that she liked him, but he was afraid that this was a prank, and he was also afraid that this was just an illusion. Chen Zhe had a dream in which he found himself married, and the person he was marrying was unknown to him. When the two of them were at the wedding, the audience was very enthusiastic. Yuli threw a bouquet of flowers to wish others to find their partners. When he threw the flowers out, a girl suddenly caught them. Chen Zhe turned around and saw that Bai Wanqiu was looking at him with vicious eyes. Chen Zhe woke up instantly, breaking out in a cold sweat. Was he having another nightmare? It seems that my illness is getting worse and worse. I don't know what's going on. This must be a psychological illness. It seems that I need to see a psychologist. Suddenly I found a message on WeChat, which was from Meng Jiqiu. The message was, "Teacher Chen, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I don't have anything to thank you for, only this sincere thank you." Chen Zhe quickly replied, "It's nothing, just keep your original intention and remember to work hard." The next morning, Chen Zhe got up very early and prepared breakfast very early. There was a knock on Bai Wanqiu's door, and Chen Zhe's voice was calling outside, "Sister Bai, get up quickly, wash up and eat." Bai Wanqiu replied directly, "I understand." After Bai Wanqiu finished washing up, she opened the door directly. At the door, when Chen Zhe saw Bai Wanqiu coming out, he took a step back reflexively out of muscle memory. Chen Zhe was unsure of Bai Wanqiu's mentality at this time. For safety reasons, he chose to take a step back. After all, he had to keep a safe distance. Seeing Chen Zhe's action, Bai Wanqiu frowned and looked very unhappy. "What the hell? You took a step back when you saw me. Are you serious about that?" When Chen Zhe saw his eyes, he was very scared. As expected, his guess was right. She must want to take revenge on him. But Chen Zhe still said nervously, Sister Bai, I made your favorite braised beef noodles. The beef is all very good beef tendon, and I also boiled eggs and soy milk made from soybeans. Although Chen Zhe was afraid, after seeing Bai Wanqiu, he couldn't help but admire her. Sister Bai is so beautiful, she really is like her beauty hides the present and the past, and the lotus is ashamed of her jade face. These two lines seem to be prepared for her. It seems to be true. Bai Wanqiu dare not say that she is the most beautiful in the world, but she is definitely the ceiling of appearance. After graduating from university, she has become extremely popular in just over 2 years since her debut. Although she is a traffic star, she must be the top star in the entertainment industry. Bai Wanqiu glanced at Chen Zhe, kicked him hard, and walked towards the living room angrily. Now seeing Bai Wanqiu glaring at him, he understood that she must have been angry because of the kiss last night, and now she was still very angry and didn't want to pay any attention to him. She was probably thinking about how to get revenge on him. What a sin! The two sat down at the dining table. Bai Wanqiu was eating beef noodles. As soon as she took a bite, her taste buds were instantly blown away. It was so delicious. Although she knew that Chen Zhe's cooking skills had improved greatly, she didn't expect that a bowl of braised noodles could be so delicious. After eating 2 bites, Bai Wanqiu put down her chopsticks and said in a neutral tone, This braised beef noodles is quite good. Xiao Ziz, I want to ask you something. Chen Zhe said with some fear, Sister Bai, just tell me, I'd like to hear the details. Bai Wanqiu nodded and said shyly, Xiao Ziz, let me ask you, why did you kiss me yesterday? Is there anything you want to say to me? When Chen Zhe heard this, he was very scared. Sure enough, she was going to cause trouble for him. It was not as simple as he thought. So he could only pretend to say, Sister Bai, you can't blame me for this. It was mainly because you teased me last night. I kissed you to prove that I am a real man. That's it? Bai Wanqiu said unhappily when she heard this. Chen Zhe nodded and said, That's it, Sister Bai, it's up to you if you want to hit me or send me a letter. Bai Wanqiu stared at this stinky brother, he was really hateful. She originally thought that this stinky brother liked her and she had given him a chance to confess to her, but she didn't expect this kind of words. After finishing the meal, Bai Wanqiu was so angry that she went straight to the refrigerator and took out a cucumber. She took a vicious bite and the cucumber broke with a snap. Chen Zhe was sitting on the sofa. After hearing this voice, his eyes looked down at his stomach uncontrollably. His body couldn't help but feel cold. This is too cruel. She is clearly trying to intimidate me. Bai Wanqiu is such a hateful woman. She is still unwilling to let me go. If it bites me, my little Chen Zhe will be gone, and my descendants will be extinct. But I am my parents' only son. Chapter 35 Chen Zhe becomes the leader of Team 007 and the team is initially formed. Chen Zhe was afraid so he didn't dare to stay at Bai Wanqiu's house for too long, so he quickly took a taxi and went to work. Arriving at Galaxy Entertainment and arriving at Wu Wolin's office, Wu Wolin smiled gently when she saw Chen Zhe and said, Chen Zhe, your song Qiling is very effective and has achieved very good results. Chen Zhe also smiled and said nothing. If this song didn't perform well, then the other songs would have no chance of survival. Wu Wolin took out a document and said with a smile, Congratulations on becoming an intermediate composer. It is just a matter of time before you become a senior composer of the company. This is a document. You are now appointed as the leader of Group 007 of the song department. After Chen Zhe took the document, he asked with some confusion, What team leader? Am I not an intermediate composer? Why did I become the team leader? Wu Wolin smiled and said, Our company has many actors, singers, and composers, and they all have their own lyrics groups. It just so happens that one of our team leaders is over 60 and is retiring, so the position of team leader is vacant. After all, your level wouldn't be of much use staying in the composition department, so I happened to apply for it for you. So, you are the team leader of the song department's 007 group? Chen Zhe said reluctantly, If I were the team leader, would I have to take care of a lot of things? Would I have to arrive on time every morning? If so, then I won't be the team leader. Wu Wolin smiled and said, Don't worry about that. I won't care if you're late every day, and I won't punish you. This 007 group in the music department is like your team. When you write a new song in the future, just send me an email, and you can handle the rest yourself. You can also mobilize the sound engineer and recording engineer. Really? Chen Zhe was a little excited when he heard this. Oh my god, he actually had this kind of power. He had been a slave all his life in his previous life, and in this life he finally got a small leader. It felt quite interesting. Chen Zhe quickly agreed. Wu Wolin nodded and said, I have already allowed Li Tianming and Meng Jiqiu to complete their internship period in advance and have assigned them to your group. When Chen Zhe heard this, he said excitedly, Thank you, Mr. Wu, thank you, Mr. Wu, thank you for your cultivation. Wu Wolin nodded and said, I hope you will not let me down. I hope you can become the third ace composer of our company. Chen Zhe nodded firmly and said, You will definitely do it. After taking the elevator to the composition department, many female employees in the company looked at Chen Zhe and talked about him. Wow! This handsome guy is so handsome. I feel like I'm attracted to him. He must be an employee of our company, but I don't know which department he is from. Are you stupid? This floor is the music department. He should be the new singer of our company. But I don't think I have seen him before. He must be a newcomer. I say, do you two have any brains? This handsome guy is very famous in our company. He is the teacher by you who created 4 magical songs. In less than a month, he was promoted from a junior composer to an intermediate composer. I heard that our company's senior executive Mr. Wu attaches great importance to him and has promoted him to the position of team leader. No, it turned out to be this great guy, but he is too young. He is young, handsome, talented, and has potential. Now he is still a small leader. I love him. I don't know if this handsome guy has a girlfriend. If not, then I have a chance. Bah, no matter whether he has a girlfriend or not, it is impossible for him to be attracted by a hideous guy like you. I think you are the ugly one, your pockmarked face, bah, it makes me vomit my food. Chen Zhe looked at these female employees complaining, smiled once, and walked towards his studio. When I walked into the door of 007 studio, I saw a group of people inside, about 15 people, including Li Tianming and Meng Jiqiu. Except for these 2 people they knew, the 13 people were all shocked and unbelievable after seeing Chen Zhe. They had received advance notice that their new team leader was the Great Baiyu, but they did not expect that the new team leader was so young. Chen Zhe smiled politely and said, Hello everyone, my name is Chen Zhe, and I am also your new team leader. I hope that everyone can help each other in the future. The crowd went crazy, and the world became restless. A male employee said excitedly, Teacher Chen, we have all heard of your name in the company. You are simply our idol. To be honest, I like the 4 songs you wrote so much. I listen to them every day when I get home from get off work. Teacher Chen, I love you so much. Chen Zhe. Well, thank you for your support. Let us work together in the future. The male employees said excitedly, Thank you Teacher Chen for your concern, thank you team leader for your concern. Female employees, Teacher Chen, we are so excited to see you. We never thought you would become our team leader. I especially like the songs you wrote. We really love you. You are my idol. Woo woo woo. Chen Zhe, thank you for your support, I love you too, and I hope we can work together in the future. Male employees, this is too double standard. After everyone had a brief understanding, they all started their own work. Chen Zhe directly set his work position next to Li Tianming and Meng Jiqiu. Meng Jiqiu said excitedly, Teacher Chen, I never thought that you would become my team leader. I feel so lucky. Li Tianming also said excitedly, Teacher Chen, it is my honor to work with you. Chen Zhe smiled and said, Everyone can say nice words, let's start working hard now and strive to stand at the top stage in the future. At this moment, Chen Zhe smiled and said, I will give you 2 more songs. Chen Zhe smiled and took out a USB flash drive and handed it directly to Li Tianming. After Li Tianming took the USB drive, he said in disbelief, Teacher Chen, is this the song you gave me? Chen Zhe smiled and said, This song is for you, you can listen to it and see if you can sing it. Li Tianming was deeply touched. He knew that Chen Zhe treated him so well because he sympathized with his situation. After all, there were so many excellent singers in the company. Li Tianming directly inserted the USB drive into the computer, and an audio file appeared instantly. It said, If Love Forgets. After seeing this name, Li Tianming felt a little strange. I think this name is a little strange, and looked at Chen Zhe. Chen Zhe smiled and said, Listen to it and familiarize yourself with it, and see if you can handle this song. Chapter 36 If Love Forgot and the last page, Fights Break Sphere is about to be released. Li Tianming inserted the USB drive into the computer, and the computer audio was displayed. If Love Forgets. The beautiful musical instruments sound, which are pleasant to listen to but a little sad. A beautiful song rang out. There are always some words that are too late to be said, and there is always someone who is the cinnabar in your heart. Thinking of those words, those silly tears fell. Just leave a message, are you okay now? After hearing this, everyone in the studio, some female artists shed tears and the male artists' eyes were red. If I forget love and don't want to shed tears, what happiness can I let her achieve for me? Please give her everything you can't give me. After the song was finished, everyone in the studio fell silent. The song was full of sadness, but it was surprisingly beautiful and people could listen to it over and over again. After the song was over, Chen Zhe saw that everyone was in a bad mood. He frowned and said, "What's wrong with everyone? Why do you all seem so unhappy?" Meng Jiqiu said with red eyes, "Team leader Chen, it's all your fault. Your song is so painful to listen to. It hurts so much to hear it." Li Tianming nodded and said, "That's true. Your song reminds me of my ex-girlfriend. It hurts so much." The other artists all felt the same way, and even their eyes were red. The song was so beautiful that they could only envy Li Tianming. Chen Zhe smiled and said, "Meng Jiqiu, you can go and take a look at this song of yours. I believe it will not disappoint you." Meng Jiqiu nodded, inserted the USB drive in his hand into the computer, and the computer file audio was displayed. The last page? After seeing the lyrics, Meng Jiqiu clicked the button with doubt. The beautiful sound of instruments began to play, carrying a beautiful and sad sound. A beautiful song sounded. The rain stagnated in the sky, like tears swirling in the eyes. This may be the last time we meet. After hearing this, everyone except Chen Zhe felt the same way and couldn't help but shed tears. Without a doubt, this was another sad song. The singing continues. Embracing the fading tenderness under the starry sky. Love can only be complete in memories. I want to hold you in my body, but I dare not let you see. The tear that didn't fall from the corner of my mouth, if this is the last page. Before you leave, can you let me rewrite the story? After listening to the song, everyone's eyes couldn't help but become red again. Meng Jiqiu's eyes were already red, tears were flowing, and there were even sobbing sounds, but he still couldn't help covering his mouth with his hands. Seeing them like this, Chen Zhe smiled and said, "Send this song to Mr. Wu by email as soon as possible, and then you can start your performance." When colleagues heard this shameless remark, they couldn't help laughing, but this remark also brightened the atmosphere, and the whole office was not so sad anymore. After obtaining the copyright of the comic Fights Break Sphere, the second group of employees of Dream Animation Company were like chicken blood, and they worked very hard to produce the comic. The 3D animation effect can be said to be very good, and it can be broadcast today. Chen Mengyan could say that in the past few days, in order to catch up with the progress, she hadn't rested in her studio for a long time. After all, she had to beat the other group. With the promotion of the company's publicity department and the anticipation of most book fans, this animation will finally be released tonight. The most accurate way to expose anime is through the anime category rankings on video websites. Many anime fans, in addition to watching various promotional videos online, mostly like to read the rankings. Of course, some are also fans of the novels. In the video website rankings, the top 10 are basically the most conspicuous. Many viewers who like to watch anime basically watch the top 10 anime, and they have to scroll down after the top 10. Many people do not have this habit. Therefore, the traffic of the top 10 and the traffic after 10 are basically very different. According to the rules of anime classification, the top 3 are the thrones, and there will be different posters for promotion in rotation, and even after you open the video, a pop-up window will pop up. This is the promotion with the largest traffic. The top 3 are undoubtedly the most popular anime. In a conference room. Group 2 leader Chen Mengyan, Group 1 leader Lu Jiaying, and the following group leaders are all here. The promotion of Invincible Sword Immortal was very successful this time. It has now entered the 9th place on the list, which can be said to be very excellent. And judging from the network data, the audience conversion rate can also be said to be very good. If we promote it more, I think there is hope of entering the top 5. Lu Jiaying's animation went online so well, the results can be said to be excellent, and it is still improving steadily. Ma Jianbo can be said to be in a very good mood. Ma Jianbo looked at Lu Jiaying with a smile and continued, "Lu Jiaying, you have made great contributions to the company this time. The senior leaders are very happy. They were all praising you when I was in the meeting. You will definitely get a year-end bonus this year." I'm a little embarrassed by Manager Ma's praise. How can animation production achieve such great results? This is all due to the joint efforts of our entire team and the contributions of all colleagues, Lu Jiaying said in an extremely humble tone, but the smile on her face was extremely bright. After saying this, he glanced at Chen Mengyan from time to time, wanting to see her expression. Over the past few years, Chen Mengyan and I have been the benchmarks of the company. We each have our own strengths, but her performance has always been superior to mine. This year, she finally turned things around. How could she let go of such a good opportunity? Lu Jiaying said with a half smile, I heard our team leader Chen recently signed a contract for a novel. I heard it's quite good, and Team 2 has been working frantically these past few days. Team leader Chen has been doing so much work these days, it seems he's trying to make a comeback. I wonder how the animation you created in such a short time is doing. I heard it's about to take off. Lu Jiaying's teasing words make people feel very uncomfortable. Although she is praising someone, why does it feel like she is making fun of her? After all, in Lu Jiaying's opinion, although the novel Fights Break Sphere has achieved good results, the target audience is generally boys, and they are just book fans. If a lot of time is spent on making the animation, and the company promotes it vigorously, the results should be very good. However, Chen Mengyan has very few promotional resources and very little production time. It is estimated that the picture quality is not very good. What kind of results can it achieve? Chapter 37, The Battle Between Group 2 and Group 1, Chen Mengyan's Confidence. Lu Jiaying, stop being sarcastic here. It's none of your business whether the animation I made becomes popular or not, Chen Mengyan said with disdain. Chen Mengyan despised Lu Jiaying's smug look the most, and she was rude in her words and scolded him back without mercy. When Lu Jiaying heard this, she wasn't angry. After all, the two of them had been at loggerheads for a long time. She just smiled and said, Isn't this because I care about you? Why are you so angry? Okay, we are all colleagues, there is no need to be confrontational, just say less, Ma Jianbo came out to smooth things over. Chen Mengyan, Lu Jiaying is also kindly reminding you not to be so angry. Just make the animation well. If you hadn't insisted on doing it yourself, the company wouldn't have so few promotional resources for you, said Ma Jianbo. This is obviously biased towards Lu Jiaying. This is also the reality. If it were in the past, Ma Jianbo would definitely favor Chen Mengyan. Chen Mengyan has good business skills and a very good academic background. In addition, in the past few years, Chen Mengyan has made several very good animations for the company, all of which ranked in the top 10, and one even ranked in the top 5. It can be said that she is very outstanding. However, the animation market has been sluggish since the beginning of this year. The top animation companies in Beijing, with their abundant capital and powerful marketing, have taken over 50% of the market. It's fair to say the overall environment isn't favorable, and companies like Dream Animation, ranked in the bottom 10, will be affected. Chen Mengyan hasn't signed any IPs yet, so it's fair to say she's been living off her past successes. After finally signing the copyright for a novel and animation, she insisted on rushing the production to compete with Lu Jiaying. It is obvious that the results will not be very good, so the company will not spend too many promotional resources on her. Lu Jiaying has a good IP, and the animation is very well produced. The premiere results and traffic are very impressive. Needless to say, the data is that the company's main achievements this year are biased towards Lu Jiaying's group, so Ma Jianbo is definitely biased towards Lu Jiaying's group. Director Ma, I don't blame the company. On the contrary, I'm very grateful for giving me this opportunity, you know? I'm a person who never gives up. Just look at it. The employees on my team are all very dedicated to this production. Just look at it. My animation will definitely perform very well. Chen Mengyan didn't care who Ma Jianbo favored. She didn't care anyway. Chen Mengyan looked at Lu Jiaying deeply for a while, snorted, and walked out of the meeting room. Dream Animation Company, although not ranked particularly high, is also a very strong animation company. The second group has dozens of people, which shows that the group power is still very strong. The company's welfare benefits are very good. There are not only employee dormitories, but also an employee cafeteria. Zhang Shan, Chen Koan and other members of Group 2 would all eat at the cafeteria table at this time, but the atmosphere was a bit heavy and the mood was not very good. How should I put it? Group 2 is very optimistic about the performance of Fights Break Sphere. In fact, everyone has been working overtime these days to produce the animation as soon as possible, spending a lot of energy and time. It's just that the company's senior management are not optimistic about it. It's not that the novel is poorly written, but it's entirely from the perspective of the business model. After all, the novel was written by a newcomer with average fame, which naturally proves that its value is average. Alas, Team Leader Chen is taking a big risk. I hope we can turn the tables this time, Chen Koen said with a sigh. He is the core soul of the team and the person in charge of animation planning. Apart from the team leader, he has a lot of say in the team. At the beginning, he and the company had the same idea. They hoped that Team Leader Chen would spend a lot of time on production, and the publicity department would promote it more, and there was no need to rush to release the animation. However, after watching the content of Fights Break Sphere, Chen Koen was impressed by the wonderful and interesting plot, and he has been working hard on producing the animation these days. It's a pity that the company's senior executives only care about performance and profits. They give very few resources to their Group 2 and give the best resources to Group 1, as if they have given up on them. Someone said with a smile, 3 points depend on hard work, and 7 points depend on luck. I hope we can turn things around this time. The members of these two groups have had a very good relationship with Chen Mengyan in recent years. After all, Chen Mengyan has never treated them unfairly. Just at this moment, a group of members came over, and the leader was naturally Lu Jiaying. Lu Jiaying said, "Everyone, just order whatever you want today, and your sister-in will pay for you, okay? Long live the team leader, long live the team leader." The members of the group all shouted excitedly. It's not her fault. After all, the team has been a bit arrogant recently. The animation score of the team has soared to 9th place. Lu Jiaying has become a big celebrity in the company. The senior management of the company thinks highly of her. The year-end bonus and various awards for major films are basically all won by their team. The current group can be said to be in great glory. Today they successfully replaced the second group. It can be said that the tide has turned and the group has become very powerful. Hey, who's this? Isn't this Chen Koen? You guys are eating here? Why don't I see your team leader, Chen Mengyan? Lu Jiaying said in mock surprise. Thank you for your concern, Team Leader Lu, but our team leader has something to do. Chen Koen is not interested in this person. After all, their Team 2 and Team 1 are competitors, but they still have to do a good job on the surface. Oh my, I think Chen Mengyan probably found a place to cry? That's right, your Group 2's results are so poor this year, she probably doesn't have the face to come to dinner, Lu Jiaying continued, still insisting. Chen Koen said in a somewhat unpleasant tone, the affairs of Group 2 have nothing to do with you, Team Leader Lu should just mind his own business. That's true. After all, your Group 2 works overtime every day to produce the new animation. It's really hard, Lu Jiaying said sarcastically. When the people in Group 2 heard that the leader of Group 1 had been mocking them, they couldn't help but get angry, but they managed to hold it in. Oh my god, how could I hear someone barking from so far away? It's you, Team Leader Lu. No, sorry. I shouldn't have called you a dog barking. At this time, Chen Mengyan came over with a plate of vegetables and fruits. As for why I eat all this? Isn't that simple? It's definitely to lose weight. After all, I haven't been home for a long time, so I have to lose a few pounds. Otherwise, when I run into old friends, they'll tell me I've gained weight. Chapter 38 Chen Mengyan's Worries? Chen Zai soaks by Wanshou's feet. Chen Mengyan, what do you mean by that? Explain it to me quickly, Lu Jiaying said angrily, staring at Chen Mengyan intently. How could she not be angry? The two of them had been competitors for the past few years, and Chen Mengyan's grades had always been better than hers, so when she used to act arrogantly in front of her, she could only tolerate it. But now she was a celebrity in the company, and the roles had long been reversed. How dare she? What's wrong? Did I really hear it right? There was really a dog barking just now. Chen Mengyan looked at Lu Jiaying with a smile and asked in a pretended inquiring manner. Seeing how powerful their boss was, the members of Group 2 all ate their meals obediently, except for a few who accidentally spit out their food. Lu Jiaying was almost angry to death, but at least she was good at arguing, and she was definitely no match for Chen Mengyan, so she simply stopped messing around with her and snorted, I wonder how long you can stay so smug with this look on your face. Lu Jiaying directly told the other members of her group that they were going to the second floor for dinner, and then she left in her high heels. After all, out of sight, out of mind. When Chen Mengyan saw this guy leaving, she sneered and said, TSK, trash, you still want to fight with me, you are a defeated general. Chen Mengyan lost interest when she saw her old rival leave. She just sat down and ate some vegetables. She would be going home soon, so she didn't even eat her favorite chicken drumsticks just to maintain a good figure. I hope the animation can achieve good results this time, Chen Mengyan sighed. After Chen Zhe got off work, just as he was about to go back to school to rest, Bai Wanqiu called him. Chen Zhe answered the phone with doubts. He asked with doubts, Sister Bai, what do you want to talk to me about? Bai Wanqiu said a little aggrievedly, Stinky brother, please come to me quickly. I am feeling a little unwell now. It really hurts, woo woo woo. When Chen Zhe heard this, he said with some disdain, Sister Bai, you used this trick last time. Do you think I will fall in the same place twice? It's impossible just by thinking about it. Bai Wanqiu on the other end of the phone was silent for about a few seconds, and then suddenly said coldly, You stinky brother, I give you 20 minutes, come here quickly, do you hear me? Damn, as expected, he was exposed and got angry and embarrassed. Chen Zhe broke out in a cold sweat and said with some fear, I'll be there right away. About 20 minutes later, Chen Zhe came to Bai Wanqiu's villa. After opening the door with his fingerprint, he saw Bai Wanqiu sitting on the sofa. She was looking at him angrily, as if she had suffered some great injustice. Chen Zhe didn't want to be looked at like that by her, so he just said with a laugh, Sister Bai, you sit here, I'll go cook. Stand up, and quickly get me a basin of hot water. I've been wearing high heels to work all day, and they're really hurting me, Bai Wanqiu said with a smile. But why did this smile make people feel a little scared? Chen Zhe could only feel wronged and fetch a basin of hot water. He squatted down and placed the hot water at Bai Wanqiu's feet. Bai Wanqiu said with a sweet giggle, Xiaoziz, take off your shoes and help me soak my feet, okay? He. Damn it! How dare you order me around? I have dignity too. Okay, I don't have dignity. Who made her so skilled in both civil and military matters? Chen Zhe complained in his heart. After Chen Zhe squatted down, he glanced at Bai Wanqiu. Her eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky, and they looked even more beautiful against the setting sun at dusk. She is really beautiful. With her beautiful face, delicate facial features, and slender figure, she is like a fairy descending from heaven. Her glance and smile can make men commit a crime. Anyone who can marry her will definitely be the happiest man in the world, and will be extremely happy after marriage. Bah, how could I have such thoughts? Why could I only see the surface? This woman has a tendency to violence. Haven't I suffered enough? As the thoughts were spinning in his mind, Chen Zhe seemed to have forgotten what he was going to do. While Chen Zhe was sighing, he squatted in front of Bai Wanqiu. Sister Bai, let me make it clear to you in advance. I am going to take off your high heels now. I am not going to do anything beastly to you. Please don't kick me, Chen Zhe said nervously. Bai Wanqiu. What do you mean? Am I a violent person in your eyes? Am I really that violent? Well, it seems that there is a little bit. I remember that I accidentally sprained my right foot. When my younger brother helped me take off my shoes, my feet were so sensitive and it was the first time I was touched by a man, so I kicked him out of reflex. And I didn't use much force, and I was just careless. Who knew that this kid Chen Zhe was so weak that he had to lie in the ward for 3 days before he could barely walk? Since then, the stinky brother treated him like a ghost and even refused to meet him. Don't worry, I won't kick you. Besides, I'm just a weak woman and I don't have much power. Bai Wanqiu said with a blushing face and some embarrassment. Her eyes were still wet as she looked at Chen Zhe. She looked so pitiful, as if Chen Zhe had bullied her and even slandered her. When Chen Zhe heard this, he felt that his ears were almost useless. He had no strength at all. If he had been a little weaker, he would have had to eat the feast the next day. It seems that the term weak woman needs to be redefined. What does it mean to be a weak woman? Chen Zhe shook his head and did not argue with the woman. He stretched out his fingers, took off Bai Wanqiu's blue, crystal clear high heels, and grabbed her white, tender, snow-white, slender feet with both hands. I carefully tested the water temperature with my fingers and found that the water temperature was just right, slightly hot. This temperature was just right for soaking feet, which could relieve foot fatigue. Chen Zhe put Bai Wanqiu's pair of snow-white jade feet into the slightly hot water. In the clear water, Bai Wanqiu's feet were really white with a hint of red, and the blue nails were even more clear. The little toes were curled up because they were a little hot, which looked a little cute. Chen Zhe blinked his eyes quickly and said, Bah, I'm not a foot fetishist. Bai Wanqiu had just put her feet in the water, and she quickly pulled her feet back out as if she was stimulated. After all, the water was indeed a little hot. Sister Bai, you'd better be patient. The water temperature is indeed suitable for soaking your feet. Be obedient and don't move.
Chen Zhe had already held her legs with both hands to stop her from moving. After all, I have the most experience in foot soaking. This water temperature is the most suitable for foot soaking.
Don't ask yourself why.
I was a frequent customer of the foot massage shop last time.
Chapter 39 Chen Zhe, I swear, otherwise my sister will be single for the rest of her life.
Plop, plop. Bai Wanqiu's feet struggled for a while, but finally adapted to the temperature. She stopped struggling and let Chen Zhe pinch her snow-white feet. Then she blushed and felt shy. Bai Wanqiu blushed and looked at Chen Zhe with twinkling eyes.
Her face was a little red. She was really shy. Any man would go crazy seeing Bai Wanqiu's charming and seductive look, but unfortunately, Chen Zhe didn't see it. Because when Bai Wanqiu struggled just now, Chen Zhe's face was all wet. It was really embarrassing. Chen Zhe quickly took a few tissues and wiped away the water droplets on his face. Then, Chen Zhe asked, "Do you want me to give you a massage?" "Don't worry, my skills are pretty good." Don't ask him why he has such good skills. Even if you haven't eaten pork, you have seen a pig run. Bai Wanqiu nodded, her face flushed as if she were ripe. After getting permission, Chen Zhe began to massage, and his technique was very skillful. The massage lasted for about a few minutes. Bai Wanqiu didn't expect Chen Zhe's massage skills to be so good, and she didn't know where he learned it. Could it be that this stinky brother learned it specifically so that he could wash her feet and massage her frequently? So touching. Chen Zhe. Bai Wanqiu murmured softly, "Xiao Ziz, don't be like this, I'm really itchy." Listening to Bai Wanqiu's sweet voice, Chen Zhe's bright eyes suddenly turned red, like a turbulent ocean, and even had a hint of evil. Who can bear this? Your feet are itchy, but my heart is itchy. It's my heart that's itching, especially the uncontrollable anger in my heart. I have to say, no ear can bear Bai Wanqiu's soft and seductive moans. Her whole body felt like it was hit by an electric current, and her breathing became a little rapid. Chen Zhe tried hard to calm down, and kept chanting in his heart, Amitba, the heart purification mantra. Drive off the evil thoughts in your heart, clear your mind, there must not be any evil thoughts in your mind. Bai Wanqiu is my sister, how could I have such thoughts about her? I have always had sincere feelings for her since I was a child. Although I had the throbbing of youth, I also said that it was just adolescence. But, the sister has been teasing me all the time, so it's not wrong for me to have feelings for her. Calm down, calm down. Sister Bai, how do you feel now? My massage technique is pretty good, right? Chen Zhe massaged Bai Wanqiu's snow-white feet very gently with very experienced techniques. Hey! Bai Wanqiu felt very confused and frowned. Under Chen Zhe's massage, Bai Wanqiu's feet, which had been very uncomfortable after wearing high heels all day, did not feel sore at all. This technique is obviously that of an old hand. At first I thought he was secretly practicing the massage technique just to give himself a massage, but now I think there is something wrong. Who was he massaging? Did he take off his clothes and massage other girls? After thinking of this possibility, Bai Wanqiu's beautiful, shy and rosy face turned as cold as ice, and even exuded murderous aura. Her beautiful eyes stared at Chen Zhe, as if she wanted to see through him. Chen Zhe instantly sensed it and saw Bai Wanqiu's cold eyes. I instantly felt a chill on my back. The speed at which his expression changed was even faster than turning the pages of a book. It looked like he was about to kick himself again. However, Chen Zhe did not walk away. After all, he is different now. His body fat has reached 145 points. He doesn't know if he can withstand her kick. He wants to test whether his ability to withstand a beating has improved. He is still very much looking forward to it. Chen Zhe, I want to ask you, why are your massage techniques so good? Have you given massages to other girls? Tell me the truth. Wow, now even stinky little brother and Xiao Ziz are not called anymore, how quickly the faces change here. Bai Wanqiu looked at Chen Zhe with cold eyes. She looked like a beautiful bride just now, but now she looked like an iceberg, emitting murderous aura and was icy cold. The beautiful girl instantly turned into a female devil, she is truly worthy of being the great devil. When Chen Zhe heard this, he broke out in a cold sweat, but he still pretended to be firm and said, Sister Bai, I absolutely didn't. Bai Wanqiu said with cold eyes, Are you sure? Chen Zhe quickly assured, Sister Bai, I promise you that in this world, except for the first time I gave you a massage, I have never given massages to other women. I swear to you, otherwise my sister will never get married and will always be a bachelor. Chen Mengyan, who was far away in the company, sneezed.
Seeing Chen Zhe's quick assurance, Bai Wanqiu's icy eyes softened a little.
She believed Chen Zhe's promise. After all, who would guarantee their own sister's lifelong happiness? And who would want their sister to be single for the rest of her life? Although Bai Wanqiu's mood was a little better, she still warned him, Chen Zhe, listen to me clearly, you can only listen to me in this life, and you can only serve me. If you dare to serve others, be careful that your second brother will be beaten. Of course, a human stick is also possible. When Chen Zhe heard this, he instantly felt a chill on his back. It seemed that she had been pretending for the past 2 days. This was her true nature. She was simply a vicious woman?
Of course, he certainly didn't dare to say this.
Chen Zhe's Chinese grades have always been good, and his reading ability is also very strong.
What Bai Wanqiu meant was, Chen Zhe, I tell you, you are mine for the rest of your life, you have to do whatever I tell you to do, and if you dare to resist, you will be beaten? Chen Zhe was now trembling all over, and a scene had already played out in his mind. A dark night, Bai Wanqiu was holding a knife, looking at himself who was tied up. He said with a smile, Xiao Ziz, don't worry, I will be gentle, it won't hurt at all, it's no different from the circumcision you had when you were a child. When Chen Zhe thought of this scene, his face turned pale instantly, and he looked at his little brother.
Based on your understanding of Bai Wanqiu, you know that she is a bit perverted and is very likely to do such a thing. She is so dark inside. I am basically dancing with the devil. No, I am just inviting the devil into my life. Sister Bai, don't worry. From now on, I will do whatever you ask me to do. I won't pay any attention to other girls. No girls in this world can compare to you. You are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen.
Chen Zhe said this very seriously, as if to show his determination.
Of course, this was just nonsense to fool people.
Once he graduated, that crazy woman Bai Wanqiu would not be able to find him.
After all, she is a female devil. Well, not bad, what you said is quite right.
As Chen Zhe kept praising her, Bai Wanqiu's beautiful face turned red again, and she was too embarrassed to look at Chen Zhe. She said very arrogantly, Xiao Ziz, wipe your feet.
Chen Zhe said very respectfully, Princess, please stretch your legs.
Bai Wanqiu, sitting on the sofa, stretched out her long legs like a proud queen and placed them in front of Chen Zhe. Looking at the long white legs, the evil fire in Chen Zhe's heart was ignited again, but he still said, Sister Bai, I will go find a towel, you wait here for a while.
Bai Wanqiu sneered and said, I don't think it's necessary.
After that, she put her feet on Chen Zhe's clothes and used Chen Zhe's clothes to wipe the water droplets on her feet.
Chen Zhe, don't be angry. Even if you are angry, you can't beat him.
Bai Wanqiu looked at Chen Zhe provocatively and said with a smile, What's wrong, little brother?
You look a little unconvinced. Don't you want to? Chen Zhe shook his head and said, How could I not be willing? It is my honor to serve a beauty like Sister Bai.
Humph, that's enough for you, Bai Wanqiu replied arrogantly. Bai Wanqiu also knew when to stop, so she didn't provoke him too much.
She just sat on the sofa and said with a smile, Little brother, come here and sit here, watch anime with me.
After hearing this, Chen Zhe could only helplessly sit next to her and smell the faint fragrance, but at this time Chen Zhe still remained alert. At this time, Dream Animation Company.
Fights Break Sphere was released on time.
Generally speaking, once anime has a market, it will be broadcast weekly, basically 2 or 3 episodes a week.
Of course, there will be 1 episode updated a week.
However, when trying to capture the market, anime basically updates 1 episode a day. In the beginning, many anime even update 5 or 6 episodes at a time. After the audience base stabilizes, they start to broadcast only 3 or 4 episodes a week. Fights Break Sphere had just been released at this time. There is still a lack of precise publicity within the circle, and the number of people is indeed very average, basically all of them are fans of the novel.
Chen Mengyan only updated 5 episodes at a time because there were too few people in the early stage.
Since the special effects of the animation were very exciting, each episode of the animation just hit the key points, so of course there is interest in reading it. On video animation websites, the first and second episodes are free to watch, while the rest require membership. This is also a means of attracting viewers to become members, which is also a source of income for the distribution department. There are many other types of income, such as inserted advertisements, copyright operations, and sales of peripheral products, which can also generate a lot of income. As long as an anime is popular, it is very easy to make money and generate a lot of revenue, which is the source of funds.
Of course, the prerequisite is that the anime must be popular.
If it is not popular, there will be nothing and everything will become worthless. This is why many animation companies buy the copyright of novels from novel websites, which can minimize the risk.
Chapter 40 of the animation begins to be released. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West.
It is precisely because of this that the novel Fights Break Sphere is definitely not as popular as those popular IPs. Apart from the support of some novel authors, it has no publicity and is generally well known.
It can only make money by relying on website playback traffic.
Chen Mengyan put in a lot of effort this time. The company provided very few resources, and she spent a lot of money herself. The pressure was still very great. Fights Break Sphere, the first 5 episodes were directly broadcast, and even though one episode was free, a small number of netizens still clicked on it. Here I come, I watched this anime because of the novel, but I don't know if the anime is good or not.
No, why are there only a few people commenting on this? It would be meaningless without it. My good mood is gone in an instant. Let's come and see it later. Let's relax for a while first.
No, this animation company is too poor.
They didn't do any promotion before uploading it, and they just started broadcasting it directly. There is still publicity. You can see the logo above. This is Dream Animation Company. However, the company only puts its top resources into the best quality animations. Other animation resources are definitely not given enough. It's terrible.
I just came here to see how bad this anime is.
Even the company is unwilling to give it more resources. You're talking as if everyone is different.
Most of the people reading here are novel fans, or they are just some people who have nothing to do and are killing time. Unlike other anime, few people come to watch Fights Break Sphere. After all, there are not enough promotional resources. Moreover, most of these barrages are there for fun, and some are fans of the novel.
There are not many people who actually come to watch the anime?
After all, this kind of hellish start has basically put the show in a state of shambles. Whether it can make a comeback depends on the quality of the animation and the interesting plot.
Chunzhe and Bai Wanqiu are now sitting on the sofa watching anime.
Chunzhe didn't want to watch it at first, after all, he still had to write, so as to avoid his fans sending razor blades again. But Bai Wanqiu insisted on dragging me to watch it with her, so I had no choice but to watch it with her reluctantly. Bai Wanqiu is a fan of Lake Salty Fish and the book Fights Break Sphere, so she is quite looking forward to this anime. So after Fights Break Sphere was released, she and Chunzhe each made a bowl of instant noodles and enjoyed watching the anime. Bai Wanqiu directly clicked on the first episode of the anime. Title: 30 Years in the East, 30 Years in the West. At the beginning of the animation, the protagonist Xiao Yan was shown on the Dochi monument. It showed that his Dochi was only at the 3rd level, which made everyone laugh.
This plot directly attracted the audience.
After all, the beginning was already interesting and attracted the audience's attention. Then the protagonist had no choice but to walk out amid the laughter of everyone. The whole family was laughing at him, except for a very pretty little girl who cared about him and was the only one who comforted him.
Later came the plot of breaking off the engagement.
In short, the supporting female character, Nailan Yenran, came to break off the engagement, mocking and humiliating the protagonist in various ways, and breaking off the engagement.
Click play to start the next episode.
Although the protagonist is weak in strength, he is not weak in momentum at all. He directly wrote a letter of divorce to divorce the other party and made a 3-year agreement. He said the classic saying 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, don't bully the young and poor. Chapter 41. The plot is attractive. Bai Wanqiu's skirt slips down, Chunzhe's eyes are fixed.
Play to the next episode and start the second episode directly.
But at this time, the comments suddenly increased.
Oh my god, I don't usually watch member-only anime, I just watch it for fun.
I didn't expect that I would directly become a member now, but the plot of this anime is really exciting. Although I don't want to admit it, Fights Break Sphere is very exciting in terms of both picture quality and plot, and it makes people want to continue watching it.
30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't despise the young and poor. This really shows the full extent of this anime. Who said it wasn't? I'm a fan of novels.
I often follow this novel, but I still can't help but want to watch the anime. I paid 20 yuan for a membership with tears in my eyes. Seeing so many people subscribe and spend money, I don't feel bad at all now.
We are all members, so be more arrogant. Now everyone is complaining that membership is too expensive. The novel Fights Break Sphere was originally written by a newcomer.
Apart from the book fans, there was no publicity and no resources, so the traffic was very average.
But now it has improved and has started to take off. In the plot of this anime, I can feel the boy's passion, arrogance, and dignity. The protagonist's character is very well designed, and the war 3 years later leaves the audience with suspense. Relying on these plots, it has attracted a lot of audiences, which makes the audience interested in watching. That's why many viewers started complaining. They were just looking for some fun out of boredom, but they couldn't help but subscribe to membership in order to watch the subsequent plot. Next episode. The plot starts to become interesting and exciting. The protagonist starts to think about how to quickly improve his strength within 3 years. As a result, the old man in the ring appears and tells him the reason why the protagonist's fighting spirit has disappeared in recent years. He also tells him the reason why he can only absorb his fighting spirit in order to maintain his soul state, which turns him from a genius into a waste. Then the plot started to become funny. After knowing the reason, the protagonist wanted to strangle the old man and blame him because it was because of him that he turned from a genius into a waste. Then, I don't know whether the old man promised to help the protagonist quickly improve his strength out of guilt or out of revenge, so as to fulfill the agreement 3 years later. This is getting more and more interesting. Damn, this is too funny. I was saying that the protagonist is obviously a genius, how could he suddenly become a waste? It turns out that his fighting spirit was sucked away by this bad old man. This is the funniest part. Although this bad old man absorbs the protagonist's fighting spirit in order to maintain the state of his own soul, everything the protagonist has experienced in the past few years is all due to him. Ha! This protagonist is so unlucky. He didn't expect his ring to be the culprit. No, it should be the old man inside the ring. But do you think the protagonist can win within 3 years? Nonsense, he's the protagonist, he has a natural aura. No matter how badly he gets beaten, he'll definitely win in the end. Am I really the only one who noticed that Sooner and Nalan Yenran are very good looking? Even though they are still very young, they look really sexy. Now the barrage began to increase crazily. Quite a few people have already started discussing the plot and characters. Although it's still not a large number, it can be seen that most of the audience are immersed in discussing the plot, and it can be said that the discussion is in full swing. This really made me die of laughter. This old man is so evil. This way of practicing almost made me burst out laughing. Are you sure this is practice? You are clearly whipping me with a whip. I almost died of laughter at this plot, but the protagonist's strength has finally improved. I found that Sooner's identity seems to be a bit unusual. She looks like a wealthy woman. The protagonist's fighting spirit is at the 7th level, and he even defeated the opponent who humiliated him. The protagonist finally stood up. No, this Sooner is too powerful. She directly used forbidden techniques and killed people who were much stronger than her in seconds. I feel that she is not an ordinary person. The subsequent plot is that the protagonist participates in the assessment of Canaan College and passes the assessment, but has to take a year off in order to collect strange fire, quickly improve his strength, and then fulfill the 3-year agreement. After watching 5 episodes, the audience was very dissatisfied. You're kidding me, why is it gone? Update it for me quickly, I haven't seen enough. I've watched so many episodes just to see the protagonist's final story, but now you don't have any left. Please update it for me quickly. Add more quickly. The few comments that were originally scattered were now flooding the screen. All of them were insults, saying that the production team was keeping people in suspense and deliberately disgusting them. With the launch of Fights Break Sphere, it became an instant hit on the entire internet. The anime of this drama was not very popular at the beginning. But surprisingly, it was discussed in major anime exchange groups, where people were discussing the plot of the anime. Hey, brothers, have you watched Fights Break Sphere? Do you know the subsequent plot? Can you tell me? You are not an idiot, you can read the novel now. If you read the novel, you will know the plot later. Isn't it difficult to understand? Yes, I'm going to read the novel now. I'm staying up late tonight and I have to finish reading the rest of the story. I've already read the general plot of the rest of the story, but the novel is definitely not as exciting as the anime. I'm still looking forward to tomorrow's update. It was recommended to me by a friend. I originally just wanted to give it a look, but I was attracted by the plot so quickly. It ended up being discontinued after 5 episodes. I was so angry that I cursed in the comments section. With the promotion of many people, this anime gradually became popular. Zhao Zhangwen, an online blogger of anime reviews with tens of millions of fans,
felt itchy after watching the broadcast of Fights Breaks Fear and commented crazily in the comments section, "Please update it for me quickly, why are you stopping the update at this time?" As a popular internet celebrity with tens of millions of followers and a comment blogger at the anime festival, he gained a large number of fans very early on and often talked to his fans about the quality of anime. "I was originally watching the anime out of curiosity today, but I was immediately attracted by the plot. Now it has been discontinued, which really pissed him off. He will start a live broadcast later to increase the fame of the anime and ask the production team to update more episodes." After Chenzei and Bai Wanxiu finished watching the anime, Bai Wanxiu started cursing, "There are too few updated episodes. I haven't seen enough. Why don't these damn production crews update more episodes?" Bai Wanxiu stretched her legs and placed them on Chenzei's body. Her long, beautiful legs were at an angle. At home, she wore a soft skirt. Now that her legs were stretched out, gravity caused the hem of Bai Wanxiu's skirt to slide down and slide outside her thighs. Chenzei's eyes were wide open. Chapter 42. A very embarrassing scene, while giving Bai Wanxiu a bath. Although Bai Wanxiu was wearing safety pants, her skirt had slipped down to her thighs, and her long, straight legs were exposed naked in the air. They were so white that only Chenzei could appreciate them. At this moment, Chenzei's eyes turned red after seeing this, and his heart felt like it had been struck by lightning. He stared at that place, his mind completely blank. His body did not move, and his heart paused for a moment. "Chenzei. No, Chenzei, what are you standing there for?" Bai Wanxiu was furious, completely unaware of her own problem. She noticed Chenzei had been frozen in thought. She had called out to him several times, but he hadn't even looked at her to answer her. This simply infuriated her. What did he mean? He didn't take her seriously at all? She originally wanted to kick him to make Chenzei answer her. However, Bai Wanxiu just wanted to kick. But just after he made this move, he found that Chenzei was still looking at him. Bai Wanxiu's body froze. He saw his snow-white, slender thighs exposed to the air, right under Chenzei's eyes. Moreover, Chenzei's eyes were fixed on the base of his thighs. His eyes were now red, like a ball of blazing flame burning fiercely. The heat seemed to be contagious, and his whole face turned red like a monkey and began to burn. Bai Wanxiu's brain was a little confused at this time, and she was in a state of freezing. This is too embarrassing for me, so embarrassing, and I also feel a little ashamed." Bai Wanxiu now wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She was too social and her face was as red as a monkey's but and burning as if it was about to be cooked. I was about to scream, but my will kept forcing myself to calm down. "Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Bai Wanxiu, calm down quickly. It will be too embarrassing if you scream now. Remember, as long as you are not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. Hold on. You must hold on. I have wasted all my time watching the actor's self-cultivation in recent years. You are a qualified actor and can act out any kind of role." Bai Wanxiu kept brainwashing herself and forced herself to calm down. Bai Wanxiu calmly moved her feet away from Chenzei and pulled up her skirt to cover her long and attractive legs. As if nothing had happened, he stood up very calmly and said to Chenzei in a flat tone, "Xiao Ziz, I'm going to the bedroom to change clothes now. Please go to the bathroom and fill the bathtub with water for me. I'm going to take a shower later. Remember to put some rose essential oil in it." Although Bai Wanxiu spoke calmly, as if this person was very safe, her teeth were still trembling slightly. Chenzei quickly replied, Okay. Chenzei's mind was still on the erotic scene just now, and he still hadn't come to his senses. There was a hot current flowing in his nose. Chenzei knew that his nosebleed was about to come out, so he quickly tried to suck it back, trying not to be seen by Bai Wanxiu, otherwise he would be so embarrassed, and she might even laugh at him. After all, this woman has always been like this, always teasing him and wanting to see him make a fool of himself. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, Sister Bai, who can resist your flirting? But your psychological quality is too good. You can remain so calm in such an embarrassing situation, as if nothing happened. Most people can't do it at all. If it were an ordinary girl, she would have screamed a long time ago, but it seems that Bai Wanxiu has no interest in her at all. Does she really treat her as a younger brother? Otherwise, she would not be so calm in such a situation. But since you don't like me, why do you flirt with me? Do you think it's fun to see me sitting there? After thinking about this possibility, Chenzei still felt a little sad in his heart. Bai Wanxiu walked towards her room very calmly, with no expression that showed anything wrong, but she was actually very panicked inside. Her steps were very steady at first, but after closing the door, she could no longer hold back. He started running around like crazy, then suddenly jumped onto the bed and buried his face in the pillow. After about a minute, Bai Wanqiu finally came to her senses. She tried to cover her pounding heart with both hands. Her seductive and beautiful face was now as red as a monkey's butt. She bit her lips lightly, feeling so ashamed that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into.
Whoa! This fairy is not clean anymore, what should I do now? This is too shameful. Bai Wanqiu's beautiful almond-shaped eyes had begun to blur, and she appeared shy, like a girl in love, although she was already very old. In the end, her body curled up and rolled around on the bed. This damn Chunzhe is simply a hungry wolf. You stare at me so hard, as if you want me to find a hole to crawl into. It almost makes me lose my mind.
Bai Wanqiu cursed with a rosy face, but there was no sign of anger in her. When Chenzhe heard the howling coming from Bai Wanqiu's room, he was frightened and almost scared out of his wits.
This was too scary. What was she going to do? It's over. Sister Bai must be angry.
She must be thinking about how to take revenge on herself.
What should I do now? She doesn't want to dig out her own eyes, does she?
Does he want to cut his own kidneys, or kill himself directly, and end it all?
I'm not sure if it's too late to run now. Chenzhe looked at the closed door of the villa and finally gave up the idea of escaping. If he ran away, the end would be even worse.
At this moment, the system's voice sounded, "Great Master, now start issuing random tasks." Task, Option 1, help Bai Wanqiu fill the bathtub with water, remember to add rose essential oil. Reward, original copy of the song Piecing Together the Memories for you, 65 points of physical fitness.
Option 2, escape from the villa immediately. I wish you a life of singleness. Chenzhe chose one very reluctantly. System, congratulations to the host, the reward has been issued. Goodbye, have fun.
Afterwards, Chenzhe walked towards the bathroom with a determined look, then ran a bath for Bai Wanqiu and added rose essential oil. About 3 minutes later, after the bath water was ready, Chenzhe came out of the bathroom and shouted to Bai Wanqiu in the room. Sister Bai, the water is ready, come and take a shower. Bai Wanqiu in the room pretended to be very calm and replied, okay, I already know. Chapter 43. Bai Wanqiu is so strong that the door handle breaks. Bai Wanqiu pulled the door handle with her hand, and found that the door handle was broken. Could it be that she closed the door with too much force just now, and the door handle was broken directly? Impossible. Impossible, how could this fairy be so strong? She couldn't even unscrew the bottle cap. After Bai Wanqiu opened the door, she stopped in front of Chenzhe and said in a slightly embarrassed tone, Xiaoziz, I need your help. Please help me fix the door handle. It's broken. Chenzhe said with some confusion, how could it break suddenly? I saw the door handle was fine this morning, how did it break? Bai Wanqiu was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. She said too embarrassedly, I broke it accidentally. The quality of this door handle is too poor. I will ask the master to replace the door lock another day. Chenzhe. Bai Wanqiu didn't dare to look him in the eye. The image of Chenzhe looking at her thighs just now flashed through her mind, with that lustful look. I couldn't help but complain in my heart, you damn brother is really a big pervert, are you that hungry? I almost wanted to rush out directly after seeing you. It turns out that no man is a good thing. The romance novels on the internet are indeed right. Men really do have special fetishes, such as foot control, and... I really don't know whether Chenzhe likes fishnets, white silk, black silk, or flesh silk. Bah, why do I want these things? I'm not a hungry woman. Damn little Chenzhe, you are so lewd that your sister's heart is about to jump out of her chest. Sister Bai, I think you don't look well. Why are you so red? At this time, Chenzhe noticed that Bai Wanqiu's pretty face was blushing. He didn't know what Bai Wanqiu was thinking, and could only subconsciously think that she was feeling a little unwell. No. It's okay, you don't have to worry about it. Bai Wanqiu looked at Chenzhe with a guilty look on her face, blushing profusely. She looked very seductive. She seemed to be afraid that Chenzhe would see her like this, so she quickly turned around and walked towards the bathroom with her bare white feet. However, her long white legs trembled slightly as she walked. Bai Wanqiu walked away, her body still trembling slightly. Chenzhe's eyes looked a little strange, as if he really didn't understand what kind of serious illness she had. Could it be that she was shaking with anger?
Sure enough, she was still angry about what had just happened.
And her eyes were strange just now. I guess she was so angry that her face turned red. She was thinking about how to kill herself.
This really fits her personality. She is a woman with a strong sense of revenge.
Shenzhen arrived at her door and saw that the door handle seemed to be broken and even fell off. My God, this door handle cost hundreds of dollars.
It broke so easily. This power. It's really abnormal. Shenzhe picked up the toolbox very skillfully and repaired the door handle very skillfully. Shenzhe's technique was very skillful and his movements could be described as flowing like water. It was obvious that he was a veteran and his skill was so good that it was a bit distressing. After about 5 minutes, the door handle lock was repaired. Driven by curiosity, Shenzhe looked at Bai Wanxiu's room with a blush. I'm not a pervert, I just want to see if her room is clean. Well, it's okay, the cleaning is very good.
It turns out that girls really like cleanliness.
But, why are these clothes piled up on the bed, everywhere? Girls really like to dress up, but there are too many clothes. Shenzhe couldn't help but shake his head. Sure enough, girls never complain about having too many clothes.
He walked directly to Bai Wanxiu's bed, cleared all the clothes, folded them, and then began to sort them all and put them neatly in the closet. There were some windbreakers hanging in the closet, but when he was sorting out his underwear, it was a little awkward. Yellow, white, purple, black, all kinds of bright colors made Shenzhe dazzled and even a little dizzy. These bras were all worn by Bai Wanxiu. There was a strange fragrance that made Shenzhe blush.
Shenzhe took a look at the size. Wow, it was at least a C cup, almost reaching a D cup.
Bai Wanxiu had grown quite well in the past few years. He remembered that it was not this big before.
Don't ask why Shenzhe knew this, because a few years ago Shenzhe secretly watched Bai Wanxiu taking a bath. No. No. No, how could he be such a person?
This mainly stems from his past. Bai Wanxiu often coerced Shenzhe to accompany her to lingerie stores to buy lingerie, and even asked him to help choose the styles. That's why Shenzhe had such experience. This kind of scene is also easy to imagine, a young man, appearing in a women's lingerie store, being looked at like a monkey by other women. This feeling is extremely embarrassing. Anyone who has experienced that kind of scene knows it. But she has such a bad taste and often plays tricks on herself just to see herself make a fool of herself.
This woman is really hateful.
After Shenzhe finished tidying up his underwear, he saw various trophies and medals, as well as various commendations and honors on the table in the room.
I couldn't help but sigh.
Although Bai Wanxiu was a disobedient and rebellious girl who had gotten into trouble as a child, she had always been a good student and had a sharp mind. She had basically been top of the class since elementary school. In junior high and high school, she was always in the top 3 in her grade, and finally lived up to everyone's expectations and was admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University. She received numerous scholarships, meaning she didn't need to ask her family for money for college.
After graduation, her grandson could attend a prestigious university abroad. I don't know what went wrong in her head.
She simply passed up this opportunity. Although studying abroad was expensive, it wasn't a big deal for Bai Wanxiu's family. Her uncle, Bai, ran several gyms, bringing in millions in annual revenue. Her mother worked at a bank, so they had a small fortune. She had also heard that her mother's father, her grandfather, was also a wealthy man, frequently appearing on the Forbes rich list.
So this is the problem. Studying abroad is an opportunity that many people dream of, but I really didn't expect her to give it up.
Not only did he give up the opportunity, but he also chose to go into the entertainment industry to be an artist.
The entertainment industry is a big melting pot, which is why Uncle Bai strongly opposed it.
But Bai Wanxiu was born a rebellious girl, so how could she possibly listen to Uncle Bai? It is very difficult to change what she has decided.
Chapter 44, They Are All Traitors, Uncle Bai's Phone Call.
Bai Wanxiu was born a rebellious person. She would not give up easily on the things she decided on. This is somewhat similar to her elder sister. My sister's grades were very good and she could have found a good job after graduating from university, but I didn't expect that this guy was also a traitor and almost made her parents angry to death. She was a normal person, but she liked some two-dimensional characters and insisted on going to an animation company. Even his daily attire resembles that of anime characters, making him look like a monster. His father, a young literary man, was almost pissed off to death.
Now I seem to be a rebel. I originally followed my parents' request and found a good job after graduating from university. After all, my academic qualifications are not bad. But now I joined an entertainment company. Alas, I have become the most hated person in my parents' eyes. That was the point.
Because Bai Wancho didn't listen to her parents, Uncle Bai became her number one anti-fan. Originally, I didn't want to get involved, but under Uncle Bai's iron fist, I had to succumb to his tyranny. Now Uncle Bai has become the number one black fan, and I was forced to become the number two black fan. Bai Wancho never expected that his dear father would become the number one leader of his black fans, and his dear childhood sweetheart would become the deputy leader of his black fans. But after thinking about this, Chen Zhe's mood became a little better. After all, he was timid in real life, but he was very aggressive online. It was still very refreshing. He had been tortured by Bai Wancho a lot in the past. There are many photos on the table full of trophies. Some of the photos are already yellowed and have been there for many years, at least 20 years. These photos were not all taken by Bai Wancho, but were taken by both sides' parents to record the children's growth. Basically, each family printed several copies. There is a photo of 3 people among them, without a doubt, Bai Wancho, Chen Mengyan, and Chen Zhe.
Contents of the photo: there is a photo of Chen Mengyan's sister's birth.
There are 4 adults in this photo, her own parents, and Bai Wancho's parents.
Wang Xini was still pregnant at that time. When Chen Mengyan was born, both families were smiling happily. After all, the 2 families were neighbors and had a very good relationship. Another photo was taken when Bai Wancho was born, with her sister still sitting in the cradle. The remaining photos were of me when I was still a kid, with 2 little babies, surrounded by my mother. The next photo was taken when he was just born, with Bai Wancho and his elder sister watching beside him. At that time, Chen Zhe had just opened his eyes, and the first person he saw was not his parents, but Bai Wancho, and then his elder sister. At this time, both of them were little lowly. Then I heard the first sentence of collapse. It was the little lowly Bai Wancho saying in a baby voice, "This baby is so ugly, with wrinkled skin on his face. I can't eat even when I see him. Why not just throw him into the trash can?" Another little lowly, Chen Mengyan, said in a baby voice, "Sure, my brother is too ugly. I was looking forward to it, but now I'm not looking forward to it at all. I'll listen to you and throw it in the trash can." At that time in the hospital, the whole delivery room was filled with laughter. At this time, Chen Zhe's eyes fell on another photo. In the photo, there is a boy and a slightly taller girl. Both of them are standing with pale faces and their teeth are chattering. Why are they scared? Because there is a snake wrapped around each of them. Although it is non-venomous, people are still afraid of snakes. These 2 people are Chen Zhe and Chen Mengyan. There is also a pretty little lowly standing next to them. She is also holding a snake in her hands, but the snake dare not move in her hands. The little girl's expression does not show any fear. Instead, she looks very happy and excited. I don't know how perverted she is. She likes cold-blooded animals like snakes so much that she insists on dragging Chen Zhe and Chen Mengyan to the zoo to see snakes. This guy not only likes snakes, but also wants to take pictures with snakes. He even dragged me and my older sister to follow him. I was scared to death at that time, but I am an adult soul and still have a certain psychological quality. But my sister. After taking the pictures, she was so scared that she fainted on the ground and was finally taken to the hospital by ambulance. But Bai Wancho was a scary little girl. Not only did she take photos while holding a big snake, she also said she wanted to share it with herself and her sister. Chen Zhe, are these memories good? Not at all. I even have nightmares about them. These photos record the experiences of 3 people from childhood to adulthood, but can I say that I am moved? Chen Zhe Chen Mengyan dared not move. These photos are simply my own demons. At this moment, Chen Zhe's phone rang, and he looked at the screen. The father of the great demon. After seeing the name, Chen Zhe first walked out of the room cautiously, then sat on the sofa, took a look into the bathroom, and finally felt relieved. Chen Zhe quickly answered the phone and said cautiously, "Uncle Bai, what do you want to talk to me about?" Bai Weili said in a serious tone, "Xiaoza, how has baby Wancho been attacked recently? Is there any specific situation?" As soon as Chen Zhe heard it, he knew that it was the leader of the black fans who wanted to see the situation, so he could only say perfunctorily, "Uncle Bai, don't worry about this, Sister Bai has been blackened beyond recognition, I believe our revolution will be completed soon." Uncle Bai nodded with great satisfaction and said, "You did a great job, but I want to warn you, don't betray our revolution for some small favors. I hate traitors the most.
Chen Zai understood this sentence, which meant that he should not give up his career as the leader of the black fan group just because Bai Wanqiu acted coquettishly with him and gave him small favors. Chen Zai was just being perfunctory as a black fan leader, but now he has entered the entertainment industry. He doesn't know how to distinguish between white and black Wanqiu, but he still has to do a good job on the surface. So he said with a very serious expression, "Don't worry about this, I promise to complete the task."
I think Sister Bai can't make it in the entertainment industry.
At this time, Uncle Bai, who was a daughter slave, lowered his voice and said, "Xiaoza, I want to ask you something.
Does my precious daughter have any friends of the opposite sex recently? Or is she dating a boyfriend? And which boy is she having an ambiguous relationship with?" "Chen Zai, it seems like there are no other boys except me." Chen Zai said in a low voice, "Not really."
Chapter 45. Bai Wanqiu came out of the shower, fresh and elegant beauty. Bai Weili nodded with great satisfaction and said, "That's fine, Wanqiu is my baby, I can't let those rascals kidnap her." Then he said with some concern, "Xiaoza, remember to keep an eye on me. If there is anyone suspicious around baby Wanqiu, you must quickly investigate the other party's ancestors and then report to me immediately. If any bastard dares to set his sights on my precious daughter, I will break his 5 legs."
Chen Zai, this is too crazy. If I didn't know your background, I would have thought you were a gangster.
Chen Zai felt a chill, and was already sweating.
He looked down at his thigh. It was still intact, healthy, and strong.
He looked at his arm again. It was still there. Finally, he looked at his little Chen Zai and breathed a sigh of relief. If Uncle Bai knew that I was married to Bai Wanqiu, I would end up in a very miserable state.
I would become a complete idiot.
Even if she was deceived into marriage and was the real victim, no one would believe her if she told them.
Uncle Bai would definitely not believe this explanation.
Forget it, I'd better find a way to get a divorce as soon as possible, otherwise my life will be in danger.
After the phone hung up,
Bai Wanqiu's voice came from the bathroom, "Xiao Ziz, go get my pink pajamas and pants, I forgot to bring them." Although Bai Wanqiu's voice was very pleasant, delicate and tempting, but in Chen Zai's opinion, it was clearly the call of the god of death.
This is another trap set for me. This violent maniac treats me like a slave. How can this world be better? Don't men have the right to refuse? He really doesn't respect my feelings at all. That's too much. Got it, Sister Bai, I'll be right there.
Although Chen Zai cursed many times in his heart, he still turned around and went to do his job very obediently. While answering, his body walked directly towards the bedroom as if it was a conditioned reflex. Chen Zai searched through boxes and cabinets for a long time and finally found a pink nightgown and pink pajamas. They were very simple and plain colors, without many patterns or decorations. However, ordinary clothes did not look plain at all when worn by beautiful people.
Chen Zai walked to the bathroom with his pajamas and pants.
Seeing that the door was not closed tightly and not locked, his heart couldn't help but beat fast. This was really a honey trap.
You are trying to lead me to commit a crime. Chen Zai couldn't help but complain in his heart.
I don't know if Sister Bai is too careless. She doesn't even lock the door when taking a shower.
Isn't she afraid that I'll peek? Does she trust me so much, or is she tempting me to commit a crime and then punishing me? Bah! This vicious woman.
But Chen Zai had no idea that Bai Wanqiu had left the door unlocked on purpose. She wanted to see if Chen Zai was a pervert, and if her charm was attractive enough in front of him. After all, she still wanted to see him make a fool of himself.
Chen Zai stood at the door, watching the mist rising from the bathroom door.
From inside came the sound of water splashing, as if someone had stood up from the bathtub.
This Chen Zai is also a normal man.
There must be some strange things in his mind. He thought about watching a movie at night and the beautiful scene of a beautiful woman getting out of the bathtub and walking out of the bathroom.
Chen Zai couldn't help swallowing his saliva through his strong throat.
His eyes were a little blurry, and even revealed a hint of unnaturalness.
Chen Zai could hardly hold it in any longer, and asked cautiously, "Sister Bai, should you put the clothes directly on the door handle, or should I carry them in for you?"
There was silence inside for about 3 seconds, and then Bai Wanqiu's delicate voice was heard,
Xiao Ziz, you'd better put your clothes on the door handle."
When Bai Wanqiu said this, she hesitated for a while. She decided to leave it this way today. Her heartbeat was already fast enough today, and she was afraid of being stimulated again. She was also a little afraid that her brother would become beastly.
Okay.
After hearing this, Chen Zai finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that he couldn't help himself. He was afraid that he would see something he shouldn't see, which would cause him to be impulsive. I breathed a sigh of relief, but as I looked at the ceiling, I felt a little regretful.
Why was it a regret? Everyone understands. I didn't see what I wanted to see.
Chenzé sat on the sofa, drank a sip of water, calmed himself down, picked up his phone and discussed this year's music broadcast time with the 007 team. Although he could decide such things one by one, he still had to ask everyone's opinions. After various discussions in the group, the time was set at 12 o'clock.
Chenzé still said to confirm, Li Tianming, Meng Jiqiu, are there any problems with you two? Li Tianming, okay. Meng Jiqiu, okay. After the discussion, Chenzé put down his phone and turned on the TV.
At this time, Bai Wanqiu breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that Chenzé had left. She wrapped her fair body with a bath towel, walked to the door quietly, and picked up her pajamas.
Bai Wanqiu secretly glanced at the sofa in the living room and couldn't help biting her lip.
She looked very arrogant and couldn't help cursing in her heart, "You damn brother, I told you not to come in, and you really didn't come in.
Besides, I didn't ask you to leave. Even if you watch me secretly, I can pretend not to see it. Is TV really that good? Could it be that I am not charming enough? That's not right. I am still very confident in my charm.
I can only say that my charm has no effect on this stinky little brother of mine. It seems that I have spent too little time with him. I need to spend more time to get to know him. He is such a blockhead. It seems that I need to find a way to teach him a lesson. This stinky man has no interest at all."
Wow. This fairy really made me angry to death, and I almost died speechless.
Bai Wanqiu stood at the bathroom door, her eyes blazing as she stared at Chenzé. Her pair of white, jade-like feet stomped frantically on the floor, as if the floor were Chenzé, wanting to stomp him to death.
This is obviously a result of anger and shame.
After about 3 minutes, Bai Wanqiu quickly changed into her pajamas and walked from the bathroom to the living room.
The beauty Bai Wanqiu looked even more beautiful after coming out of the bath.
Her black hair became more lustrous after being wiped, and some of it was wet and scattered on her shoulders. She was so beautiful that it seemed unreal, just like a fairy in a painting. Her pretty face looks very small and beautiful. Without the filter of makeup, she looks natural and even a little fresh and refined. Her appearance is also very resistant to beating. I can only say that Bai Wanqiu's beauty after putting on makeup makes people feel a little unreal, but Bai Wanqiu without makeup does have a natural, fresh and unworldly beauty.
Chapter 46 Chenzé blows Bai Wanqiu's hair, the impact of animation performance. That face is so beautiful that some people are intoxicated by it. It is so pure.
Although Bai Wanqiu is already 25 years old, her appearance is still very resistant to aging. This just out of the bath look is very suitable for playing the role of a pure campus beauty in college.
There is no sense of incongruity at all. It can even be said to be a perfect match.
Chenzé also saw her come out, and his eyes widened, but it took him about a second to react. After all, he had experienced this many times. Bai Wanqiu walked over to Chenzé and sat down next to him, looking at Douyin intently, acting as if she was normal.
As soon as Bai Wanqiu approached Chenzé, she smelled the fragrance of roses.
This fragrance was somewhat addictive, but it permeated the air. Although it smelled very fragrant, it was not pungent and had a refreshing feeling. Chenzé quickly put aside his distracting thoughts, shook his head, and tried to calm himself down. Bai Wanqiu's delicate voice sounded, "Xiao Ziz, go get the hairdryer and help me blow my hair."
"My hair is not dry yet." Chenzé felt a little aggrieved. This was too much. He was simply her slave. No matter how wronged he felt, he had to endure it, or else he would have to endure his sister's iron fist. Chenzé quickly took the hairdryer, turned it on quickly, pressed the switch, and with a rumbling sound, a warm breeze blew out of the hairdryer. In short, it was very comfortable. Chenzé skillfully held the hairdryer in one hand, and gently picked up Bai Wanqiu's black hair with his fingers in the other hand, put the hair together and spread it apart, then used the hairdryer to dry it, letting the hot air from the hairdryer blow on Bai Wanqiu's beautiful hair. Bai Wanqiu leaned her head on the sofa, closed her eyes and enjoyed Chenzé's service to her heart's content. It seemed like this was not the first time. Chenzé's technique is also very skilled, it is so professional that it can't be more professional, even to the point of being a little distressing. The main reason is that when Bai Wanqiu was 10 years old, she liked to grow long hair. However, every time she washed her hair, she found it very troublesome to blow dry her hair with a hairdryer, and her hands were very sore. Then she set her eyes on the poor and helpless little Chenzé.
Poor little Chinzei, who was only 7 years old, had to help Bai Wanqiu blow her hair every time, while Bai Wanqiu just sat on the sofa and enjoyed it quietly. Shenzei became a poor little slave. Shenzei also resisted, but it was useless. The price of resistance was even more tragic. His parents didn't care whether he was tired or not. After all, the two of them loved each other. As long as he and his sister didn't starve to death, they wouldn't interfere. Then if there is anything delicious, the two of us will eat it first, and then it will be my turn and my older sister's turn. The main point is that even if the children suffer, I must not suffer myself. I don't understand why my parents are so advanced in thinking. Other people's parents treat their children as treasures, but my parents treat them as weeds. My sister and I are not as good as De Huang in the family. But I didn't complain. After all, I thought of a saying, don't be too obsessed with your parents' love for you. It's just a lifelong relationship. Shenzei has been facing Bai Wanqiu's oppression since he was a child and has been unable to resist. Shenzei was blowing his hair seriously. The scene was both romantic and warm, giving off the impression of a young couple. Dream Animation Company. It was a very lively time because the release of Invincible Sword Immortal had received very good responses and considerable traffic. Because Invincible Sword Immortal was being promoted vigorously, the company had invested a lot of promotional resources. Everyone was watching the statistical playback in various data, and everyone was staring intently, wanting to see what the results were and whether there was any possibility of further improvement. Through the promotion of Dream Animation Company through various channels, the data of Invincible Sword Immortal has been continuously rising, and it has successfully moved from 9th place to 7th place. At that time, everyone was smiling and was extremely happy. Supervisor Ma Jianba said with a smile, according to the current results, there should still be room for improvement. We should strive to reach the 6th place, or even the top 5, which would be great. Such data can be said to be very good. The company spends hundreds of thousands of dollars on publicity every day, and the money is not small, but the effect has not disappointed. After all, I have a keen eye and can imagine the future returns. Even with the current data, the company will be able to make back its investment after a period of broadcasting and even earn some considerable profits. However, if the results are further improved and reach the 5th place, the effect is simply unimaginable. It ranks 5th on the anime website and is so popular that it can even become a hit. By then, the traffic will increase. After all, the first things the audience see are the top few anime. This data is not bad. We are currently ranked 7th, and we are only 2 places away from reaching 5th place. It's just that the budget is a little small now. Why don't we ask for some budget from the top management and give it another try? I think it can be achieved, Lu Jiaying said excitedly. After all, if his anime becomes a hit, he will be a hot figure in the company. At that time, the company's top management will take care of him, and Shen Mengyan will no longer have room for recovery. She will always bow down to him when she sees him. I used to be at the mercy of her, but this year it's finally my turn to turn the tables. When the time comes, I'm going to give her a good kick. Don't worry about this, I will definitely mention it to the company's senior management and shareholders. Although the publicity budget is a bit large, compared with the returns, it is all worth it. I believe they will not refuse it, Manager Ma said with a happy smile. Thank you, Manager Ma, for your appreciation, Lu Jiaying nodded respectfully. Haha, Lu Jiaying, you are really too polite. There is really no need to be like this. You work so hard for the company, this is what I should do. Manager Ma smiled and said. My attitude towards Lu Jiaying before was lukewarm, just like a normal subordinate. But things are different now. Lu Jiaying has worked very hard to bring a hit work to the company, and her achievements are almost catching up with Chen Mengyan back then. So now we should treat Lu Jiaying the same way we treated Chen Mengyan before, and the attitude should naturally be better. The company's main priority is profit, and my performance evaluation and year-end bonus depend on Lu Jiaying. It can be said that an enterprise is a very realistic place, where everything is based on strength and achievements. The past does not mean anything, and what matters is only the present interests. Whoever has the best performance and whose company has the greatest profits is the most powerful. This is an eternal truth. Chapter 47, Fights Break Sphere Data is dismal. In that case, today's meeting is over. I will notify you if there is anything. Everyone works overtime every day and it's hard work. Let's rest early today, Ma Jianba waved and smiled at the group. This is a must-have skill for company management. Besides criticism, praise is also essential. After all, it boosts everyone's enthusiasm. You just need to talk, and even if you're painting a picture of the future, you'll have to do it. That way, everyone will be motivated to work like slaves. But the payoff is substantial. As expected, as soon as the leader opened his mouth, the people below rushed to answer.
Manager Ma is so kind and encouraging. As long as we can achieve results, I'm willing to do it no matter how hard or tiring it is. It's not hard, not at all. As long as we can see our outstanding achievements, we are willing to work overtime every day.
All the members of the group smiled and waved their hands in response. In short, they should maintain their determination to love their work in front of their leaders so that the leaders will value them. Manager Ma looked at these employees with a smile, and couldn't help but smile in his heart. His plan finally succeeded, so he said encouragingly, "In this case, it's up to you.
You must combine work and rest, and remember to take a rest." That's true.
After all, the employees in team leader Chen's group work overtime every day. I heard that they have been staying in the company for many days. They are really dedicated to their work.
We are still too lazy, so we can't fall behind, Lu Jiaying said with a smile.
Hey, I remember Chen Mengyan and her group S animation was also released today.
I wonder how it performed.
Speaking of Chen Mengyan, Ma Jianba suddenly thought of this matter, but he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, the company only did some superficial work and promoted her animation once, and the other procedures were completed by their team. The quality of an animation made in such a short time is probably not very good, so Ma Jianba didn't pay much attention to it.
Chen Mengyan's animation has indeed been released, but the data is only so-so.
Fortunately, the company did not budget too much for her publicity, and any major changes are only the responsibility of their team.
As for the data of the premiere, it's hard to say, Lu Jiaying said with a smile.
As Chen Mengyan's old rival, he pays close attention to her.
The data of the animation Fights Break Sphere produced by Chen Mengyan is simply terrible. I have also seen the number of views on her website. It's so miserable. The data of Fights Break Sphere has always been the lowest. I remember that it was ranked 49th at the beginning.
Later, for some reason, it seemed to recover a little and rose to 45th.
However, there is no difference between 45th and 49th.
Anyone familiar with anime knows that anime rankings are based on statistics and quarterly updates of anime works to determine the rankings.
The top 3 lists basically have crazy traffic, and the top 10 also have very impressive traffic.
Basically, after the 25th place, there is no profit at all. The 45th place ranking was basically all produced by small workshops, and I also heard that the company's funds were tight, and the production funds given to Chen Mengyan were very small.
Chen Mengyan also invested a lot of money herself? Moreover, Chen Mengyan spent so much money to produce this animation.
Judging from the market level, it is estimated that by the time the money is lost, she may even lose her pants, let alone make a profit. Alas, I told her last time that the performance of this novel is pretty good, but it's a pity that the author is a newcomer and not well known.
If more time is spent on production, perhaps it can get a good ranking. But he refused to listen and rushed to produce the animation. I am speechless. Ma Jianba sighed. Manager Ma, you're joking. Chen Mengyan has always been a very confident person. He thinks he can't lose to anyone, so how could he be willing to lose to me? Lu Jiaying said with a half smile.
It is a good thing for young people to have self-confidence, but being impatient is not a good thing.
Being too conceited can easily lead to losses. But it is also okay.
I hope he can learn from his mistakes.
Just be down to earth in the future. Ma Jianba didn't want to say too much. He could only sigh and said, then left.
Humph, as the saying goes, suffering a loss is a blessing.
It's a pity that the price this time is not small. I want to see what she will do when she has no money to eat, Lu Jiaying said with a sarcastic smile. Chen Mengyan's house is located in an apartment area. It is an apartment that looks to be about 100 square meters.
Chen Mengyan paid the down payment herself. This was also the money she earned through hard work over the past few years.
The house looks nice from the outside, but the decoration style inside is a bit.
Wow, there are cartoon characters everywhere on the walls, and the floor style is also unique, full of a two-dimensional atmosphere. In the bathroom, in an oversized bathtub, Chen Mengyan's upper body was exposed, and she lay in it very relaxedly. She has fair skin like porcelain jade, an exquisite oval face, a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes, and cheeks as red as peaches. She looks like a queen, beautiful and full of charm.
There are roses floating on the surface of the water in the bathtub.
If a man sees this scene, he will probably be tempted to commit a crime.
After all, the Chen family has good genes.
Chen Mengyan has been a school belle since she was a child. Except that she is slightly inferior to the girl next door, she is still very confident in her appearance. She has countless suitors.
If she develops in the entertainment industry, she will have a good prospect.
It's a pity that Chen Mengyan likes the two-dimensional world. Taking a bath every day is the most relaxing time for her, but today is not relaxing at all. After all, today is the day when her anime is released, and she doesn't know what the data will be like. Chen Mengyan stretched out her white hands to take the Huawei tablet, and directly opened the workgroup, wanting to check the messages in the group. The results and data of today's premiere of Fights Break Sphere have been released in the workgroup.
Chen Mengyan took a look and almost threw the tablet away. Fuck, these stats are so bad I'm almost going crazy. I'm about to shut down.
Chen Mengyan's beautiful eyes widened, and her beautiful, rosy face was filled with astonishment, already in disbelief. She simply couldn't believe her eyes. I had already prepared for the worst in my mind, but there is no worst, only worse. Even a dog would shake its head looking at this data. This is a 3D animation after all, so the data can't be so bad. It seems that publicity is still very important. These days, without publicity, something will never become popular. Without high publicity costs and precise publicity channels, no one knew that the anime was online.
This data is simply indescribable. Thank you so much for your support, everyone like Eddie Pang.
I've only just finished writing 100,000 words, but seeing a few people asking me to update more every day makes me very satisfied.
I've even received 3 comments, which is something I couldn't even dream of.
And every day there are about 4 or 5 people asking me to update more, which makes me so happy. Special thanks to Baihu100, Moluofong for sending me Love Power 1, Amu, Flying Kiss, you are the first stranger to send me a gift, you are my savior.
I'm really touched.
I don't know how the results will be in the future, after all, today is only the 6th day of the verification period.
I hope the results will improve. I hope everyone can send me love power once, thank you, snickering. Chapter 48 Chen Mengyan, take off, charge.
A lot of messages were sent in the group at this time, among which Chen Koan had many times in the group.
In short, there were all kinds of questions? Boss, what do you think we should do now? These numbers are too bad. There's no chance of a comeback.
Now the production of Fights Break Sphere has been completed for more than half, and there are still many episodes that have not been broadcast. The original plan was to produce it while it was being broadcast, so that we can not only test the quality of the animation, but also adjust the plot of the animation based on the audience's feedback. It's just a pity that the number of views of the premiere is really not good, it's pitifully small, and it can basically be finalized. The quality of the follow-up will definitely not be good, and it seems that there is no need for the second group to produce it, so as not to waste more time and energy.
No, look at how miserable you all are. You're planning to give up after such a small setback. You're really hopeless.
After all, we have very few promotional resources, and the number of people has been steadily increasing today.
Seeing the unanimous praise in the comments shows that we still have potential. We must not give up.
After Chen Mengyan sent this message, she put down her tablet and got up from the bathtub, revealing her slender figure and stunning waistline.
She presented a different view.
After drying herself with a towel, Chen Mengyan changed into a blue nightgown and went to the living room. She took a bottle of Petrus red wine from the table, and then took a tomahawk steak, broccoli, and cherries from the refrigerator.
Chen Mengyan cooked the steak until it was 70% done and boiled the broccoli in hot water.
After a while, a tomahawk steak, broccoli and cherries were placed on a beautiful plate.
This was Chen Mengyan's dinner. After dinner, Chen Mengyan picked up the wine glass and bottle and went into the bedroom. Chen Mengyan had a habit of drinking red wine before going to bed.
Chen Mengyan looked at the red wine in her hand, and couldn't help shaking her head and sighing. If the animation couldn't make a comeback this time, she would still want to drink red wine that cost hundreds of dollars, and she wouldn't even be able to afford the $4 iced black tea.
Chen Mengyan opened the Huawei tablet.
Chen Mengyan is also a short video fan and likes to watch short videos before going to bed, which is very similar to Guangda.com.
Although Chen Mengyan likes to watch short videos, basically all of them are anime related.
The Douyin app is very magical. As long as you watch a lot of videos of a certain area, basically all the recommendations to you will be related. If you like to watch beautiful women, basically all of the videos you watch will be beautiful women.
Chen Mengyan came across a blogger named Zhao Jiangwen, a popular internet celebrity with tens of millions of fans.
He was an anime anchor and was known as an anime reviewer by netizens.
Basically, he always evaluates major animations. Of course, this person is very principled. Good is good and bad is bad.
The animations he evaluates are all very objective. So in just a few years, he gained tens of millions of fans. Some animation companies paid him to promote their animation, but Zhao Jiangwen basically refused. After all, his fan base was not small to begin with. When animation companies asked him to help promote animation, he also followed objective evaluation.
Good is good, and bad is bad.
After all, I make a living from this, and I won't destroy my job for money. So I won't lie with my eyes open, and I will never discredit other anime for a little money. This is a video updated by Zhao Jiangwen this week, and it was updated today. Zhao Jiangwen is so famous and has so many anime fans, Dream Animation would definitely not miss this opportunity. Naturally, they contacted him very early and wanted him to help promote the company.
However, Zhao Jiangwen only gave an objective evaluation, Invincible Sword Immortal, it's okay.
It's just so, barely passing in his eyes.
After Chen Mengyan took a look, she instantly lost interest. After all, she had already watched this video.
Just when Chen Mengyan was about to log out, she suddenly found that the homepage had been updated.
Driven by curiosity, Chen Mengyan refreshed the page to check.
After the video refreshed, Chen Mengyan clicked on it, wanting to see what the anchor was going to update today. However, after seeing the content of the video, Chen Mengyan's beautiful eyes widened, and she was even a little bit unbelievable. She sat up directly from the bed. Big smiley face, dear fans, I watched a very good anime at home today, called Fights Break Sphere.
This anime is a classic in both plot and special effects. The plot is vivid and interesting, and it even makes people feel excited. I am looking forward to it. I strongly recommend everyone to watch it. Big smiley face. In fact, Zhao Jiangwen usually wouldn't use the words strongly recommend. Moreover, almost all the anime he recommended were in the top 10 of the list, and all of them were hits. Moreover, each of his videos basically has more than 10 million views and even more than 100,000 comments. Fuck, Zhao Jiangwen recommended my anime. I'm going to take off right away. As expected, this fairy is the best.
After seeing these contents, Chen Mengyan's body trembled with excitement, and her heartbeat accelerated. She knelt on the bed, laid down with her tablet and clicked on the video. Her buttocks were raised, and although they were wrapped in a blue nightgown, they still outlined a very seductive curve, which made people imagine a lot. Chen Mengyan was very excited because she knew very well that if she wanted to get a big internet celebrity like Zhao Jiangwen to promote her, it would cost at least hundreds of thousands of yuan, and she might not even get very good reviews. I had thought about asking him for promotion before, but unfortunately I had no money, so I had to give up the idea. I never expected that the other party would take the initiative to help me promote.
It is really my lucky star. Chen Mengyan. Right now, she had only one thought in her mind: take off, charge. Dear fans, good evening. I'm Zhao Jiangwen. I watched an anime today.
I didn't have much expectations at first, but I didn't expect to be addicted. Although it's only a few episodes, I can see its potential.
Okay, enough nonsense, now let's start today's explanation. Let's see what magic this anime has. As usual, I'll reveal less. I'll only talk about what I think are the good parts. I still hope everyone will watch it.
Zhao Jiangwen always speaks in this tone, which makes him look very professional. I want to use a very serious tone to make the content clear, which is why so many people like him. Chapter 49, Polar Reversal, Lonely Figure in the Middle of the Night, If Love Forgets, plays. After explaining the highlight characters in several episodes of Fights Break Sphere, Zhao Jiangwen patiently analyzed several important characters, always talking about various types of characters, which was very interesting. As of now, the story mainly revolves around Xiao Yan, and describes a cultivation genius who turned from a genius into a waste overnight. No matter how he cultivated, his fighting spirit could not be improved. It also shows the scene where the protagonist was broken off due to his weak strength, and the protagonist's domineering response: 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, don't expect young people to be poor. The scene of writing a divorce letter, as well as the hard training and subsequent plot in order to fulfill the 3-year agreement.
Honestly, this story is very well drawn. You can go read the novel first. After all, I'm already following it. In short, I'm looking forward to the rest of the story. But I want to say something here to the animation producers of Battle Through the Heavens. can you please not be so brief and update it quickly? But to be honest, this anime is really worth watching. The special effects are amazing, and the storyline is well developed, which makes me want to start watching it. At the end of the video, Zhao Jiangwen made a very interesting summary of the anime and urged the anime crew to update the series. From here, the storyline and the beginning of the protagonist's story are summarized. I just have a question. This anime is obviously produced by Dream Animation. I don't understand why they don't promote such a good anime and promote Invincible Sword Immortal. I don't understand. Although he received the promotion request for Invincible Sword Immortal, Zhao Jiangwen couldn't figure it out with his brain. After all, Fights Break Sphere far surpasses Invincible Sword Immortal in terms of quality and plot. It can be said that the former is more than a level higher than the latter. In the bedroom, after watching the video, Chen Mangyan jumped twice on the bed excitedly. When she got tired of jumping, she lay flat on the bed, panting. He quickly opened the bottle, took a big gulp, and then exhaled. The air was filled with the smell of wine. His face turned red and he murmured, "It seems that my comeback is about to come." After saying this, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, which was simply beautiful. Zhao Jiangwen has a very big influence in the animation industry. Basically, he can get millions of likes by posting a video. His video was just released a few minutes ago. Soon it had hundreds of thousands of views, and the number was constantly increasing, directly making it to the hot headlines on the internet. The animation website became popular and was soon seen by many anime fans, attracting the attention of many netizens. This is the influence of the big anchor. However, this time, many netizens were very confused. In the past, the anime recommended by Zhao Jiangwen were basically ranked in the top 10. Why did he recommend such a low ranking this time? Strange. No matter what, I still believe in Lao Zhao very much. His reputation is obvious to all. He has kept the bottom line. Many film critics have not kept the bottom line. It is impossible for him to destroy the reputation he has accumulated because of a bad animation. Netizens are still very rational. If other people share this anime, there will definitely be criticism. Basically, the label of being paid to praise will be attached to it. It would be good if it is not criticized as shit. Most anime fans have not watched this anime, and the ranking is so low, it is obvious that it is not good. But this person is Zhao Jiangwen, a man who attaches great importance to word of mouth and reputation. He once quarreled with black fans because of an incident. At that time, Zhao Jiangwen directly swore, "If the majority of netizens think that the quality of this animation is not good, and the positive reviews do not reach more than 95%, my whole family will die." So everyone still has a skeptical attitude and opens their mobile phones to go to the animation website to take a look and see if it is good. At this time, some people who have seen it also appeared in the comment area to comment and share. Let me tell you, this anime is really good. The story is really well designed. It makes your blood boil. There are also some funny scenes. I recommend everyone to watch it. Not bad, not bad. I've started reading the novel now. It's really exciting. People who never read novels before have started reading it now. I'm really looking forward to the subsequent plot. Today I saw someone share it on my WeChat Moments, so I couldn't help but watch a few episodes. I can only say it was very addictive. I strongly recommend it now. The production team should update it quickly. It's too short. I particularly like the character of the protagonist, Xiao Yan. Although he's weak, he has a manly spirit. When his fiancée wanted to break off the engagement and then sent him elixirs to humiliate him, this protagonist is also awesome. He directly wrote a divorce letter and made a 3-year agreement. It was really exciting to watch. Basically all of these viewers have seen it, and of course all of them have given positive reviews, as always praising it. I looked at these netizens who gave good reviews, and out of curiosity, I went to the anime website to search. In a luxurious villa, Wancho was still watching Douyin on TV, enjoying it with great interest. After all, this is the life of most people nowadays. After Chen Zhe finished blowing his hair, he also sat in front of the TV and watched TV. Chen Zhe checked his phone. It was already early in the morning, that is, 12 o'clock, and the song was about to be released. Wancho pressed the remote control and switched to the next video, the one above. A fat man was sitting on a chair with a sad look on his face. It was in that small rental house. The fat man's look was a little sad, which gave people a bad feeling. Subtitles also appeared. If Love Forgets. Original singer, Lee Tian-ming. Lyricist, by you. Composer, by you. No, what is going on? Why is it updated so soon? Many netizens were very surprised. After all, the last song was updated only a few days ago. Since the previous song Lee Tianming's The Love Drama of White Doves and Crows became a hit, many people already knew him, and Lee Tianming also gained tens of thousands of fans. Bai Wanxiu was also a little confused and asked, I saw this Lee Tianming last time. Could this be another new song? No. Why is the composer by you again? Could it be that he has created another divine song?
Chen Zhe pinched his nose and smiled awkwardly, but did not answer. P.S. If Love Forgotten, original singer, Shi Wei, lyrics, Tang Tian Li Jiqing.
This song is so beautiful and it is one of my favorites.
Although it has been many years, it is still very beautiful.
Chapter 50, Lee Tianming's song If Love Forgotten made the whole network cry. Netizens were also a little confused. After all, the launch speed was too fast? This account updates too quickly, releasing a song every 2 or 3 days. Even the donkeys in the production team can't catch up with this speed. Lee Tianming turned his back to the audience, still looking so lonely, and a low melody came out. The poignant voice sounded a little sad. There are always some things that are too late to say, and there is always someone who is the cinnabar of my heart. Thinking of those words, those silly tears fell, leaving only one question: are you okay now?
The low melody carries a hint of sadness, and a feeling of unrequited love, which makes the listeners feel a little blocked in the heart. The sound reaches its mid-climax, and the song continues. If love forgets tears and doesn't want to fall, let her arrive at that happiness for me. If love understands the price of commitment, please give her everything you can't give me. The song is both sad and beautiful, and netizens are going crazy with the comments. It's really beautiful. The quality of this song is really good. I'm looking forward to the second half. I feel the same as you. This song is really great. I'm looking forward to it. Although the song sounds sad, no one scrolled away from the video. Even though some people were crying, they were still staring at the phone screen in a daze. For some netizens, the smiles they had at the beginning had disappeared, and their hearts gradually became heavy as the music played, as they tried hard to finish listening to the song. The man in the video is lonely and desolate. The atmosphere in the rental house seems particularly heavy, and miserable emotions surge up. There are always some old concerns that are like scars. The more you don't touch them, the more painful they become. I am not afraid of thinking of your cheeks and your hair. Let time give us the answer. If love forgets to shed tears, let him arrive at that happiness for me. If love understands the price of commitment, please give it to him completely if you can't give it to me. The song and melody really touched everyone's heart. Even most netizens had red eyes. It was so sad. It is clear that two people cannot be together, but they can only reluctantly give each other blessings, hoping that the other person will live a better life, and hoping that others can give the happiness that they cannot give. But who can understand their own hearts? How many of them are not heartbroken and cry in the middle of the night countless times? Even though I was clearly in so much pain, I still pretended to be carefree, smiling and blessing the other person, hoping that the other person could find someone better than me, get true happiness, and respect the story between the two of us that had no ending. The atmosphere is already depressing and makes people feel a little breathless, but the music is still playing. I said I forgot the pain and it's gone because I loved you so much and understood you so well. It's worth it for you even if I smile and forgive. Use your happiness to tell me that it is right to let go now. Don't worry about how reluctant I am. If love forgets, let him go. Let him achieve that happiness for me. If love understands the price of commitment, please give it to him completely if you can't give it to me. If love forgets you, will you still remember? After the song was finished, tears came to the eyes of countless people in front of the screen. They couldn't hold it back any longer, and some even hid under their quilts and cried. Those who have been let down by their exes can't help but open up their wounds, and they are simply heartbroken. This is the life of so many people, who have loved someone seriously but failed miserably. Just like the song says, two people can never be together. They can only wish each other to find a better person to bring them happiness. Love. Have you really forgotten? No. Now the barrage has been completely bombarded, and messages are sent one by one. Fuck, Maddie, this song sounds like it's about a breakup, but why does it feel like my ex has passed away? It hits my heart so hard. I just want to say, she's not dead, she just doesn't want me anymore and has found someone else, cheating on me. But I still have to pretend to be carefree and wish her happiness and a better partner. I was the one who initiated the breakup, but I know what she's thinking.
It's just that I'm not good enough. She wants to leave and I can't stop her.
I can only hope that she finds true happiness.
I like working in Wancheng.
It's not that I love this city, nor has it ever been my primary concern. It's just that all the beautiful memories of her and I are in this city.
It's a pity that she doesn't want me anymore. Can love really be forgotten? Humph. What a pathetic statement. I always persuaded myself not to get married.
In fact, what really crushed me was not money, but the fact that I once had an unforgettable love. Unfortunately, I was cheated on, which made me lose faith in marriage.
Really? It's so late at night.
I don't know what's wrong with Li Tianming's brain that he has to release it at 12 o'clock. I doubt he could have written this song without sending off a few exes. I even wonder how many exes Baiyu and this Li Tianming have had.
I'm curious. Stop talking. Haven't you seen the composer of this song? It's Baiyu. Every song he writes, except for Qiling, is basically all about love. And every song hits the heart. I guess this guy is pretty miserable.
I don't know how many girlfriends he's had, or whether he's been abused by his girlfriends, causing him to lose confidence in life.
You're right.
Ever since this composer named Baiyu came onto everyone's radar, every song he's created has been incredibly emotional and heartbreaking. The key is, every song he writes now makes me depressed and makes me lose confidence in life.
The song If Love Forgets undoubtedly stabbed all netizens in the chest like a knife in the middle of the night. Douyin relies on the completion rate to detect high-quality videos.
The first batch of viewers were still crying after listening to the song, and there was no complete conversion at all. However, the platform directly exposed the song based on the terrifying completion rate and made it a hot search. The constant push of healing information has brought to batches of netizens who want to relax online, causing everyone's originally good mood to become depressed in an instant, and their mood has become bad in an instant. Some netizens hid in their quilts and slept sadly, while others simply cried their hearts out, making the entire internet explode. In a very short period of time, Li Tianming's song If Love Forgot once again reached the top 5 of the Douyin charts, which was faster than the sows in the production team.
After reading it on various social media platforms, I was heartbroken.
I also immediately reposted it on other platforms to share my happiness with everyone.
It can be said that the speed of network communication is very fast. Chapter 51 netizens haven't reacted yet, the last page is released.
Even Weibo was directly involved and began discussing related hot topics. #0 internet singer Li Tianming's song If Love Forgets has become a hit on the internet, and netizens are all crying and immersed in deep memories.
#0 a college girl fainted in the bathroom after listening to If Love Forgot and is now being rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment? Big smiley face.
In the living room of a luxurious villa, Iwancho said with a red face from crying, "My stinky brother, this song is so beautiful, I'm really touched."
Chen Zhe pretended to nod, as if to show that he understood.
Iwancho leaned her head on Chen Zhe and said with some emotion, "The composer named Baiyu is such a genius. He created so many excellent classic songs in such a short period of time, and they express so much emotion.
I wonder how much he has been beaten by the society." Chen Zhe was stunned when he heard this. What the hell? I wonder if I've ever experienced a beating from society. Anyway, I've experienced a lot of beatings.
Iwancho looked at Chen Zhe deeply, feeling a little strange.
How could her brother not be moved at all by such a beautiful song? Doesn't this make her look like a fool, crying here alone? Chen Zhe checked the time on his phone. It was already 1 a.m.
It looked like Meng Zhiqiu's new song was out.
He quickly used the remote control to switch to the next video.
After a few switches, Meng Zhiqiu's account video appeared.
Iwancho saw the girl in the video and said in surprise, "Isn't this the girl who sang Qiling last time?"
If I remember correctly, she also sang the song later. Chen Zhe pretended to nod, without saying a word, and watched the video silently. At that time, netizens who were still immersed in sadness also saw this video, and the barrage directly showed.
Look, this girl looks so familiar. I think I went to her concert last time. She sang the song Qiling so beautifully that it made me cry. You just found out.
Let me tell you, she also sang later, and she sang it beautifully.
Could it be that she's going to sing a new song tonight? Not bad, not bad.
It looks like there are indeed new songs being released. I was so upset when I heard the song If Love Forgotten sung by that blogger named Lee Tianming earlier.
Now I can listen to another song and relax.
In a neat apartment, Meng Jiqiu was wearing a professional suit, lipstick on his lips, and his expression was a little nervous, but he soon relaxed. Subtitle: The Last Page.
Original singer, Meng Jiqiu. Composer, by you. Made by, Almas Pumila. What's going on? Why is it this composer again?
Netizens instantly felt a sense of foreboding. After all, the composer Baiyu is now being jokingly called the god of emotion by netizens. After all, every song created by this dog composer is basically related to emotions, either breaking up or missing someone.
Now many netizens are feeling dizzy. What is going on? Is this composer named Baiyu a productive donkey?
Meng Jiqiu sat very upright on the chair. The beautiful sound of musical instruments rang out continuously, making people feel physically and mentally happy, but there was also a hint of sadness.
Meng Jiqiu opened his lips slightly.
The rain stagnates between the sky, like tears swirling in the eyes.
This may be the last time we meet. The past that we have passed along the way cannot be repeated in time. The hug has already cooled down quietly. After hearing this, netizens' guess was correct. This is another sad song. As expected, there is no saddest, only sadder. However, no one swiped away the video because they wanted to hear what the song was like. After all, no one ever refused a good song. However, their expressions became more and more serious. The singing continues. The sound of the tide drowned out the dusk of parting, leaving only the warmth of reluctance. Hugging the fading tenderness under the starry sky, love can only be complete in memories. After hearing this, netizens burst into tears. It is true that love can only be complete in memories. Wasn't it the same for them in the past?
But in the end, we still have to separate. The music and the accompaniment reached a climax, and the music sounded. I want to hold you in my body, but I dare not let you see the unshed tear at the corner of my mouth. If this is the last page, can I rewrite the story before you leave? Barrage of comments. It's so painful, so painful. Love can only be complete in memories. How sad it is. All feelings can only be complete in memories. This means that this relationship will have no result. This is too similar to what I used to have. Yes, especially that line. It turns out that the last page shows this situation. How can the story be rewritten? How can time flow back? It's just self-deception. But this song is still very beautiful. I cried when I heard it. Beautiful musical instruments are constantly playing. The music has not ended yet, it is still going on. I want to hold you in my body, but I dare not let you see the unshed tear at the corner of my mouth. If this is the last page, can you let me rewrite the story before you leave? After the song was sung, the internet exploded instantly. Oh my god, this song is so beautiful, but why is it so sad? I feel like crying when I listen to it. Indeed, this song is no weaker than the previous one. It's simply an ace. I would like to call Mr. Baiyu a god among emotional composers. This is too much. I just cried for a long time after listening to the song If Love Forgets, and now this song made me cry again. This is really too much. Stop talking, I can't hold on any longer. As expected, love can only be complete in memories. The final outcome must be separation. It hurts too much. This idiot composer Baiyu is really too much. You've lost so many girlfriends and suffered so many beatings, but you can't bring your pain to everyone. It really hurts. Bai Wanxiu was crying so hard that she couldn't take care of herself. She looked at Chen Zizu with tears in her eyes and said, Xiao Ziz, do you think our relationship will have the same ending? Ah, Chen Zai felt a little surprised. P.S. The last page, original singer, Zhang Yuchen, composer, Zhan Yuhao, lyrics, Song Jianjiang. This song is really nice to listen to. It is definitely my favorite. It currently has 120,000 words and costs 6 yuan today. It's really pitiful. I beg everyone to show some love for it. Eddie Peng. Chapter 52 Chen Zai, 3 Major Illusions in Life, Do I Like Sister Bai? What does this mean? Chen Zai didn't know how to answer, so he could only pretend to smile and said, Sister Bai, look at what you said. In my eyes, you are no different from my own sister. But after saying this, Bai Wanqiu looked at Chen Zai with cold eyes, without saying a word, and pinched his waist with her hand.
Chen Zhe was howling in pain, and then said in confusion, "Sister Bai, what did I do wrong? Why are you pinching me?"
Bai Wanqiu's beautiful face stared at Chen Zhe with a smile on her face. She said with a smile, "Think about it yourself.
I'm leaving first."
After saying this, Bai Wanqiu twisted her hips and walked straight to the bedroom, then closed the door. Chen Zhe's waist was a little sore now, but he couldn't help swallowing his saliva when he saw Bai Wanqiu walking towards the room.
The pajamas Bai Wanqiu was wearing were made of fine silk, very thin and smooth.
The nightgown also wrapped her seductive body very well, outlining her perfect and charming curves just right.
This is really tempting to commit a crime.
Being with her every day, sometimes I am really afraid that I can't control myself.
What should I do?
Chen Zhe sat on the sofa, lost in thought, and felt a little thirsty. He drank the water on the table directly, not knowing what he was thinking. After all, the previous Chen Zhe was not so lustful. Even if he was, it was only secretly. The previous Chen Zhe really had a deep psychological shadow on Bai Wanqiu.
Moreover, Chen Zhe really compared Bai Wanqiu with his own elder sister and treated her like his own sister.
He was afraid that it would be too late for her and he had no time to have any bad thoughts about this great devil. However, since the kiss from Bai Wanqiu when he returned home last time, his mentality had changed a little. It was like a layer of protective film had been pierced, causing Chen Zhe to have a hint of evil thoughts in his heart.
This thought kept appearing in his mind: could it be that I like Bai Wanqiu? It seems that I am seriously ill. This is too scary. How could I possibly like this great demon god? It seems that this illness needs to be cured.
Bai Wanqiu in the room stood directly on the bed, jumping around crazily, gritting her teeth and cursing, "This damn brother, what nonsense are you talking about? What's the point of treating yourself like your own sister?
Don't you have a sister? Haven't you ever thought of me as your wife?"
After jumping until she was tired, Bai Wanqiu lay on the bed very weakly, pulled up her quilt to cover her face, and kicked violently with her body hidden in the quilt. At this time, Bai Wanqiu didn't look like a cold goddess at all, she looked like a domestic violence shrew.
Only.
Swish. At this time, a sound of cloth being torn was heard in the room. The quilt, which looked to be of very good quality, was torn into two halves by the weak Bai Wanqiu.
Bai Wanqiu's ferocious look froze because of this accident.
Then he said angrily, "The quality of this quilt is really bad, it seems I need to change it to a better one."
Early the next morning, the two songs became a hot topic and everyone on the internet was discussing these two songs.
The song If Love Forgot and the song The Last Page, in just one night, directly caused depression throughout the internet and made many people remember the two original singers.
Of course, the one who remembers the song the most is the composer, Bai Yu.
The next morning, Bai Wanqiu got up as if nothing had happened, as if the quilt being torn last night was no big deal, as if nothing had happened. "After all, I had already ordered a set of quilts last night, and the courier will deliver it soon." After Bai Wanqiu washed up normally, she walked from the bedroom to the living room, and then sneaked to Chen Zhe's room. She had a bit of an evil idea in her mind and wanted to scare Chen Zhe. After all, I have known since childhood that Chen Zhe has no habit of locking the door when he sleeps. When he put his hand on the door handle and secretly opened the door, he found that the bed was made and there was no one in the room. I was suddenly disappointed, seeing that Chen Zhe had left. Although there were basically no classes in the senior year, Chen Zhe had a job now, so he probably went to work. But at this moment, Bai Wanqiu took out her phone and suddenly found a message on WeChat.
"Silly brother, sister Bai, I have to go to work now, so I will go to the company first. I have already prepared breakfast. Remember to eat breakfast, otherwise it will get cold."
After seeing this message, Bai Wanqiu's cold and pretty face finally showed a sweet smile. Although her brother's emotional intelligence was a little worrying, he still cared about her very much. Bai Wanqiu sat down, first took a sip of soy milk, and then took a bite of the fried dough stick. The soy milk was still warm and sweet in my heart. I took a sip and felt warm all over. The golden fried dough sticks are so delicious after taking a bite. Normally, I don't feel anything when eating these things, but since they are made by Chen Zhe, they taste special. Today, not only are the two songs going viral, but the anime scene is also buzzing. Zhao Zhengwen's videos are raking in incredible views, several times more than his previous episode, Invincible Sword Immortal, which only had 1 million views. This episode has already reached over 4 million, and is still steadily rising.
It's also ranked in the top 10 on the website. On the anime website, a comment appeared, "It's so good. The protagonist has finally grown up and will soon become stronger. I'm really looking forward to it."
At the same time, with the explosive popularity of Fights Break Sphere, the first season originally had few barrages, but now it is full, to the point where they cover the screen when opened.
Ha, I came here because of its reputation. I heard this anime is very addictive. That's right. This crew didn't promote it enough, otherwise I would have missed out on a great anime.
Master Zhao recommended such a good anime, so we didn't miss it. There's no point in saying so much.
When has Master Zhao ever disappointed anyone? The anime he recommends are generally pretty good. Check in.
This year I'm going to watch an anime with my friend. Although the data after going online can only be seen after refreshing on the second day, the effect is still very significant after being recommended by a video by Zhao Jiangwen.
And many people came to watch it through recommendations from friends.
Of course, the more popular topics are not the videos recommended by Zhao Jiangwen. It is a video recommended by many netizens.
Fuck, after I finished watching the anime, I couldn't help but read the novel. The content was so wonderful that even someone who doesn't like reading novels couldn't resist.
Chapter 53, The Popularity of Anime, updating 5 episodes a day regardless of the consequences.
Yes, I've also read the original novel. It's really wonderful. The protagonist's subsequent story is something that all boys would envy. He meets more confidants than ever before.
The animation is very carefully produced, and the image quality and special effects are very good.
Among 2D animations, it can be regarded as top-notch.
It's really good, and I've already read the novel, which is almost finished.
I hope the quality of the anime can keep up. I've been waiting so long for updates. I have to say, the quality of this anime is very good, but why are the updates so few and so short?
The author of this novel called Salted Fish in the Lake is truly amazing, as it can attract such a huge amount of traffic with just the plot. I used to not read novels, but now I've started to follow them. With the hot topic of Fights Break Sphere, the popularity of this anime has reached its peak.
The author of the novel Idle Fish in the Lake is also widely known. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Dream Animation Company, Limited will update directly on time.
According to Chen Mengyan's speculation, Zhao Jiangwen is very popular in the animation circle and is a big internet celebrity with tens of millions of fans.
His animation will definitely be a big hit.
Today, Fights Break Sphere will definitely usher in a very precise amount of traffic, and the number of people is estimated to be more than 10 times that of yesterday. As for whether it can take off, it still depends on today's traffic response to the anime to determine whether it can take off.
So in order to retain the audience, Chen Mengyan made a bold decision to update 5 more episodes today. This decision may be a bit crazy.
After all, for a serialized anime, updating 1 episode a day is basically a miracle, and updating 5 episodes a day is simply unthinkable because it may lose some money. However, in order to retain the audience, you have to take a gamble. Anyway, the company doesn't care about the operation of this animation at all, so I'd better update it now. As an old fan of 2-dimensional animation, Chen Mengyan can naturally understand the hardship of chasing the drama. If the animation can be watched enough at one time, it will be a very refreshing thing for the audience who like anime. After all, they can watch the animation to their heart's content. So, no matter what the reason was, Chen Mengyan boldly made a decision that went against the rules of this industry. After all, in order to retain traffic customers, I can only give it a try. First of all, I don't have the publicity costs, nor the ability to slowly increase the popularity.
However, this animation should be the most popular today.
If I update it slowly, I'm afraid I will lose a lot of viewers. Later on, if no one watches it, it will be useless to keep more in my hands, and I will not make any money at that time.
Chen Mengyan directly sent a message in the group. Today the animation will update 5 episodes. Let's retain the audience first, and then slowly resume updating 2 episodes a day later. Chen Koan said directly, I understand. Chen Koan and others also understand Chen Mengyan's approach very well.
Now there is no operation team and the company has few resources.
There is no need to care about serial updates. The only way is to take advantage of this popularity and lock in these customer traffic. The most important thing is to let more people like the animation Fights Break Sphere. Moreover, the previous plots of Fights Break Sphere are all classics. Not to mention in the animation industry, even in the entire film and television industry, they are explosive. As long as it can retain customers, the effect will not be bad. This is also the confidence that Chen Mengyan has gained after working in the animation industry for so many years. She has a very good understanding of this industry and how to attract the audience's appetite.
She knows that as long as the audience can click on this animation, Sister Ping, the special effects and plot of this animation are attractive, and the plot is full of expectations, it will definitely be able to retain the audience and allow the audience to watch it level by level.
Finally,
the second day update of Fights Break Sphere has arrived, and all the viewers are looking forward to it.
Today's popularity is completely different from yesterday's.
Right after the update, the barrage of comments filled the screen, and most of them were brackets and question marks.
No, why are there still 5 episodes updated today?
It was reasonable to update 5 episodes yesterday, the first day, after all, it was just released. According to the situation of anime, updating 1 episode a day is good enough, but they directly updated 5 episodes.
Wow, this is awesome. I'd call it the best anime ever. The crew is really conscientious. I'm so excited.
I listened to 2 songs last night and was already in a bad mood.
But this morning I was able to watch so many anime and my mood instantly improved. Those 2 songs you're listening to must be the ones written by Master by you. I'm listening to them too. It's so painful.
If my mood this morning were to improve instantly, I'd hurry up and watch the plot. I'm so used to following these weekly anime, and suddenly seeing so many updates is a bit overwhelming.
I really want to see them.
Just based on the conscientiousness of this animation crew, I will definitely give it a 5-star rating.
It really didn't waste my membership. In the anime industry, basically 1 episode is updated every week, or some less successful anime are updated once a day, but in the anime industry, 5 episodes are updated a day. What is the concept? This is an act that subverts the entire industry and can leave a stereotyped impression on the audience. At the same time, countless anime fans are cheering and following the anime.
This approach is indeed very popular, and many viewers have given 5-star reviews for this reckless update, but this is only limited to the next few days. Once the company discovers the popularity of this animation, it will be impossible for Chen Mengyan to update 5 episodes a day.
Without the capital behind the scenes, it is indeed inhumane.
After all, other animations, once they gain a little popularity, they must maximize their value, and the update cycle is extended indefinitely. Basically, an animation serialized from a novel will have to be updated every 5 or 6 years, which is completely competing with people's lifespan. Especially for animations sponsored by advertisements, more complete operational updates and planning are needed to maximize profits and earn more revenue, so that they can sit in the office and count money. Fights Break Sphere now has no advertisers, no sponsors, and no capital behind it. It is a complete mess, and it is all run by Chen Mengyan and her team.
There is no way. The company is not strong enough.
All the good publicity resources have been given to Invincible Sword Immortal.
Now Fights Break Sphere needs resources, but there are no resources, no sponsors, and advertisers.
So Chen Mengyan can only give up an update regardless of the consequences.
Chapter 54, the anime is a huge hit. System, give you 2 choices. The audience is still very much looking forward to today's plot. For example, the struggle between the Jialie and Xiao families in Wutan City, or the alchemist who took over the Xiao family's market. These exciting plot topics have been thoroughly analyzed by netizens. For example, the arrival of a stunning beauty, Yafei, in Wutan City has made countless people salivate. The story between the protagonist and Yafei, and the story of the soulful old man helping the Xiao family dominate the market, have all been thoroughly analyzed. However, the most discussed topic was the battle between Yafei and the Xiao family and the Jialie family. It started, episode 6 has finally started. I've already read the rest of the novel, and the plot is so exciting.
You have no idea how exciting the plot will be later.
For example, a beautiful woman will come to Wutan City. Just thinking about it makes me look forward to it.
Not bad, but I'm more looking forward to the battle between the Xiao family and the Jialie family in the market. Damn, not only is it being discussed online, but my friends are also discussing it right now.
I'm rushing over to watch the anime right now. I also saw it on WeChat Moments. Now I've subscribed to the membership and I'm really looking forward to the next episode. Barrage discussion. Episode 6 begins. Still continuing from the end of the previous episode.
Faced with the out-of-control Xiaoning, the protagonist was defeated with just 1 move. What followed was a battle for market share between the 2 families. The Gale family found an alchemist, a beautiful woman whom the protagonist knew. After that, there was a struggle between the 2 families in all aspects, and the protagonists were beaten to death by the other party. At the critical moment, the protagonist was possessed by the ghost of the old man in the ring. In the end, he beat the villain to death. And the alchemist who came later was attracted by Sunur's beauty and was directly raped by her. This was the first contact between the protagonist teacher and Sunur. All the models of Fight's Break Sphere were carefully designed by Chen Mingyin's second team. Although the production was a bit fast and the character modeling was just average, the animation plot is quite exciting. Chunze sat in a taxi, looking at the anime Fight's Break Sphere with a tired look in his eyes. He couldn't help but shook his head. The level of this world was too poor. If this level of anime design was placed in his own world, he didn't know how bad the results would be. In my previous life, the first part of Battle Through the Heavens and the second and third parts that followed were indeed a bit disappointing, and the character modeling was not good. It was not until the fourth part that it became exciting. Fortunately, the level of people in this world is a bit lower. If I had the ability, I would definitely improve the quality of animation design. The key is that I can't stand watching it. Humph, sensing the host's strong desire, now issuing a random task. First, accept 20% of Dream Animation shares and become the majority shareholder of Dream Animation. Completion reward, obtain the original animation production template of the movie Neza 1. Task 2, if you refuse this task, Xiaoqinzi will be shortened by 2 centimeters. Please choose carefully. After seeing this random task, Chenzhe very reluctantly chose option 1. Why was he so reluctant? He was originally a nobody, but now he has too many identities. He is not a master of time management. Congratulations to the host, the rewards have been distributed, see you next time, moi, big smiley face. The several characters that have appeared in Fight's Break Sphere have distinct personalities and their own unique styles, so they have attracted many audiences. It is absolutely worthy of the word group portrait and is simply a king. After Zhao Jiangwen's short video became popular, countless fans rushed to watch it. Zhao Jiangwen himself did not expect that his reputation would be so good. He was actually very surprised. For example, the promotion of the animation Fight's Break Sphere is really too poor. Even if it has a lot of fans watching videos, it is difficult to become so popular. For animations that they are not interested in, they will not click, and even if their favorite bloggers recommend it. But this is really rare. His video was released only one night, but the number of views exceeded 5 million and it ranked 7th on the Douyin website. It also gained him nearly 100,000 followers, which can be said to be a small gain and a small surprise. With the development of the plot and the various images of the characters, this anime is worth following. It is indeed very exciting. However, it has only updated 5 episodes today. This dream anime is really confusing. How much money will be lost? Is there no one to take care of the production team? This production team is also a bunch of crazy people. Until now, he has always felt that this animation company is very strange and its operations are also weird. He can't understand it. At this time, Zhao Jiangwen simply stopped caring about it. This was not his business at all. He directly opened a person's homepage. On it was the composer, Bai Yu. All the songs he created were there. Zhao Jiangwen is now a fan of the great artist Bai Yu. Every day when he is resting, he listens to music to relax. After Chenzhe arrived at the company, the girls at the front desk saw Chenzhe and their eyes lit up, as if they had spotted a prey. He quickly ran up to Chen Jin and said with a flattering smile, "Mr. Chen, do you want to go to the song department or to the office of Director Wu of the composition department?" His tone was extremely excited. Seeing the two receptionists being so enthusiastic, Chenzhe smiled and said, "I'm going to Mr. Wu's office." "I know the way." "What are you doing?" The two receptionists also realized that their behavior was too excited. One of them said awkwardly, "It's okay, Mr. Chen. We were worried that you didn't know the way. Since you know, then we won't fight." Chenzhe walked straight towards the elevator, and the moment the elevator door closed, one of the receptionists said excitedly, "Zhao Zhao, Mr. Chen is so handsome and talented. Anyone who is his girlfriend would be so happy." Another girl said, "Who says it's not true? It's a pity that someone of our status would never be interested in us. It's like the song Mr. Chen wrote, a white dove and a crow can't be together." Another female receptionist said directly, "Why not? What if Mr. Chen falls in love with me?" Another female receptionist, "I have nothing to say to you." Chenzhe came to Wu Wolin's office and knocked on the door directly. "Come in." The voice of the royal sister Wu Wolin sounded. After Chenzhe came in, he saw Wu Wolin looking at him with admiration, and said with a smile, "Young man, your fame is getting bigger and bigger."
Chapter 55, Chen Zhe becomes a senior composer, system reward, 20% of Dream Animation shares. Chen Zhe said with some confusion, Director Wu, where do you get this from? Wu Wolin smiled and said, hurry up and check your phone. Open Douyin and Weibo, and you'll know everything. Chen Zhe opened his phone with a puzzled look. After opening the short video, the first topic he saw was, big smiley face, the emotional music master Baiyu has created 2 more hit songs, If Love Forgot and The Last Page. Hashtag. Big smiley face, damn, my Chinese teacher is like this, asking me to analyze a song, and this song is by teacher Baiyu. But I have to say, every song written by teacher Baiyu is a classic #0 hashtag. In short, these netizens not only spread it on Douyin, but also on Weibo. In addition to the netizens who were just eating melons, there were also some emotional bloggers and even students from the drama school. They all expressed their admiration for Baiyu. Some people even said on the spot that Baiyu is a contemporary song talent and the #1 emotional composer. Chen Zhe, how can I say I'm a talented person? You really flatter me. I'm just a porter. If I had that ability, I wouldn't have worked myself to death in my previous life. Chen Zhe looked at the music charts again and found that there had been huge changes in the rankings of all music platforms. Some of the popular songs that were previously on the popularity-determined rankings have basically fallen out of the top 10. #1 on the current list, Later. Second on the list, Redling. Third on the list, Love Song. Fourth on the list, The Last Page. Fifth on the list, If Love Forgets. Sixth on the list, The Love Story of White Dove and Crow. There are a lot of discussions online, and in short, they are all about the 6 great songs created by Baiyu. This author named Baiyu is truly terrifying. Not only is his songwriting speed perfect, but the quality of his work is so high that it's simply impossible to stop writing. Indeed, what were the songs before? Just look at what the songs that topped the charts were. I know, Chicken, You Are So Beautiful, Porha, Thunderbolt, they can't compare at all. Listening to those songs now is like listening to Poison. I can't even stand listening to them. They're just too bad. To be honest, these songs don't have much substance. If it weren't for the short videos, they wouldn't have become popular at all. Coupled with the countless covers by internet celebrities and the endless stream of cute and coquettish songs, these songs have become popular. However, because it was broadcast too many times, many viewers lost interest and gradually became unpopular, so the reputation was mixed and it was not very popular. It's just that the songs Baiyu created directly raised the quality of the songs, which resulted in the audience not being as satisfied. After reading these contents, Chen Zhe had no expression on his face, as if nothing had happened. Wu Wolin smiled and said, Chen Zhe, you are very famous now. The company has decided to give you the position of senior composer in advance. Congratulations, young senior composer. Chen Zhe nodded and said, okay, is there anything else? Director Wu, if there is nothing else, I will get back to work. Director Wu said somewhat embarrassedly, it's in Hongchang. The Hongchang Music Association held a grand concert and our company was also invited. I have proposed to the senior management that you lead Team 007 to participate. If you can win the championship. Chen Zhe said with some doubt, what kind of reward can I get if I win the championship of this concert? Wu Wolin said excitedly, if you can win the first prize in this concert, you will be directly promoted to an ace composer. The benefits of this are self-evident. Chen Zhe was a little excited when he heard these words. He didn't expect that he could receive such an honor. He was just a porter. Chen Zhe agreed excitedly and said that he had no problem. Why did I agree so happily? Although the position is important, I heard there are foreign female singers in Hong Kong, and I want to see what makes foreign girls so special. Seeing her answer, Wu Wolin nodded with some satisfaction and said, your group will take a plane to Hong Kong City at 6 o'clock this afternoon. The airline company has arranged the tickets for you, so don't worry. Chen Zhe said in shock, it's so fast. I thought I would have to wait a few days, but I haven't prepared anything. Wu Wolin said directly, don't worry about this. The company will reimburse all your travel arrangements, so go ahead and don't worry. Remember, your mission is to get a ranking, so go back now and be at the airport by 6 p.m. I've already notified the 007 team members. Chen Zhe, it seems that I, the team leader, was the last to know. When Chen Zhe was taking a taxi back, his cell phone vibrated and a call came from an unfamiliar number. After Chen Zhe pressed the answer button, he said, hello, who are you? The other party was silent for about a second, and then said respectfully, hello,
I am Lee Sanghai, the chairman of Dream Animation Company. I would like to come to you to inquire about the handover procedures, that is, the transfer of shares. When Chen Zhe heard this, he thought it was a scam call and was about to hang up. Suddenly a flash of inspiration came to my mind.
Dream Animation. Isn't my sister in this company?
It seems that the system gave me 20% of the shares.
Chen Zhe coughed twice and said, Chairman Li, you are here to handle the handover procedures, right? Just tell me a place and I'll be there right away. Li Sanghai said directly, let's go to number 1 Wancheng Riverview. Can I wait for you here? Chen Zhe said directly, no problem, I'll be there right away.
Chen Zhe stopped a taxi on the side of the road and got in quickly.
Hello, handsome man, where are you going? The driver said very politely. Chen Zhe said anxiously, Huangjing number 1, drive there. Riverview number 1 is one of the most famous restaurants in Wancheng. Many big bosses and leaders have dinner and parties there. It is simply a paradise for the rich.
The car was driving at high speed. After Chen Zhe arrived at the destination, he quickly called, Mr. Li, I'm here now.
Are you sure this is the place? On the phone, Mr. Chen, please wait a moment, I will ask someone to pick you up. Chapter 56 Chen Zhe arrives at the banquet, the relationship between Wang Yusher and Bai Wanqiu. Chen Zhe responded without saying anything else and then hung up the phone.
The reason why Chen Zhe came here was because the chairman of Dream Animation called him to have dinner and signed a stock trading contract to pay him 20% of the shares. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked down the stairs with very steady steps. The middle-aged man looked around and finally saw Chen Zhe. Then he breathed a sigh of relief.
Hello, are you Mr. Chen Zhe? Facing this famous Chinese tycoon, a figure on the Forbes list, Chen Zhe was not nervous at all.
After all, his net worth was about to double. He replied in a very calm tone, Hello, Mr. Wang, my name is Chen Zhe. After seeing Chen Zhe admit it, Li Sanghai was a little surprised, even quite surprised. After all, in the previous call, he could feel that Chen Zhe was very young, but he didn't expect him to be so young. Looking at his handsome face, he is only in his early 20s, a few years younger than his son.
I never expected that he is so capable.
However, although the young man in front of him was very young, his temperament was steady and mature. The two of them seemed neither humble nor arrogant during the conversation, and had the aura of an old man at a young age. It was obvious at first glance that he was a rare talent.
But if you think about it, it is true.
After all, the person who can come up with tens of billions of funds and get 20% of the shares of Dream Animation from his hands is definitely not a simple person.
Although Li Sanghai is on the Forbes rich list, his core industries are mainly in cinemas and real estate.
Animation is only a part of his industry, with a scale of nearly 100 billion. However, during this period, its core industry had some problems and needed tens of billions of cash to save it, so he sold some of his less important industries. So after thinking about it, he decided to buy shares in Dream Animation. But finding a sucker, finding a buyer with strong financial resources is still very difficult. There are many billionaires in the world with a net worth of hundreds of billions, but there are definitely not many who have tens of billions in cash. After all, most of them are real estate, and they can only control a little.
Li Sanghai looked at Chen Zhe with eyes full of respect at this time, and said politely, Mr. Chen, please come in.
Li Sanghai led Chen Zhe up the stairs and walked straight inside.
Jiangjing number 1 was directly booked by Li Sanghai today.
It can be imagined that Wang Sanghai attaches great importance to Chen Zhe.
But think about it, it makes sense. After all, this is a handover contract worth tens of billions. Just as Chen Zhe and Wang Sanghai walked into the box, few people noticed that two tall figures walked out.
Both of these girls can be regarded as the ceiling of appearance, but their temperaments are indeed different. The two are of similar height, but their temperaments are completely different. One has a beautiful oval face and is gentle, with the demeanor of a lady from a noble family.
She is absolutely stunning, but it's a pity.
If Chen Zhe were here, he would give a comment, she is indeed beautiful, but it's a pity that she is a princess Siping.
What is a Siping princess?
It means that the breasts have no breasts, the buttocks have no buttocks, and the 2 lumps of flesh on the breasts and the 2 lumps of flesh on the buttocks are flat.
The other one has a cold oval face and a stunning appearance. She is that kind of cold beauty.
Her pair of cold eyes seem to keep people away from her.
But after comparing the two, this cold and aloof beauty was still stronger.
It wasn't about appearance, but because the other party was Princess Siping, so she lost on this point. Oh, sorry, cousin, I just got the news that Uncle Lee has booked the entire Riverview number 1 restaurant today,
so we can't reserve a table today. We can only go somewhere else, okay? Wang Yushi directly took Bai Wanqiu's hand and acted cutely and coquettishly, being as affectionate as possible. I'm sorry, I'm married now, and I already have a husband, so you can't touch me. Move your dog paws away from me immediately. After saying this, Bai Wanqiu directly shook off Wang Yushi's hand. Wang Lishi's hand was ruthlessly shaken away, which made her very sad. It's just an ordinary sentence, but it makes people feel very disheartened when they say it. Wang Yushi was quite lively. After being rejected, she pretended to be very aggrieved and said, "Cousin, what's so good about your neighbor's brother? Hurry up and divorce him. Don't worry, I have money. I can support you. Just be my canary." Bai Wanqiu knew that this girl was a little out of tune, so she smiled and said, "You want to play lesbian, but I don't want to. I want to get pregnant and have a baby, but you can't do it." After saying this, he raised his finger in a provocative manner. Wang Yushi, is it really that depressing? It was just a joke. However, Wang Yushi's mentality was good. At this time, she started to pretend again and said very aggrievedly, "But, your brother doesn't like you. Why do you have to hold him so tightly?" Bai Wanqiu instantly exploded when she heard this, and said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense to me, my silly brother definitely likes me. If you talk nonsense to me again, I will give you a big cunt." Wang Yushi saw her getting angry and thought she had finally turned the tables, so she smiled and said, "I'm right. Look, if he liked you, why didn't he confess to you for all these years? Moreover, he was deceived into marriage by you and still wanted to divorce you. This clearly means he doesn't like you. This person is also a miracle. Since there are people who don't like our goddess." Bai Wanqiu said directly and seriously, "Shut up right there. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll push you into the toilet and hit you with a shovel." Wang Yushi saw that her expression had turned truly serious, so she tactfully stopped talking. Bai Wanqiu suddenly turned around and saw two figures. Her beautiful eyebrows frowned, and she was a little confused, but she couldn't put her finger on it. "Cousin, what happened to you?" Wang Yushi asked curiously. Following her gaze, she also looked at the two people and finally recognized them. "I don't recognize the tall one, but the big bald guy is Uncle Lee. He and my grandfather are business partners. But the man looks very young and I can't see his face clearly. Could he be the one invited to the banquet today?" Chapter 57. Chen Zhe successfully became the major shareholder. Bai Wanqiu, why does this look so familiar? After hearing what her cousin Wang Yushi said, Bai Wanqiu withdrew her gaze at this time. After all, this was simply impossible. "Nothing. I think I know that tall guy, but he shouldn't be here. It seems like they just look similar," Bai Wanqiu said in a light tone. The tall boy just now looked so much like Chen Zhe that she could hardly tell them apart for a moment. But as soon as this thought came to mind, I strangled it to death. How could it be possible? This was absolutely impossible. Li Sanhai is a figure on the Forbes rich list, a tycoon with a net worth of hundreds of billions. He is a well-known figure even in the world, and his strength is comparable to that of his grandfather. Such a person, who could book the entire restaurant at Jiangjing No. 1 to treat one person to dinner, must be worth at least hundreds of billions, and his status must be extremely high. Who knows, he might be a billionaire in some industry. Or some provincial leaders, such as the governor or the provincial party secretary. I know my silly brother very well. He is just an ordinary college student. He has found a job, but that's all. In the final analysis, he is just a salted fish. If Chen Zhe were here, he would definitely not be able to help but complain. Sure enough, Chang Zhang in people's hearts is like a mountain. However, what you see may not be real. Even if you see the real thing, it is just someone else's performance for you. Bai Wanqiu can still think of Chen Zhe at this time. Alas! It seems that his child likes Chen Zhe too much, this damn possessiveness. When you like someone and see a similar figure from behind, you can't help but think of him. After thinking about this, Bai Wanqiu's face suddenly turned red. "Cousin, why did your face suddenly turn red? What happened?" Wang Yushi asked curiously. Bai Wanqiu glanced at Wang Yushi and said with some obsession, sure, when you really like someone, you will find that when you see a similar back, you will think of him so much." Wang Yushi, okay, I've been fed some dog food, so just ignore my question. In the box, Chen Zhe felt a little chilly, but he couldn't explain why. What was going on? According to past experience, this kind of situation is usually a sign that Bai Wanqiu is about to scold him or even beat him up. In the most luxurious box, Chen Zhe and Li Sunhai happily signed the equity transfer agreement. Chen Zhe pressed his fingerprint and then wrote two handsome names.
In an instant, a sense of honor spread throughout his body. After all, he was now a major shareholder of Dream Animation Company. In the future, he wanted to make achievements in the animation industry. His identity had become a good knife. After all, the system has rewarded me with all the copyrights of Neza 1, so I must find a way to release this movie. Dream Animation Entertainment Company is a large company with a market value of nearly 100 billion yuan.
Li Sunhai is the major shareholder and chairman of Dream Animation Entertainment Company.
He previously held 35% of the shares and now has transferred 20% of the shares to Chen Zhe. Now he only has 15% of the shares left. Even if he only has 15% left, he is still the second largest shareholder of Dream Animation. After all, an animation and entertainment company with a market value of nearly 100 billion yuan has a large number of shareholders, basically dozens of shareholders, and the competition is very fierce. Small shareholders act as mentors, while large shareholders compete for rights.
Mr. Chen Zhe, now that you're a major shareholder in Dream Entertainment, I'm wondering if you have any other requests for the company, such as any personnel changes?
After all, he planned to sell 20% of his shares and had already planned to step down from the position of chairman. After all, this animation company was only a part of his industry. He was no longer the chairman of the company, but he was still a major shareholder. He just wanted to be a mentor in this company and wait for dividends. Then he would concentrate his energy on the other two companies.
He was really too tired now.
So, as long as Chen Zhe wants the position of chairman, he will give it to him and immediately return to the company to convene a shareholders' meeting.
But what kind of personality is Chen Zhe?
Although he no longer has the lazy mentality he used to have, he is about to go to Hong Kong City.
How can he care about taking on the position of chairman and managing the company's affairs? He will talk about it after he comes back.
However, after I come back, I don't plan to take the position of chairman, so as not to increase my workload. I will help my sister realize her animation dream after I come back. After all, the chairman's power is not the greatest. Whoever holds more shares has the greatest power.
He knew this better than anyone else.
After all, in his previous life's company, the chairman was just a puppet pushed forward by the company's shareholders. He didn't have any shares and didn't even dare to breathe when speaking in front of those shareholders. At that time, Chen Zhe thought Li Sunhai was afraid that he would take away the position of chairman, so he quickly said, "Mr. Li, I don't have any opinions on some things in the company.
I'm just an ordinary shareholder and I just want to get dividends regularly.
You definitely have more experience than me, so I won't interfere with those positions in the company."
Chen Zhe is not an ignorant person.
If he wants to manage the company himself, he will be lucky if he doesn't bankrupt the company. Apart from being involved in the production of animation, he is self-aware when it comes to business management.
And this is totally inconsistent with your life. You just want to be a salted fish that can turn over and count your money in bed. Moreover, I believe it completely. Li Sunhai's ability is absolutely extraordinary.
After all, he was able to start from scratch and has always been consistently ranked among the Forbes richest people, which proves his strength. According to the information, his company is definitely not just an animation company, it seems that he is also involved in real estate and cinemas.
Mr. Chen, okay then, Li Sunhai said with a little disappointment. Li Sunhai was a little disappointed to hear that Chen Zhe would not interfere in the company's internal affairs.
It seemed that he still had to manage the company.
However, after hearing this, Li Sunhai had some appreciation and affirmation for Chen Zhe.
After all, Chen Zhe's ability to admit his own shortcomings proved that he knew his own limitations and was humble. There weren't many people who knew their own strengths and were humble. After all, young people nowadays are ignorant of the immensity of the world. For example, my son had no skills at all, but he insisted on starting a business and ended up losing hundreds of millions.
Chapter 58, The Contest at the Concert on the Eve of Going to Hong Kong. After his meeting with Li Sunhai, Chen Zhe left Riverview 1.
He was in high spirits, not only because he had become a major shareholder in Dream Animation, but also because he was about to attend a concert in Hong Kong.
He hummed a tune and walked briskly down the street. The sunlight bathed him in a golden hue.
Back home, Chen Zhe began packing for his trip to Hong Kong. He opened his wardrobe and selected suitable clothing, muttering to himself, "This shirt is nice, it makes me look smart. I'll also take that jacket with me in case the weather gets cold." As he packed, he silently planned his itinerary in Hong Kong. At this time, Bai Wanqiu and Wang Yushi also came to another restaurant.
Cousin, who on earth is that man? Why would Uncle Li treat him like that? Wang Yushi couldn't help but ask curiously.
She blinked her big eyes, her face full of confusion. Bai Wanqiu shook her head. I don't know, don't think about it, it has nothing to do with us.
Although she said this, Chen Zhe's figure unconsciously emerged in her mind.
She didn't know why, after seeing the back of the person who looked like Chen Zhe, she always thought of him. On Chen Zhe's side, after packing his luggage, he sent a message to Meng Jiqiu, telling them that Group 007 was going to Hong Kong City to attend a concert. Meng Jiqiu quickly replied, Teacher Chen, keep going.
I believe we will achieve good results.
Chen Zhe smiled in response, congratulating himself, and continued to check his belongings, passport, wallet, sheet music, confirming everything was correct. Suddenly, the phone rang again. It was Bai Wanqiu calling.
Stinky little brother, where are you?
Bai Wanqiu's voice came with a hint of concern. Chen Zhe said nervously, Sister Bai, I'm at home, preparing to go to Hong Kong City.
Going to Gangcheng? What for? Bai Wanqiu asked.
Chen Zhe had several vests on him, and he certainly couldn't tell Bai Wanqiu, so he could only lie and say, Sister Bai, I have to go on a business trip, the company has assigned a task.
Bai Wanqiu was silent for a moment, then burst into a curse. What kind of company is this? Why do they insist on sending you on this errand? And you have to go to Hong Kong City?
Despite the curse, she still said, Be careful and come back soon. After hanging up the phone, Chen Zhe was a little confused. Why was Bai Wanqiu so gentle today? He shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and continued to prepare for the trip. The next day, Chen Zhe arrived at the airport with his luggage, and the members of Team 007 were already waiting there. Teacher Chen, this time it's up to you to lead us to achieve good results, one of the members said excitedly.
Chen Zhe smiled and nodded, let's work together. The plane took off and flew towards the port city.
Chen Zhe looked out the window, the blue sky and white clouds passing by, his heart full of anticipation.
He knew that this would be an unforgettable experience.
After arriving at the harbor, the scenery of the harbor is unique and charming. The sea level and the sky meet in the hazy, and the sea and sky are like a light blue painting slowly unfolding. The buildings along the harbor's shores are staggered, with European-style buildings contrasting with modern skyscrapers. The red-tiled, white-walled buildings, nestled among greenery, offer a warm and tranquil atmosphere, while the towering skyscrapers, gleaming with metal and glass, showcase the city's vibrant energy. Strolling along the streets, the air is filled with the faint scent of the sea and the fresh fragrance of flowers. In the street-side flower beds, colorful flowers compete for beauty, adding a touch of brilliant color to the port city. Various unique shops line the streets and alleys, with a dazzling array of seafood and exquisite handicrafts displayed in front of their doors. At night, the harbor city was even more beautiful, like a dream. The dazzling lights illuminated the harbor, as bright as the stars twinkling in the night sky. Chen Zhe and the others checked into the hotel. After unpacking and taking a short rest, they began to discuss preparations for the concert. Teacher Chen, I heard that the competition for this concert is very fierce. A member said with some concern. Don't be afraid, we just need to be well prepared, Chen Zhe encouraged everyone. As long as we play to our best, we have a chance to achieve good results. During their days in Hong Kong, Chen Zhe led the team in meticulous preparations. They rose early every day to rehearse, constantly honing their skills and striving to deliver the most perfect performance possible for the concert. In the evenings, everyone gathered together to analyze the strengths and weaknesses of their competitors and develop corresponding strategies. At this time, Bai Wanqiu, after work, always thought of Chen Zhe. She sat in her office, looking out the window at the scenery, her thoughts drifting away. Thinking of every little moment she had spent with Chen Zhe, the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up. Cousin, why are you always in a daze lately? Are you thinking about that naughty little brother? Wang Yushi teased. Bai Wanqiu rolled her eyes at her, don't talk nonsense, I'm just thinking about work. Wang Yushi smiled and said, Cousin, don't be so stubborn. I don't know you yet. Bai Wanqiu sighed helplessly and ignored her. The day of the concert finally arrived, and Chen Zhe and the members of Team 007 walked into the venue with confidence. The lights were bright, and the audience was packed. Chen Zhe took a deep breath, telling himself to relax and give his best. When the music started, Team 007 threw themselves into the performance, with Meng Jiqiu and Li Tianming being the most talented, and all the songs they sang were written by Chen Zhe. Later. The love story of a white dove and a crow. The last page. The members of Group 007 also worked in perfect harmony, and the entire concert was smooth and wonderful. It can be said that the performance was very good. After all, these songs are popular in mainland China and have a very good influence on the internet, so the judges gave very high scores, basically all above 9 points, and it is impossible to be lower than 9 points. However, the competition continued, and other outstanding teams were about to appear. Chen Zhe and his teammates sat in the audience, carefully appreciating the performances of other teams and learning from their strengths. While waiting for the final result, Chen Zhe felt a little nervous, unsure whether they could win the championship. But no matter what the result was, he knew that this trip to Hong Kong had already brought them a lot of benefits. The other singers also sang very well, and each had their own merits, but compared with Chen Zhe, the gap was quite large. Chen Zhe looked at the blonde girl from Country M on the stage and felt a little strange. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva. As expected, each country has its own characteristics and beauty. This foreign girl's singing skills can be said to be very good, and she has a tall figure, with fair skin, beautiful looks, and long legs.
Chapter 59. End of the story. The concert finally reached the moment of announcing the final results. Chen Zhe and the members of Group 007 held each other's hands tightly, their heartbeats accelerating. The host walked onto the stage, the lights focused on him, and the entire venue was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. After careful selection by the judges, the champion of this concert is Group 007. The host's passionate voice echoed in the venue. In an instant, cheers and applause flooded in. Chen Zhe and the members embraced each other excitedly, tears of joy glistening in their eyes. Their hard work had finally paid off, and in that moment, all the sweat and effort became incredibly worthwhile. Stepping onto the podium, Chen Zhe accepted the trophy, his heart filled with emotion. Thank you all for your continued support and hard work. This honor belongs to every one of us. His voice trembled with excitement. The trip to Hong Kong ended in glory and joy, and Chen Zhe and Team 007 embarked on their return journey. On the plane, everyone was still immersed in the joy of victory and enthusiastically discussed future developments. After returning to the mainland, Chen Zhe and the 007 team became famous, and various invitations poured in. However, Chen Zhe did not get carried away, as he knew that this was just a new starting point. In his spare time at work, Chen Zhe would think of Bai Wanqiu. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Bai Wanqiu, "Sister Bai, I'll be back soon." Bai Wanqiu quickly replied, "I'll wait for you at home." Chen Zhe looked at the reply and smiled. After Chen Zhe returned to the mainland, he immediately became an ace composer. Later, after many months of hard work, Chen Zhe became a god of music, but then his identity was exposed. After Bai Wanqiu knew her brother's true identity, she knew that a dear big pussy was indispensable, and Chen Zhe did not hide his entire identity and told her. From then on, Chen Zhe's identity was exposed. Later, Bai Wan encountered some troubles in the world, and Chen Zhe used his abilities to help her solve them. "My naughty brother, this time it's all thanks to you," Bai Wanqiu said gratefully. "Sister Bai, why are you being so polite to me?" Chen Zhe replied with a smile. As their communication increased, the relationship between Chen Zhe and Bai Wanqiu gradually warmed up. One day, Chen Zhe mustered up the courage to ask Bai Wanqiu out for dinner. Bai Wanqiu dressed up carefully and went to the appointment. The two sat opposite each other in the warm restaurant. "Sister Bai, actually I've always wanted to tell you." Before Chen Zhe finished speaking, melodious music suddenly sounded in the restaurant. It turned out to be a special arrangement of the restaurant. Chen Zhe took the opportunity to stand up, walked to Bai Wanqiu, and said affectionately, "Sister Bai, I have liked you for a long time. Will you be my girlfriend?" Bai Wanqiu's face flushed and she nodded gently. Since then, Chen Zhe and Bai Wanqiu have become a sweet couple. They go shopping, watch movies, and eat delicious food together, enjoying the beauty of love. Although the two have been married for a long time, they are no different from a couple in love. However, happy times are always short-lived. Chen Zhe's career encountered a crisis, his dream animation company was hindered, and the top 3 animation companies in Yanjing suppressed his company. Bai Wanqiu stayed by his side the entire time, encouraging him, "Chen Zhe, I believe in your ability. You will definitely be able to overcome this difficulty." Chen Zhe began to investigate the truth of the matter. Because the company was suppressed, he and his sister produced a big animation, Neza 1. Because this animation directly earned 5 billion box office at the end of the year, it became famous and solved the company's crisis. After experiencing this turmoil, Chen Zhe has become more mature and stable, and his career is also thriving. Bai Wanqiu's career was also booming.
The projects she was responsible for achieved great success and were highly recognized by the company.
On a starry night, Shenzhe brought Bai Wanqiu to the beach. Wanqiu, I want to be with you forever. Will you marry me? Shenzhe took out a ring.
Bai Wanqiu was so moved that she burst into tears. She stretched out her hand and let Shenzhe put the ring on her finger. Their love ushered in a new chapter under the witness of the stars and the sea. The wedding preparations were filled with happiness and busyness. They chose wedding dresses, booked hotels, designed invitations, and personally participated in every detail. Wan Yushir was also busy running around, giving advice and suggestions for their wedding. On the eve of his wedding, Chen Zhe received a mysterious phone call. The person on the other end of the phone said that there was an important cooperation opportunity that would have a huge impact on his career development, but he needed to go to another city to negotiate during the wedding. Chen Zhe was caught in a dilemma. On one side was a once-in-a-lifetime wedding, and on the other side was a rare career opportunity. He told Bai Wanqiu about this situation, and Bai Wanqiu said without hesitation, "You go, the wedding can be postponed, but your career cannot be missed."
Chen Zhe hugged Bai Wanqiu touchily. "Thank you for your understanding."
Chen Zhe successfully completed the cooperation negotiations and returned to Bai Wanqiu with a lot of gains. They rescheduled the wedding date and walked into the marriage hall with the blessings of their relatives and friends. Their married life is sweet and fulfilling. They support each other and face the joys and sorrows of life together. Soon, Bai Wanqiu became pregnant, and this news filled the whole family with anticipation. Chen Zhe was even more caring towards her, preparing nutritious food for her every day and accompanying her for walks and chats. As her pregnancy progressed, Bai Wanqiu's movements became increasingly inconvenient, but her face was always filled with a happy smile.
Finally, the day arrived when the baby was born. Chen Zhe and two other parents were anxiously waiting outside the delivery room.
When he heard the baby's cry, he was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes.
The nurse came out holding the baby. "Congratulations, it's a lovely girl."
Chen Zhe carefully took the baby and looked at her pink little face, his heart filled with fatherly love. Bai Wanqiu was pushed out of the delivery room.
Chen Zhe walked up to her and held her hand. "My dear, you have worked hard."
The life of the family of three began a new journey, full of love and hope. As the baby grows, Chen Zhe and Bai Wanqiu also grow and change. They learn how to better take care of the child and how to balance family and work.
Chen Zhe's career also reached a new peak.
His music works were not only widely acclaimed in China, but also entered the international stage. While taking care of her family, Bai Wanqiu did not give up her career and became a leader in the industry. At the baby's birthday party, relatives and friends gathered together.
"It's really enviable to see you so happy," said a friend.
Chen Zhe and Bai Wanqiu smiled at each other. They knew that their happiness was hard-earned and needed to be cherished and protected with their heart. The days ahead are still long, and they will go through every spring, summer, autumn and winter hand in hand, and write their beautiful life together.